it was the age of foolishness. Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. Just brushing up on some of my favorite literary classics. Even if a page turner like this isn't up your alley, did you know our libraries offer so much more than classic books? There's also things like passes to local museums. You can download ebooks onto your Kindle device. And super cool things like a team gaming program. Visit your local library and see all it has to offer.
This is Team Accelerate Day at USF St. Pete, where we have over 70 middle school students who are taking pit stops to learn about STEM and to understand how STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, contributes to the Grand Prix.
We're fortunate to be involved with the Grand Prix, and so we are creating a STEM activity for the students. I think it's a great way for students to have ownership over their learning and for them to engage with these various technologies that will be a large part of their future.
Here we're learning about the cars, and recently, well, just now, we learned about how to 3D print. Put things in a 3D printer and then screenshot it so it can be turned into something else to be made.
It's just a great opportunity to be able to partner with the school districts and to have the students engage in this fun activity where they get to create things in 3D modeling software, to 3D print, and to tie it in with the Grand Prix.
We believe in inclusive progress, and even with something like the Firestone Grand Prix of St. Petersburg, there's a way even in that endeavor to make sure there's inclusive progress and that everyone benefits, even our youngest St. Pete residents.
When I decided to transition and retire, and you had told me if I ever retire, you would like to throw your hat in the ring. And I said, there is no ring. And then I turned it over to the Board of Trustees, but I did give them this 411. Erica is an intelligent, credentialed person, working artist, but she's an artist. And I think that's important. And whatever degree of difference that is, how an artist approaches the thing, that's what I wanted. And you went through the process, and that's what the board agreed on. The future is always bright, but under your tutelage, it's going to be delicious.
I thank you for that.
No, because my generation, the baby boomers, we don't tend to get off the stage. You got to get the hook. Oh, there's always one other thing we can do, and I'm looking forward to that, seeing what's next.
I think we talked about it before, we have the same sentiment about the space and what our job is. My job is to maintain the heartbeat that has already been created in this space. I am not here to alter the heartbeat. I'm here to take this heartbeat and strengthen it and bring a bigger light so that the world can see it as much as I can, and to take that to whatever that next level is.
Well, as I told the Board of Trustees, we're getting an A+ candidate that you would normally have to scour nationally. And then she has the added thing of she knows this community and the community knows her.
I'm walking in the footsteps of a founder of an organization that is beloved, but I know that I gotta try it. And I know that we can do it.
It feels like my whole career, I've just found a job, but never the job. Finding the perfect job that suits my life has always been challenging. I've always sort of just felt like a number at the places where I worked, so I think that I'm ready to find a job that will give me the benefits that I deserve. They always say that you're only as strong as your own network, so I'm expanding that. Beginning today, I'm asking anyone and everyone I meet if they know where I should work. Hey, don't you wish that you had a job that would contribute to your retirement fund without having to contribute your own money?
You should work where I work then.
It probably makes sense that I can't find the perfect job situation. I mean, who would ever leave if you had it so good? Hey, wouldn't you freak out if you could find a job that would provide you with a doctor that you could see anytime, without a copay even?
Yeah, and how about most common prescriptions too?
Yeah. Wait, is that a thing?
Yeah, you should work where I work.
Everyone always says, find a job you love and you'll never work a day in your life. But I feel like a job like that doesn't actually exist. It's just a thing that people say. Hey. You know what I want? I want a job that carries over my sick and vacation leave, instead of it just going away if I don't use it.
Well, you should work where I work.
Maybe my expectations are too high. Maybe a job is just a job. I mean, who really works somewhere that has the perfect package? Hey, little guy. You have a maid, don't you? You should take a page out of your book. Get a job without a desk.
I don't have a desk.
Wish I could find that job.
Well, you should work where I work.
I'm starting to think that there is a place that has the benefits that matter to me. A place where I can find a solid work-life balance, but there's no way there's any job possibilities, right?
You really should work where we work.
Wait, you guys too?
Yeah, man, there's plenty of job opportunities at the city of St. Pete.
Where would I even begin?
Easy. Just go to stpete.org/jobs and then go from there.
Oh, I have to go.
Okay, wait. He's got our mic.
I need to work where they work.
Cut.
Did it!
My name is Lisa Fleming. My business is Dress Up Studio. It's actually a boutique, one of the newest boutiques in downtown St. Pete, on the corner of First Avenue North and 6th Street. I'm from Puerto Rico, and in Puerto Rico, fashion is big. I guess like everything started back with, my parents, right? Like especially my mom. My mom loves fashion, and of course, when she had her 4 kids, like everything kind of like all the attention like turned into us. So I was, early introduced to fashion. I had a passion for it, so I really wanted to have a space where I could find pieces, for any occasion. I was in an environment that was highly dominated by male, and I wanted to obviously, keep it professional, but still be true to myself. And, fashion was that, way to really, be able to have fun. St. Pete is very special in the sense that it truly supports small businesses. And I really feel like when you go out there and you have the opportunity to really engage with other business owners, they're extremely helpful as well. And I think that's incredibly valuable. There's something in here for every single person. They just need to come in and play with us.
Hey guys, St. Pete Mayor Ken Welch here, continuing our Sunrunner bus tour. I'm here with fellow Bull USF St. Pete student Joey Vars. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Tell us what Sunrunner means for a student at USF.
You know, Sunrunner is really a game changer. If you live on the western side of St. Petersburg or by the beaches and you're a student, it really opens up the city to being able to get to town a lot quicker. You can go to class without having to drive. I take my bike from Paso Grill to the station and then I'm downtown in less than an hour and I don't have to worry about driving.
And you were telling us on the bus how you actually get your bike mounted on the bus. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so the way that the Sunrunner has it, they have these little bike assists and you wheel your bike right in kind of on the little machine and then it verticalizes it. So it takes up less space. You can kind of stand more compact and you actually get more people on the bus that way too.
Cool. Well, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today, Joey.
Thanks for having us.
We'll talk to you more on our Sunrunner bus tour. When you look at the top concern for residents in an urban city or even our rural communities, a growing number of Americans list affordable housing at the top of the list. Here in St. Pete, it's no different. I'm standing here at the Shores in South St. Pete with 51 new affordable units made possible by a county-wide collaboration. Understanding the relationship between our quality of life and housing is critical. That's why I'm launching the Housing Opportunities for All plan, an intentional expansion to our existing housing plan that addresses the current state of our city. The plan aims to produce new affordable housing units, preserve existing affordable housing, and protect tenants. Housing Opportunities for All is more than a priority in our administration. It's a foundational part of our mission, a pillar for progress. This year, we've designated more than $40 million to build new affordable housing units and plan to help thousands of residents preserve their current homes over the next several years. We've also implemented powerful protections for renters with our Tenants' Bill of Rights. There is nothing more important to me and our City Council than improving the quality of life for the people of St. Petersburg. And these are just a few examples of the impactful work that's underway right now. I will continue to keep you updated on progress made as we help more families settle into their new homes and stay in their current homes. So working together and listening to each other with our eyes on inclusive progress, we will continue to move the needle on affordable housing. To learn more about the Housing Opportunities for All plan, visit www.stpete.org/affordable housing. We are St. Pete.
Go ahead, Madam Chair.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Legislative Affairs and Intergovernmental Relations Committee meeting of August 15th, 2024. Could I please have a roll call?
Hanowitz.
Here.
Gabbard.
Here.
Driscoll.
Here.
Fix Sanders.
Here. Okay, everyone, we have an agenda before us. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
We also have for approval the minutes of April 18th, 2024. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, well, welcome everyone for our federal recap today. We are joined by representatives of Senator Marco Rubio's office. We have Savannah Sipsey here. We also have from Anna Paulina Luna's office, we have Samuel Wilson here. And we also have Jameson Carnegie from Representative Kathy Castor's office. And we have our legislative representative in United States, Washington, D.C., Robert Diamond. Welcome.
Madam Chair, how are you?
Good. I hope that everyone had a chance to maybe meet with Robert Diamond. He came in to kind of give everyone an opportunity to have a one-on-one and meet and ask any questions of what's happening before our meeting. So what we'll do is we'll start today with Robert, and he's going to kind of give us an overview of what's happening in Washington, D.C., and then we'll kind of go over to everyone and do a federal recap, and they can give us an overview of what's happening in each representative's office. So with that, I'll turn it over to Robert Diamond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Great to be back with everybody again. I appreciate the opportunity to update you on what's going on in Washington, D.C. It's not lost on anybody. It's been quite an eventful few weeks and months. I'll come back at the end on a little bit of an election update, but want to talk more on the official side first. Congress, most of Washington in recess right now for August, returning after Labor Day to pick up official business, with the main item really being the appropriations activities for fiscal year 25. Where we have, and thanks to our representatives, our community project funding asks in those packages, and I'm sure the reps will talk a little bit more about that. Those remain right now in the subcommittee markup process, and then those appropriations committees will continue to meet, approve those bills. It is our expectation that we will see a post-election day omnibus appropriations vehicle move through Congress, so we're probably not going to see individual spending bills passed. We will see sort of one gigantic appropriations bill move post-election. I don't think much else is going to move prior to the election, frankly, also. There's some other must-pass pieces of legislation that Congress has this year, including the National Defense Authorization Act. We're still looking to see if there will be Farm Bill reauthorization this year. It is due, but it has just been extended. But those major activities, again, I think are going to be dramatically influenced by the November election, what the next Congress is going to look like, and determine what those votes and how those are going to shake out. We continue to work aggressively with the mayor and his team on our grant activities. Again, kudos to the team for the robust process we have in place there. We continue to look for every opportunity to make sure we are applying for and competing for discretionary grant opportunities within the federal executive branch. We are keeping a close eye, and I had the privilege of talking with Councilmember Gabbard about it again this morning on all issues related to the National Flood Insurance Program and any reform activities there. I have unfortunately no good news in that regard. It still sits within the subcommittee process, both the FEMA reform package and other bills introduced by members of Congress, and I look forward to discussing that more broadly with everybody, how we continue to champion those issues on behalf of the city and the residents here. Lastly, I'll just touch on the election, and then happy to take any questions. This is obviously a very dynamic year with both the White House and both chambers in play. So we will have a dramatically different Washington, D.C. Under any scenario come January, and that will obviously shape a lot of what we want to focus on next year. We have our federal legislative priorities discussion scheduled for post-election in November, so look forward to being able to have that discussion with a little bit of foresight as to what the next Congress and what the next administration is going to look like and how we can do that. But we are back to a scenario where the presidential race is a 50-50 tie, essentially. We're back to a coin toss in that regard. It was clear a couple of weeks ago that I think President Trump was on a path to victory. That's you've seen the Democratic Party react to that. But essentially, we're back to a 50-50 race right now as far as the White House goes. Sitting here today, it's our prediction that the Senate would go Republican and go from Democratic control to Republican control based on those races around the country. Also, our prediction today that Democrats have the likely path to take control of the House. So that's just based on what we're seeing in the field today. That continues to be dynamic races across the country. These are razor-thin margins in all of these places, in all of these races. And even if in that scenario of a switch of control of the Senate and a switch of the control of the House, those would remain very tight margins. For the Senate, for example, you can see a 51-49 Republican control in the Senate is a very likely outcome. What does that mean? It means, that just means it's a lot harder to get bigger things done in Washington under those very slim margins. So I think we will see another cycle in Congress with that. But with that, I'd love to take any questions from the committee. And again, thank you for an opportunity to update you guys today.
Well, thank you, Mr. Diamond. Hopefully, it's not as dynamic as it was this summer. It was pretty dynamic, so
To say the least.
to say the least. But before I turn it over to the committee, I want to give administration and David Thompson and Doyle Walsh an opportunity to speak about any issues, whether it's the community funding requests or any grants or anything at the federal level that you would like to kind of cover that maybe has not been covered.
Yeah, so, I'll just briefly run through. You'll see the update, the tracker that we have for the federal community project fundings, and I do believe there was also some attachments in the initial email with the wrap up on the state tracker, the appropriations that all came through there. Thank you again for approving the contract for the $300,000 for St. Pete Fire. And then you'll also note the federal legislative bill tracker there. I think in our one-on-ones with the council members and Rob, we've discussed some additional bills that will be added to that tracker, and you'll see that moving forward and updated for the next time that we meet. But really appreciate the continued partnership with council on all of the work that we're doing to advocate on behalf of the city of St. Pete. And I'll just keep it short so we can hear from our representative.
Great, thank you. And Doyle, would you like? Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
I just want to say one thing. So to both Congresswoman Castor and Luna's office, thank you both so much for your engagement in these community project funding. I know there's a lot of dynamics, but you both have been incredible. So thank you for all the work the staff has done, and if you could pass that along to your representatives.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, thank you. And we're extremely happy that we got a lot of funding requests that we sent in on both Castor's office and Luna's office. They were submitted requests that got funded, and it benefits all our citizens here in St. Petersburg. So we really appreciate getting money that goes to the federal level, coming back to the local level, always. And we will always take it. So thank you. Okay, Vice Chair Gabbard.
Quick question on the Congress Federal Bill Tracker. So the very last one on the list, the Farm Food and National Security Act. Can you speak specifically as to how that bill may affect us with our urban agriculture, our food deserts, the work that we are trying to do around food insecurity in an urban community? Can you speak a little bit about how that bill could be helpful if passed?
Yeah, so this is one of those, you have a divided Congress, so the House version of this bill looks very different than the Senate version of this bill. But the opportunities within that are largely around nutrition. So regardless of what ultimately get passed, there will be changes to the SNAP program and other food assistance programs, some potential opportunities for school meal expansion. And this is something, we've also spoken with our state representatives about making sure the money that gets funneled to the state also comes down all the way to us. And then from the urban agriculture department within the Department of Agriculture was first created in 2018. So we are just 6 years. Wow, I guess they didn't reauthorize it on time. But we are just at the beginning of what that department looks like. So there are a lot of opportunities on what we can do to shape and inform what is going to happen in that space. And the last time Mayor was in Washington, D.C., we had the opportunity to meet with some of the Department of Agriculture folks. They were actually very impressed with some of the work that we are doing in St. Pete to make it a place where, from even a zoning perspective that urban agriculture farmers can work. So we're going to continue to make sure that the policy and the framing goes to support that. One of those is the lending for urban agriculture, because there really hasn't been an infrastructure for those types of farmers. They don't have capital to actually expand their operations. Same thing with minority farmers. So those are two I would highlight within that package.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I appreciate the update. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Any other committee members or council members? Well, Robert, they're letting you off easy. So now we go with our forward with our federal recap. First on the list I have is Savannah Sipsey. She's the Gulf Coast Regional Director for Senator Marco Rubio. Savannah, welcome to St. Pete.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. And so, yes, as the Senator's Regional Director for this area, I have the privilege of covering 9 counties for them, with Pinellas being one I get to spend a large amount of time in. So it's a blessing. But I've just put in some legislation that has been introduced this Congress that I felt applied to some of the priorities of St. Pete. And so some of the first things I wanted to cover was flooding and environmental issues. At the beginning of this year, the Senator introduced a Flood Risk Transparency for Home Buyers Act, as that is something that was actually brought to my attention in Citrus County late last year, regarding people not being aware that their home had previously been impacted. And so that's something huge that has not been required to be disclosed. And so hopefully we can get that passed. That would be a huge thing for everyone. And then also the flood insurance rate map interagency, that would require the input of multiple agencies to put in to the National Flood NFIP rate map. So that would be helpful to get more than one opinion. Additionally, I did want to share that the Senator last week sent quite a few letters to the President regarding Tropical Storm Hurricane Debbie, getting different emergency assistance down here. I know that wasn't necessarily as impactful for Pinellas, thankfully, but it was more so for Manatee and Sarasota counties that I cover. But then he's also, at the beginning of this year and late last year, sent letters along with Senator Scott pressing FEMA on the dwindling disaster relief fund. So it's something that's high on his mind, as especially we're in the midst of hurricane season. So that's really it I have for flooding and environmental. But housing, the Senators introduced several legislations regarding specifically Section 8 housing to help improve conditions and quality of living is something that the whole state has taken a priority in and looked into several different housing complexes from Jacksonville, Miami, Tampa areas to hopefully get the quality of living back up to a livable standard. And so those are all listed there with some different initiatives from removing lead paint to temperature control. So please let me know if you have any questions on those. And then small business, the Senator is still on the Committee on Small Business and Entrepreneurship. He was the he was the chairman of it, in the 116th Congress back in the time period. And so he's still, active in that and introduced some legislation to help small businesses get different loans and also keep the SBA assistance, away from China, as he's big on intelligence and foreign relations. And so those are some of his main focuses in protecting our local small businesses here in Florida. And then education, kind of going back to that SNAP conversation we were having earlier, he is hoping to modernize that, as Florida was unequivocally being unaccounted for as far as the spending they got. And based off the 2021 year, Florida accounted for 8% of SNAP recipients, but only was getting 2.6% of SNAP Ed funding. So he's hoping to bring the standards up to a more modern time frame, because it's still being based off of FY 2009. So that's something that's big on his mind, and making sure families are getting healthy and options that are sustainable for, learning and whatnot, and encouraging growth. And so that's a big one. And then just keeping China out of our school systems, keeping that away from, interfering with young minds is a huge priority of his. But that's all that I have to update y'all on. So.
Well, Savannah, thank you so much. We really appreciate Senator Rubio focusing on issues such as flooding and the environment and housing. Those are huge issues in our community, not just because it happens to be hurricane season. Hurricane season highlights it, But I mean, we have sunny day flooding, and we want to make sure that flooding and insurance is a priority in Washington. My understanding is it's not one of the top issues that's talked about a lot, but you see more and more that more states are being affected by these severe storms. And we've been affected by severe storms for a long time, especially Vice Chair Gabbard's district and Councilmember Montanari's district deal with it a lot, and you hear them in a lot of committee meetings talking about the flooding issues. We get it in our districts too, not as much as there, but we get it throughout our city. So we want to make sure that that is a priority. And how do we ensure that our senators are focusing on flooding and insurance, for that matter, at the federal level? I mean, what are the things, and maybe you don't have to answer now, but you can let us know what are the things that we could be doing to ensure that this is a priority, because I'm sure you hear this not just from our county, everywhere else.
Yes, the whole, Gulf Coast of the state, I mean, even the eastern coast as well, is experiencing these issues. And I mean, you're seeing it in Polk counties, you're seeing it in Orange County. So it's truly become an issue. And, keeping us aware of any asset you may have. I know that I should have also mentioned in the environmental section that the senator still is working closely with the Army Corps and the rest of our wonderful legislation here on the beach renourishment issues and whatnot. And, I know the flooding can help erode that and whatnot. But, if there's any big projects like that y'all are looking for, we'll be glad to work with our legislation to make sure the community's taken care of.
Okay, I appreciate that. And, Robert, I don't know if you want to kind of just put it out there in terms of what your thoughts are on how we can champion these issues, given the fact that we have our reps here and having a meeting on the federal issues, kind of the flooding and insurance issues that are.
Yeah, I think, in my opinion, we've got to do everything we can to continue to raise the profile of the issue in Washington, D.C. It's critical to so many people in Florida, but it's not at the top of the list in Congress right now, and that's the hard part. So we've got our work cut out for us collectively as a community, as a state, as a delegation, to really raise the profile of the issue. And that's hard to do. I mean, you're competing with every other, policy priority in Washington, D.C., but we really need strong champions, loud voices. We've discussed a little bit in our one-on-one about we will have a new Congress in next year. We should come out of the gate strong with whoever those new committee chairs, who are responsible for oversight on flood and FEMA. We should come out strong right in February and bring a gathering of local officials from not just different counties in Florida, but frankly different districts around the country. I mean, this is happening in Louisiana, this is happening up and down the East Coast, it's happening in Vermont, it's happening in, up and down the Mississippi River. And so this has become a critical national issue, but I'm being honest when I tell you it's not breaking through in the top 10 list of issues for the Congress to address. And so I mentioned, there's a possibility we would have a speaker who represents a coastal district in New York City. I mean, we've got to really take advantage of that and look forward to working with, and I know every one of our delegation understands this and is working harder on the issue. But as visible and as important it is down here, it has not necessarily translated to that top of the list in D.C., and that's where our work is cut out. We're working through all of our organizations. We're working through Florida League of Cities, National League of Cities. I think we just have to continue to find every avenue we have to elevate the issue, find those champions, and make as much noise about this as we can. So.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Committee members, Vice Chair Gabbard, and then Council Member Driscoll.
So just one thing that I would kind of pull out on the flooding issue and specifically around, I think, action that Congress could take. So when Risk Rating 2.0 was done administratively a few years ago through the NFIP and FEMA, there was a piece that was around the mitigation. And, we are always encouraging our residents to mitigate where they can, especially as it pertains to taking advantage of the federal monies that exist to elevate your home. That was a much easier sell to people when, one, costs were lower, right? It's become incredibly expensive. But two, whenever there was a savings on the back end for their flood insurance premium. Now, due to risk rating 2.0, they're not recognizing those same level of savings when they go through all of the cost and all of the time and energy and hassle of mitigating and getting themselves up out of harm's way. That discount, which in some areas could have been upwards of 80–90% of a discount on their flood insurance policy, that is now not happening. FEMA is aware of this, the NFIP people are aware of this, and essentially that has fallen on deaf ears when that concern has been brought forward. So I'm looking at Congress as really they're going to have to be the catalyst for change on this particular issue, because in a coastal community, it does us no good to try to advocate for mitigation in these neighborhoods when there is no cost savings on the back end. So I would just ask for assistance on that particular issue. It could be kind of a standalone bill, it could be part of a package, but there needs to be some real highlight put around that. So just wanted to bring that up. And then you had mentioned about Senator Rubio's stance on small business. I had brought this up in our one-on-one, so I just wanted to kind of elevate protection of a 1099 status. We have a lot of small business here in our community. We encourage small business, we encourage entrepreneurship. 1099 status is very important to that. And there's been a lot of talk through the Department of Labor, Federal Trade Commission about reevaluating what 1099 status looks like. And so I would say do no harm when it comes to that. And if we could get our delegation to be champions around protecting that, I think that could go a long way for our small business community. So I just wanted to bring that up as well, because it's something we haven't really ever talked about before.
Well, thank you. I'll be sure to flag that as well for our team that handles that issue. So.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you, and thanks to all of you for being here today. I had a couple of questions for Savannah, and thank you for being here. It's great to see you.
It's a pleasure.
I was really happy to see that all of the legislation under housing in the summary that you sent to us is related to helping situations with those who have low incomes with their housing, and a lot of new requirements and upgrading the standards of housing around HUD and Section 8 recipients. This is important. I mean, there was just recently an article in the Tampa Bay Times about how in the state of Florida, landlords are required to provide units with heat, but not with air conditioning. And
it seems it should be the opposite.
Yeah,
right?
it really should. And so under the Safe Temperature Act, it looks like that could be addressed. And I appreciate that very much. And then, you know, these other pieces really talk about, you know, ensuring that everyone has a safe and comfortable place to live, and that's safe physically, but then also with the external environment and making sure that security is ensured as well.
Absolutely.
All of this together is really meaningful for many of our residents who are struggling and who are receiving that federal assistance for their housing. So I think we can agree that that's a priority for us as well. And anything, I'll just speak for myself, anything that I can do to help with that, I would be thrilled to see all of that moving forward.
Well, thank you. And if there ever is, you know, in any of y'all's districts, some housing that is of concern, we have, you know, championed and had, you know, the senator come out, senator look into it and, you know, raise it to HUD as this is, you know, unacceptable. HUD funding should not be coming to this. And so it's a very passionate thing of all of our offices. So we want to be aware if there are situations, and, you know, the more awareness, the more legislation we can introduce that pertains to different issues. So
right,
we've seen quite a bit of, we'll just call it squalor, I mean, for all intents and purposes throughout
right.
the state. And so
right, we've made some really good progress on developing new affordable housing in our city, but we want to make sure that the housing that already exists
Yes.
is properly maintained. So thank you for that. Another question that I have is regarding SNAP and modernizing that. I mean, that's music to my ears. There are so many people in the state of Florida who are eligible for SNAP but don't apply, either out of pride or because they don't know that they're eligible. And so as you look at making improvements with this, and this becomes increasingly important, especially at a time when we have a governor who is rejecting federal funding for summer food programs and allowing children, forcing children to go hungry through the summer. We need better SNAP, period, you know? So I'm extremely supportive of that, and I hope that as this moves forward, you'll also be taking a look at that education as far as communicating it out to residents and making sure that people know that this is a benefit that they are eligible for, and that it's easy for them to apply. I know that was really tricky until the pandemic, and the pandemic really forced everyone to look at a better way to apply for SNAP. So you don't have to, if you live in Pinellas County, before that you would have to get on a bus and go to Clearwater to apply in person. And that was the only way you could get SNAP. So we've gotten better, but there's more work to be done, and I really look forward to seeing how that moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Sheriff Sanders.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Sipsey, for your update. The only, I don't know if it's a question, well, it may be a question and with a combo statement on your Prepare Act, because small business is vital for us here locally. The one question I have is I appreciate the fact that it is allowing the opportunity for small businesses to protect their property from future disaster. But the first thing that came to my mind when I saw this is if they're still repairing themselves from a previous disaster. And so when we think about loans, immediately I go to credit score and them, you know, being out of business for such a long time and trying to repair from a prior occurrence. If we could find a way, and I don't know how successful or what the numbers look like with this particular program, but a lot of the smaller businesses, once they've gone through something as drastic, disaster-related as that, it takes a long time to rebuild. So a lot of other personal finances, a lot of other situations kind of hinder them from taking out any loans. Low interest, no interest, it still takes a lot for them to do that. So I'm hoping that when you look into this, that we can, and I don't know if grants would even be a consideration as far as the loans are concerned, but for those that are trying to protect from future disaster-related damage, I think looking at the prior steps that happen before a business owner can apply for these dollars, what that looks like for that small business. Because, you know, small business is just that, small business. Their revenues are very limited, you know, their resources are very limited. So I love that fact that they do have this option, but it's the steps prior to that caught my attention.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
And I'm not too sure. I am not a legislative person. I will be completely honest with that, but I can, flag and see what we can find out of what the typical process looks like. I think this is more of a, to prepare, to board up, that kind of thing.
It's more of a life jacket, and I appreciate that. But, but again, this businesses that really need it, they've gone through so much before they even get to this step. And what are those gaps? What does that look like that we can improve the process for them that would really benefit from this? And so that was just the first thing that came to my mind when I saw this as to how we can help them prepare for a loan. And when I saw the word loan, it's like, okay, by the time they get to apply for a whole nother loan for something else, I don't know what they went through as a small business owner to get to that particular point, because I'm sure they've exhausted all of the finances, their credit score, which is so important to so many people, has been challenged in this process. So, but I love that, and so thank you so much for that. But that was just a question and some of the things that came to my mind when I saw that.
Absolutely. Well, I appreciate you bringing that, that point to my attention too, and I'll be sure to look into that.
Thank you, Ms. Simpson. I appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. Real quick, Sam, on Senator Rubio's list is the beach renourishment, which I know Representative or Congresswoman Luna is very passionate about as well. And so I wanted to give you a chance to weigh in on that, because I know that she is fired up about that one, and I really admire the passion that she has put into that particular issue. Specifically as it relates to the Army Corps of Engineers. And so it is wonderful to have two members of Congress working on this who truly understand how important it is. So
Senator Scott is as well championing this issue, so I will give them
Oh,
credit as
good.
well. So
I do my time in DC. Last year, I spent many conversations with your staff up there. So obviously, we know beach renourishment is the hot topic. It's something we've been focusing on since she took office. She hit the ground running on that. I think we formed a strong coalition of beach mayors that have really come together. We sent 4 letters now to the Secretary Connor of the Army Corps, and it has been a battle, but it's something that she is more than passionate on. We've tried many times to kind of get the easements requirements dropped, because a lot of those owners on the beach, on the water, they don't want their properties to be worked on. They don't want to sign it for various reasons, and we're trying to work with that, because we understand that it's your property. You don't want to sign it, you don't have to sign it. But I think the Army Corps requiring to sign it and saying, hey, we're not going to do any work on your beach. And now what we've seen, we're in the midst of hurricane season. It takes one giant hurricane to completely wipe out our coast. That's it. And we almost got lucky 2 years ago in 2022 with Ian. That was headed right for us and it missed. So imagine if that did. And obviously many members previous to us haven't really pushed the Army Corps to tackle the easements, tackle beach renourishment as a whole. So we have done what we can do so far, but we're not going to give up on it. Obviously, with everything can happen with the elections. You can get different members come in and we can work with them, but we are going to stay hammering them until we can get those easements fixed. And we've even gotten 2 amendments in the Water Resource and Development Act that I just want to talk about. One passed unanimously by voice that would just tackle the easements in general, just to lower the requirements of the easements. That passed unanimously in the House, and then we had one more amendment that did not pass on it, and then the bill ended up failing. So it's been a back and forth thing, but we will, every opportunity that we get to deal with beach renourishment, we're going to take. I know the Congresswoman sitting on natural resources. I think that is the plus for the community. I think any time there's an issue that gets brought up to her attention, she goes right to the committee and she says, this is what people of Pinellas County care about. What can we do to get something done? So, and she's done that time and time again. So we'll keep on hammering away.
Yes, well, thank you for that. I mean, even though the beaches are not in St. Petersburg proper, we benefit from that too, not only as residents, I mean, that's where we go, but also, it is such an important part of tourism for all of us, because once our visitors get too much sun on the beach, they want to hop over to downtown St. Pete and enjoy our museums and our galleries, taking a baseball game, things like that. And so we are one community when it comes to caring for our beaches. So just really appreciate all that you've done for that and keep fighting the good fight.
Absolutely. And I would definitely want to extend, I know the Congresswoman definitely wants to extend an arm out to you all. To anything that you all think is a priority that we need to tackle with that, just keep us informed. Like I said, we have a strong coalition with all the mayors on the beaches, and we talk regularly. What are you hearing from the people? So obviously, like you said, we're not near the beach right now, but a lot of people in this community have properties on the beach, or so we want to stay as involved as we can.
Right. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Driscoll. So I know Councilmember Driscoll brought up the beaches, but I would like to give you an opportunity to talk about other issues that Representative Luna is working on. First, again, thank you for working with us on the community funding requests. We're very happy to see those come through, and we're looking forward for the next round to put in more community funding requests. So thank you again. And Samuel, tell us a little bit more about what's happening.
So obviously, first term Congresswoman Luna has, I always like to joke, taken DC by storm. So obviously tries everything she can, obviously being a member of the military. We have released now, our first bill was to bring awareness to sexual assault within the military. I think that is her priority, as that we've dropped 5 bills now dealing with human trafficking and sexual assault, going after predators. So that is something, as she is now a mother, so that's something she holds near and dear. And so we've really been trying to hit that very hard, as well as we sponsored a bill on right to try IVF. I know how important, I know that issue is a little touchy, but that is definitely, IVF is something she strongly supports, as in, sometimes that can be a heated topic, but that is a bill that we did sponsor, and that she will talk all day about that. So, so that's important. I know that we are proud that we did have 3 amendments passed within the NDAA for military, enhancing training for to have dive school brought into the combat controllers, and allowing former military members to be able to wear their medals out in public. I know, for certain occasions, sometimes military members aren't allowed to wear their pins. It's a whole big topic, so we definitely got that amendment passed. So we are hitting ground running on multiple different issues. So I try not to go too nitpicky, but I definitely welcome any questions that you guys have on anything that she's been working on. So
okay,
I can answer questions.
Well, thank you, Samuel. Any questions from anyone else? Okay. Well, with that, I would love to introduce Jameson Carnegie, the field rep for Representative Castor. First of all, thank you so much for the correspondence from Representative Castor. We all just got it today. I didn't get it any earlier, so some of us, we have not had a chance to review it, but we will review it, and we appreciate the update, the thorough update from Rep. Castor.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair Hanowitz, and thank you to all the council members being here as well, and also the city of St. Pete. It's awesome work with y'all all the time. I know y'all see our face and hear our name all the time, so we're always knocking on your door and bothering y'all. Of course, going around Short Acres and Riviera Bay, so it's awesome, to be here and kind of just touch on a few things that, we've worked on. I know we've touched on community project funding already, so in March, as Robert mentioned, Congress adopted the fiscal year 24 appropriation package, and in those we had 6 community projects, that were funded. So that was $1.5 million for the Enoch Davis Center, energy efficient improvements and pre-construction, $850,000 for the Sankofa development to bring much needed affordable housing to South St. Pete, 1.1 for PSTA to support the conversion of their bus fleet to clean electric buses, and St. Petersburg's pure gas powertrain to electric vehicles. The we also got $81,000 for Pinellas County Urban League to update their technologies and increase reliable access to computers and boost their economy opportunities. $963,000 for USF St. Petersburg to disrupt human trafficking data project to aid local law enforcement to support Florida's anti-human trafficking efforts, and then also an additional $936,000 for USF St. Petersburg's Coastal Resiliency Data Visualization Center, which is, to protect our beautiful natural environments and improve coastal resiliency through their research and science. So we were very excited about those in fiscal year 2024. And with this upcoming year for fiscal year 25, we also submitted some more in partnership with Mayor Welch and the city. And I'll just list those pretty quickly. So $2.5 million for PSTA's 34th Street corridor improvement, to make those more energy efficient transportation improvements. $5.3 million for the St. Petersburg Housing Authority's Ed White Senior Housing Redevelopment Project to bring 71 units of affordable housing for seniors. We're really excited about that one, and they're groundbreaking here coming up in a few weeks. $5 million for the MLK Street South Flooding Alleviation Project to address persistent flooding, which we've all seen, and definitely know the effects of that. $8.1 million for USF St. Pete's research vessel modernization and equipment upgrades for at Florida's Institute of Oceanography to enhance their scientific capacity to protect ocean resources. $1.5 million for the Seagrass Mitigation Bank in North Shore Park, and then $4 million for St. Petersburg College Smart Tech Industry 4.0 Lab to provide training and education for today's high-tech manufacturing workforce. So we really want to help them improve that pipeline with the semiconductors, photosynthesis, mechatronics, and automation and robotics. $1.3 million for the West Side Crescent Lake improvements to help improve the water quality of Crescent Lake, and then $4 million for the USF St. Petersburg's Veteran Workforce Support Center to support an energy efficient remodel of the aging facility. So that's what we're looking forward to for fiscal 25. I know it's a pretty heavy load, but the Congresswoman, she's been doing this since 2006. So, she's excited. She's willing to, work hard, and she does that all the time. So she's excited to go up to Congress, go back and, fight for those appropriations. So we're super excited about that. And then, of course, we keep talking about clean energy and resilience. That's something big on her. She sits on the House of the Energy and the Committee of Energy and Commerce. She used to be the Select Committee chair she used to be the chair of the Select Committee of Climate Crisis. So that's something really big and keen to her heart. So, as we have the Solar for All and Inflation Reduction Act and the new direct pay incentives, we've held three. We have our third one actually tonight from 5 to 8 with the Architect Institute of America in Tampa Bay. But earlier this year, we held, with Florida Solar Energy and Industries Association, we convened for an education session at USF St. Pete to spread the word on the tax incentives and credits and provide real-world case studies. Sorry, I'm talking pretty fast. A little nervous.
You're fine. You're doing fine. Don't
real-world
worry.
case studies local organizations that have gone solar and lowered their operating costs. We were joined by Pinellas County Schools, Pinellas County Urban League, Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council, and the cities of Clearwater, Gulfport, and St. Petersburg. Other local nonprofits also took part in this, so to learn more about how they could benefit from all these tax incentives by having clean energy, making our area more resilient. So we also partner with Pinellas County Urban League to promote weatherization to assist neighbors who are looking to lower their monthly energy bills. With the weatherization assistance, $3.2 billion of that was boosted by the bipartisan infrastructure law, which $93.6 million of that came to Florida alone. So that's a pretty huge win for us. So we're excited about that as well. And then, of course, climate crisis is putting Florida workers and our tourism industry at risk. We have not only experienced Florida's hottest year on record, but for years, heat has been the leading cause of weather-related fatalities here in the United States. So nearly 500,000 Floridians work in outdoor jobs, including farm workers and construction workers. The Congresswoman has done a good job of pressing the Occupational Safety Health Administration, or OSHA, to kind of finalize up some of their rules to protect those workers that are exposed to those extreme heat conditions. Even with our USPS fleet and their delivery trucks, they're excruciating. They're very, very hot. They only have those fans. So we're also working with them to kind of electrify those and bring better opportunities and protect them. And then even more with the clean energy, and I'll wrap it up here. We got two additional federal grants that we were happy to announce this year, which was the $250,000 for the NOAA Ocean-Based Climate Resiliency Accelerator, which Councilwoman Driscoll was there for that as well, with the St. Pete Innovation District, Tampa Bay Wave, and the University of South Florida for their Blue Tech Accelerator Initiative to help support entrepreneurs and energize the blue economy. Then also the $27.8 million from the Department of Transportation Low and No Emission Grant that went to PSTA. That helped to advance and replace all their diesel buses, which also noted is one of their largest competitive grants that they've received. So we were excited about that, to announce that with them too. So that's a lot what we're doing with the clean energy and resiliency. So I was trying to go through that pretty quickly. We got a lot, but this is 5 pages worth of.
Yes, you don't have to go through the whole thing.
So I'm not going to do that to all of us. But I know those are big topics that we were talking about as far as clean energy, and the Congresswoman. She's an environmental lawyer. That's something that she's very passionate about. She can name a bird just from looking at it. I don't know how, but that's her background. So she's very serious. That's something very important to her as well. So.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Jameson. It's very clear to us. Representative Castor has been such a great representative for our city and has been working so hard in getting things done. And you know what is amazing to me is when I hear y'all speak about different priorities, you can see the bipartisanship that you can actually work on these issues, because I didn't just hear human trafficking from one of y'all, okay, or sustainability issues or caring about our environment, whether it's replenishing our beaches or our seagrass or supporting USF and the Oceanic Institute. Yep. So there are things that y'all can work on together that I think are going to benefit our community and have robust solutions to all the issues we have. So it's wonderful to hear when you do the federal recap, see how there are lines of that kind of blur together, and we can find hopefully some solutions. So thank you for that, and thank you for the recap. Chair Fig Sanders, and then Councilmember Driscoll, and Vice Chair Gabbard.
Thank you for all of the update, and there's no need for you to be nervous. You're amongst friends.
I know.
And family.
So much info to get through. So.
No, and we are very appreciative for the document. I don't have any questions other than for you to please relay to our Congresswoman how appreciative we are for everything that she does, and it is so obvious that she cares about St. Pete and that she cares about us here with the things that she's done. I love the fact of Enoch Davis Center, and PSTA was huge, and I was just so excited to see that those fundings that we've received for that, as well as the Urban League. A lot of these organizations make such an impact here locally for us, and to see her out in the community as much as she is, and to see you all out in the community as much as you are, please relate to her, play this tape, whatever it is that you need to do to thank her for her tireless work that she continues to do for us, especially here in the city of St. Petersburg. And this was a fantastic update. I'm definitely going to have to keep this safe so that I can go and refer to it when people ask, what does legislative support for the city of St. Petersburg looks like, and this is the perfect example for everything that she does. So again, thank her for us, and again, you're amongst family and friends, and you did a great job in your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jameson. Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you, and thank you for that update. It really is quite an impressive list. Committee Chair Hanowitz made a great point about how, some of these items go beyond politics. It's an everybody thing. It's all of us who live, in St. Pete, in Pinellas, in Florida, who are so proud and want to protect what we love. One of those things, I want to bring up the Seagrass Mitigation Bank, because that's something that we talk about beach renourishment. This is like our Tampa Bay renourishment. It's very much needed. And, we've all read about the loss of seagrass that has been happening through various events. Something like this, the seagrass mitigation, it's not going to solve the whole problem, but just like with the beach renourishment, it's something we have to do. And in this case, it's absolutely vital for our ecosystem. So I hope we can count on all of your offices to really support that. It's something that's been worked on for a long time, and we could really use some help with that. Another thing that's marine related, just above that, is the funding for equipment and upgrades for the research vessels for the Florida Institute of Oceanography, which is actually a collaboration or a collective of about a dozen different higher education institutions. It just happens to be based here at the USF St. Petersburg campus. And last year, they welcomed their third research vessel, the Western Flyer, and more recently have added on a remote operated vehicle that can go out on that vessel and go deep, like where do work that you can't do just by diving. You know, I mean, it's just an incredible operation that they have there, and the types of work that they do are related to some of the things that your offices are interested in. So I know last year I spoke a lot with Senator Rubio's office about both the corals and that crisis that you know started there. Yeah, the coral bleaching crisis, and then also the rice as well crisis that's going on. And these are the folks that are working on those things. And so supporting the Florida Institute of Oceanography, which has operations in the Keys Marine Lab, on the corals and
Marine more locally. And
right. And they're just doing some incredible work that has direct connections to some of the other issues that are important to you. So I encourage you to learn more. I'm happy to get you connected, show you around. It's something I'm very passionate about, and everyone who knows me knows I could talk about this topic all day. So just an open invitation to have a conversation, meet me out there, and see some of the great things that are happening there and why this funding is so important. Same thing with the NOAA Ocean-Based Climate Resilience Accelerator Grant. I have to read it because I always forget what it all stands for. The funding that was received, that grant, that $250,000 that was granted was actually for step one. And so there will be another application for, so this is for like the planning and design. The next round would be for implementation. And so we'll need some help with that. And that'll be coming up, but they're making some really good progress on that right now. So exciting stuff happening there. So that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice Chair Gabbard.
Thank you, and I will be brief. I just first wanted to say, Jameson, thank you so much on behalf of the residents of Riviera Bay. I think that we've, kind of shared, but I just want to make sure everyone is aware that on July 20th, the president and the vice president of Riviera Bay Neighborhood Association requested they started out just asking the mayor to come. They wanted him to come and tour homes that were in the middle of repair, talk about Riviera Bay specific issues. That kind of morphed into a multi-jurisdictional, bipartisan group, and Congresswoman Castor and you were there along with a couple of other staff members, and just having that opportunity for our residents to speak with their federal and their state delegation, along with myself and the mayor, in their front yards, backyards, in their homes, seeing what they're going through was incredibly powerful. And the residents felt so seen, heard, and understood, to the point of there was a conversation around an SBA loan, and that was on a Saturday, and on Monday, your office and Congresswoman Castor were reaching back out to that resident to give a response. And so I just wanted to thank you, because that is what good government looks like when it comes to the people and it is responsive in real time. And so I know that she understands the issues, she cares deeply about the issues, and so please send back to her, because I haven't had an opportunity to see her since, my heartfelt thanks and the thanks of the residents, because it really makes a difference in everything that is happening. People are devastated whenever they have these losses, and they feel so helpless, but to know that they're not alone makes all the difference. So I really want to thank you and thank her, so please share that with her whenever you get back to the office.
Yes, ma'am.
My last thing is that just kind of for everyone, we had talked about this with infrastructure funding, Reduction Act, all of those very large bills and all of that very large sum of money that quite rightfully has come to the region, but maybe hasn't made its way so much to St. Petersburg. So I kind of wanted just to put a little bit of an emphasis around that. You know, yes, we're very grateful when those dollars come to a region, especially from my point of view as a member of the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council. It's very important that the region is getting those dollars. But we are doing a really great job of building up our grants team, working with our lobbyists, making sure that we are really putting our best foot forward on those dollars. And quite frankly, Tampa's been getting a large sum of it, right? And so we want to make sure that we are not forgotten when it comes to those sort of funding pieces and any future funding that may come down as well. So I just kind of wanted to highlight that and just ask, you know, on behalf of the residents that we all serve, don't forget St. Pete. The region is great, but St. Petersburg really, in some of these ways, is on the cutting edge of being able to take care of the issues that this funding addresses. And so we need your support. The residents of St. Petersburg that your representatives represent, they need your support. So really just wanted to highlight that for us today as kind of my last comments, and then thank all of you and the representatives and the senator for the work that they do on behalf of our residents. Thank you all so much for being here.
Absolutely. Madam Chair, do you mind if I?
No, absolutely. Go right ahead.
And to your point of Tampa Bay getting a lot of the funding, and I think that's one big thing that the Congresswoman has made a point. I think Doyle and David can talk about it. Our team have had like extensive conversations with like, we know we have a lot of funding over here in Tampa. Let's push it down to St. Pete.
Yeah.
So that's a big thing that we've talked about with them. I'm always bothering David like, hey, have you guys applied to this grant? Have you guys done that? Or like they're asking us back and forth. So I think we're streamlining that communication between both offices to make sure we'll help them bring some more funding over here from our level as well. So just
Great
make sure.
news.
Yeah, David?
And just briefly, I want to let all the representatives speak first, but there are a few things that we do from the government affairs side interactions that aren't necessarily bills at high level, and I just want to recognize, particularly because they're on the legislative agenda that we talked about. One of those through Senator Rubio is the expansion or the re-expansion of the child tax credit. This is something we've talked about, poverty reduction in our community, and the child tax credit is the biggest reduction in child poverty in decades. Mayor Welch sent a letter to Senator Rubio and the delegation highlighting that, and that's something Senator Rubio has indicated he's supportive of, is going to continue working on. I also want to know with Congresswoman Luna's office, their work on mental health for our first responders. And we had the opportunity to meet and discuss that as well. And then I have to call Congresswoman Castor the grants queen. There's not a letter that we have asked for support on these grants, no matter what the turnaround time is, that their office hasn't been responsive on. And both Congresswoman Luna and Congresswoman Castor, when Mayor Welch sent a letter with all the mayors in Pinellas County on these flooding issues, both of their offices provided support of quotes and amplification of that. So we really appreciate some of the smaller things that happen day to day, but they do make a difference in the lives of our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, David. And I'm glad, first of all, Vice Chair Gabbard, that you mentioned the region and Tampa and St. Pete. Here's what people forget: we are within the top 5 largest cities in the state. Tampa and St. Pete are within those large 5. So we're right next to each other, and we're pretty much huge cities, compared to the rest of the state, but sometimes, we kind of get forgotten. And I think it's important to remember that, St. Pete is not only a large city, it's growing. It's growing by leaps and bounds. And so, and then you put that in context, which is we are, the 3rd largest state in terms of population in the United States. So that always kind of, to me, reminds me how much of an impact that we have in our city on these issues that we talk about, whether it's the environment, and seagrass, and making sure the beaches are nourished. We're advocating for a very large city for issues that honestly are throughout the state. These are the same issues that you hear about. So I really appreciate the partnerships that we have. I will also tell you one of the things that these meetings highlight is we're here for you because we can tell you on the ground what the issues are that are important and how you can help. And they'll probably align with your priorities. And, and you can fight for our residents and for the citizens here to make sure that their needs are met, whether it is the flooding issues, and going out there when disaster happens. And, it's a good time to remember we are in hurricane season. We are just beginning, really. So, we just had this storm, and there could be another one around the corner. So it's very good to be engaged on these issues as much as we can with the residents, to be proactive in terms of the solutions we have. Because as we know, legislation takes a very long time to get through and to make the magic happen. Robert, I know you wanted to say something.
Yeah, just as we close, I just wanted to give the evergreen reminder that we were talking about our FY25 CPF requests that are now in and working their way through the appropriations process. This fall is the time for all of us collectively to be focused on FY26. I think as our colleagues in the Congress know, they had like a week window this year when the guidance officially came out to when those requests were due. It should be no surprise to us that that process is going to happen again. It's going to be chaotic again with a new Congress, but it doesn't mean we can't have and as we've done in the past, work collectively, mayor to council, council to mayor, and then collectively with the federal delegation to be well ahead of that process moving into the new Congress in January. But those discussions should be this fall, so look forward to that process kicking off again, and welcome any guidance that's in advance. I know we never have the formal subcommittee guidance until like the end of January, but we know it's going to be there. So that's my reminder.
That's a wonderful contrast, because some things take a very long time, but community funding requests, we can get money quickly.
Plan ahead.
Plan ahead.
So that's a very good contrast. It's something that can be done quicker and see the results much faster. So thank you for that. Are there any other questions or comments by committee members? Okay. Well, thank you everyone for joining us today. I think this is a very important meeting to kind of give the residents and us an update as to what has happened at the federal level, and to see ways that we can work together to find more solutions for our citizens. And Robert, thank you for coming from DC to spend time with us, meeting with us one-on-one. Administration, thank you for your hard work and making sure that we are tackling every grant and every source of funding that we can get here that is very much needed. With that said, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
So the one thing that I would like to lift up and make sure that everybody hears is that there's two Child's Parks. There's the Child's Park that you hear about and that you read about, but then there's my Child's Park. The parameters of Child's Park include 34th Street South to 49th Street, and then 18th Avenue to 5th Avenue South. And that's the Childs Park neighborhood, but the greater Childs Park area actually covers about 3 neighborhoods. It goes to about 1st Avenue to around 30th Avenue South.
I believe through the YMCA, the library, and the Rattlers organization has become very instrumental in helping our youth and children become very productive adults.
The Rattler program into a GAP program that's designed to engage the community, to build family and community and crime prevention by keeping the kids engaged in youth activities.
I think the emphasis for developing youth in Childs Park arises from some statistics that we received, is that Childs Park had the highest concentration of youth in the city of St. Petersburg.
What we promote is family and community. So what we're trying to instill in them with the program is that we are one big family.
Because a lot of the initiatives and things are always they're heavy focused on programming, or some type of, regimen or awareness piece or a pledge or something else. And we felt that it was important to just allow them to have a space to just come and have fun.
We're solely manned by volunteers, and we let them know that too. So we want them to come back and be volunteers, so the torch is just passed on, so we all learning from one another.
They're not just focused on the athletic aspect of it, but they also focus on youth development. So they have a tutoring program that they do.
And with the YMCA, you have the Rattlers and you have the other programs that's offered. When kids get out of school, they have a place to go. They have the library there.
The STREAM Club stands for Science, Technology, Reading, Engineering, Arts, and Math. We meet every Friday afternoon at the Childs Park Library. It's kind of an extra opportunity for them to get some exposure to topics they might not know about or might have heard in school and didn't quite stick. We just give them opportunities to have different kinds of experiences and hands-on experiences at that.
The youth have a place to go and children have a place to come daily. Matter of fact, that's a great thing to help kids get off the street, have a place to go, a safe haven you might call it.
One of my brothers, when we first organized this, he said, we're helping to create their back in the day. And I think that's important because, all of us have our back in the day, and I remember back in the day when we used to do that. So our responsibility as the adults now is to help create the back in the day experience for them. And what's happening today is Friday Night Done Right, an event that we created to create a safe space for children to come on Friday nights so they can be free to be kids. Sometimes you just want to remember when you went to the pool and they let you in for free, and that was it. And that's why I think it's important to help create those type of memories as well.
The Childs Park neighborhood, if anyone would ask about it, I would state that it was often misunderstood.
So I always encourage people to come and see for themselves. There's more to Childs Park that I've seen more positive in Childs Park than I have seen negative.
And my Childs Park encompasses everything that we described today, and I hope that you will gravitate towards that and balance that once you hear the other stories and the other narratives that come out about the neighborhood.
I came to printmaking actually as a writer. I was getting my creative writing degree from Florida State. I took a class that was called Book Structures because I was really interested in the idea of self-publishing and just discovered a whole world of this kind of like tactile, experimental, hands-on medium that I wasn't really aware existed before. So we do two types of printmaking here, letterpress printing and risograph printing. It looks like a copy machine, but it actually functions like screen printing where you're layering colors one at a time. So it's color separated. It's really great to have the opportunity to be out at different markets and events to sell our work. Since we don't have really a retail space, it's our opportunity to get our work out there and also be there to kind of tell folks about the process. And there's kind of this excitement when they pick up this card and you can tell that a hand made it. It's a small but mighty, kind of like print-loving community here in St. Pete. We've been able to connect with everyone from local bookstores to local authors and poets that are interested in publishing their own work and making zines, to just art education groups. We're able to kind of connect with all different types of people and excite them about this process. And then this lever here, you press it with your thumb. We're really grateful to have such a supportive community here in St. Pete for local businesses. People get really excited at events, and there's all these fun little mom and pop shops and artists selling their work, things that you can't find in other cities, right? It makes St. Pete very unique. We've been able to make a lot of great connections and collaborations with our fellow local businesses.
I'm Dr. Tanja Williams. I am the first African American and female president of St. Petersburg College in St. Petersburg, Florida. My definition of a trailblazer is a person who has a fire burning in the bottom of their belly that they just have to get out. A person who's willing to practice courage over comfort, who's willing to step out and do something that no one has done because they feel passionate about it and they feel that they have something that they could add to it to help make things better than they are now. Being one of the very few St. Petersburg natives born and raised in St. Pete, getting a job at St. Petersburg College alone was a big deal for us. Growing up, I did not get to see African American college presidents. As a matter of fact, I don't believe I had an African American faculty member when I was going to college. So to be president was not something that I thought was in my reach. It wasn't a part of my vision. But when it came to fruition, I realized that it was such a huge honor and a huge opportunity to help others understand that it's not where you start, it's where you finish. So being the president of SPC is an honor, it is a privilege, it's also a lot of hard work. One of the biggest moments of a college president is the investiture. I remember fighting tears because it's a part of my journey that my mom, who helped get me there, was not able to join me. She had passed away. She said, Tanja, you're gonna do some cool things in life. I'm not gonna be here to see it, but I know you will. And she said, don't sell your soul to get it, and don't sell your soul to keep it. And I remember standing on that stage saying to her, we did it, and I did not sell my soul. I've had a lot of people in my life who stood in the gap for me to help me do what I didn't think I could even do myself. People like Helen Callier at George's Pools. They were one of the first African-American millionaires in St. Petersburg who owned a swimming pool company. They pushed me hard to go to college, and they helped me stay in college. For those of you who are thinking, wow, I've failed 3 times, get up the 4th time. Many of us have failed. Many of us have made mistakes, but you dust yourself off and you keep going. It's all about the possibilities. Don't leave them on the table. Get up, dust yourself off, and keep trying.
talk a little bit about the Vinoy, because it, back in the day, used to be a big, major building in town that would catch people's eye right away, and they'd ask questions about it. What is this thing? The gentleman who built it was Amer Vinoy Lofner. And the story goes, and this goes into the category of lore again, I think, but he and his wife had a place on Beach Drive, right across from where that Vinoy would be built. Mm-hmm. And they were having a party that went on to 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. And at some point, he bet Walter Hagen, one of the era's foremost golfers, that he couldn't drive a golf ball off the crystal of his watch without breaking the crystal. And he said, if you can do that, then I'm going to build a big hotel over there. It was no big deal. For Hagen, he stepped up, whack, 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 3 balls. This was in about 1923, and Lofner was a man of his word. He built that hotel. It took him about 11 months, and I believe it opened on New Year's Eve of 1925. Rui, does that sound right?
It did.
Hay un alfiler en una orilla de una ciudad en un mapa, como una esmeralda en la oscuridad o un ojo de pelícano. Oh península de sol, mar y baños. Aquí somos tan diversos como las conchas, la flora y las muchas aves que nos visitan cada invierno. Sí, somos banh mi, empanadas, caniches, injera, roti. Somos reggaetón, rap, cumbia, trap, jazz, rock y folk. Caminemos por el St. Pete Youth Farm para encontrar todo tipo de raíces entrelazados, alimentándose de la misma tierra. Aquí hacemos espacio para todos. Mira las historias pintadas en las paredes, calles y intersecciones. Neón, prismáticas y sin miedo de hacer ruido, porque el arte brilla aquí, donde pintamos el arco iris por la ciudad con orgullo y decimos gay, donde las vidas negras importan y donde una hija de inmigrantes puede ser su poeta laureada. Thank you. Hay un alfiler en una orilla, en una ciudad, en un mapa. Acércate, respira el aire salado. Mi gente, miren a su alrededor. Somos St. Pete. We are St. Pete.
So a gentleman by the name of Percy Fansler had an idea of using an airplane, because back then flight was basically just a novelty, right? So a lot of air shows and stuff like that, so that he had an idea of flying from point A to point B on a schedule, just like a train. Unheard of, but who the heck would do that? Nobody was gonna fly on a plane when you had a good old train. They arranged for Thomas Benoit and his airboat company to come to St. Petersburg. Roger and Tony Janis came with them, their chief pilot and mechanics / engineers. January 1st, 1914, they pushed that bad boy, that Benoit airboat, into the water, and 22.5 minutes later, landed in Tampa in the world's first commercial airline flight. Would you have flown in that plane?
I believe I would have. I think I would have.
water is an issue in the state of Florida. Do you know where our original water source was?
Back in the day, I believe it came from what we call Mirror Lake today. And back then, because it served as the city's reservoir, they imaginatively called it Reservoir Lake. And it supplied the city water for quite some time. And during the Spanish-American War, there would be troop deployments come over from Tampa to get water from the lake so that they could take back to the troops who were waiting to embark to Cuba.
They did. I remember seeing a newspaper article from the day the ships were leaving Tampa, and it almost became chaotic because a number of the ships that left Tampa had to come to St. Petersburg, take on water, go back to Tampa. The speedier ships wanted to leave Tampa and hurry and invade Cuba, and it became just some craziness in the middle of Tampa Bay there.
It would have been chaotic.
Very chaotic.
This is Team Accelerate Day at USF St. Pete, where we have over 70 middle school students who are taking pit stops to learn about STEM and to understand how STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, contributes to the Grand Prix.
We're fortunate to be involved with the Grand Prix, and so we are creating a STEM activity for the students. I think it's a great way for students to have ownership over their learning and for them to engage with these various technologies that will be a large part of their future.
Here we're learning about the cars, and recently, well, just now, we learned about how to 3D print. Put things in a 3D printer and then screenshot it so it can be turned into something else to be made.
It's just a great opportunity to be able to partner with the school districts and to have the students engage in this fun activity where they get to create things in 3D modeling software, to 3D print, and to tie it in with the Grand Prix.
We believe in inclusive progress, and even with something like the Firestone Grand Prix of St. Petersburg, there's a way even in that endeavor to make sure there's inclusive progress and that everyone benefits, even our youngest St. Pete residents.
I started this company almost 20 years ago out of my parents' garage. Growing year after year after year, you eventually, can grow out of a garage space really quickly. Scooter Cardoza with Trinity Graphics. I'm the owner here, and we do screen printing, embroidery, and promotional products. One of my long-term goals was to have a brick and mortar space. It took us a little over 12 years, but we got this space. Talk about a, kind of like a life-changing moment. We print lots and lots and lots of t-shirts. And then as far as like on the embroidery side, anything you can think of, we can accomplish with putting a logo or a brand on. One of the aspects of screen printing is reclaiming the screens, so you can basically reuse the screen over and over and over and over again. We had about 150 of the wood frames and thought it would be really cool to do a screen wall. So each screen has some sort of sentimental, meaning behind it. We love what we do, so we're just going to continue to put out, a great product that we stand behind. It's really cool to have a team that believes and has the same passion and will, go the extra mile to do whatever it takes to get the job done. There's been a big push for keeping St. Pete local. It's been amazing to feel that love from the community and local businesses that will allow us to thrive in the community for another 20 years.
Okay, Kojak, going out. I'll see you later tonight.
We used to live in a world where dog and dog owner only hung out at home or on walks. What if there was a city that treated dogs like people?
Hey, Kojak, you ready to go? Let's go.
In a city where humans' best friend can pretty much go anywhere. Where you can sip a hot cup of coffee and get an ear rub. Where you can shop for fresh vegetables and a bone. Where you can stroll and shop and be called a good boy. Where you can have drinks with your two-legged friends and your four-legged friends. Together.
Good boy, Kojak.
From the city that brought you Dog Swim Day and 6 dog parks citywide, comes a movie where we will play, fetch, go to work, meet friends, fall in love, and grow up. We all fall in love with our dogs. Now watch our dogs fall in love with the city. It's a great time to be a dog in St. Pete. Now playing.
All right, Kojak, good boy.
PCCA, Gibbs High, was high school that was invented because initially black people didn't go much beyond the 6th or 7th grade. And they created it. And then they put this performing arts magnet there. And I remember the first time I went there, just the art in the hallways that was from students, very sophisticated. And I thought, who wouldn't want a job there teaching motivated, talented young people? And obviously you were called because you taught. How long did you teach at Gibbs?
I believe I taught for 9 years, 8 or 9 years. Yeah, a long time. I think teaching at PCCA for those years made me a better artist. Working with young artists and inspiring young artists. But beyond the inspiration, teaching them how to coexist as artists in the community. They did not seek artists who were teachers. First, you didn't have to have a teaching degree to work in the magnet.
I didn't know that.
No, they wanted you to be an artist first. So you came with your artist degree or your art, and then from there, once you were inside, because I didn't have a teaching degree, once you were inside, once you got hired, then they put you through, Pinellas County School District has a phenomenal program so that you could get your teaching license. They wanted all of their educators to be working in the community so that their students had the opportunity to network and with the community members so that it strengthens the school and it also strengthens the community. And I think that was very important. I think it's a pivotal part of the program. I think it's a thing that makes it successful. And then not just the community as in St. Pete or the Southeast region, but our national community too. Because so many of our artists, visual and performing artists, have gone on to do great things. Broadway, LA, and beyond, tours, all those things, yeah. So Bobby, I have heard the origin story of your relationship with Jamie and how that kept you here, but I don't think I've ever heard why you wanted to start the studio.
Well, you know, That's a very good question, but I think it stemmed more from, I mean, somebody told me this years later that Jamie was just trying to find something for me to do. Because Dave Ellis and myself, we had not fully formed what the studio would be. And Jim was out looking for a building, found this place, and we were calling it a theater, but not necessarily. And I had never run a nonprofit before. I'd worked for dozens of them, but I'd never run one. And so I think it was a convergence of several things, and we just grew into it being what we now understand to be the studio, which is something David Ellis and myself never did an elevator speech or the one sound bite. It's many things. Lately, people have been calling it St. Petersburg's living room, which sounds nice. It's a home for the visual and performing arts, but it's evolved. But we never had a specific defining, we're gonna do this. It just evolved.
My name is Shakayla Berthelo, and I am the first to graduate from the Gibbs High School EMT program and get hired on with St. Pete Fire and Rescue. A trailblazer is someone who is a discoverer, a creator, who takes risks. They aren't afraid to put themselves out there, and they're constantly trying to better themselves, not only for personal growth, though, for those around them. They're leading and they're bringing people with them. It's called the EMT program, EMT Preparatory Program at Gibbs High School. It's essentially 3 years long, and you'll go through what's the traditional EMT program that people would do outside of doing it through high school. But the classes that you take your sophomore, junior, and senior year are preparatory classes, kind of set you up for what you're gonna encounter when you start EMT school. It was definitely challenging, for sure, and a lot of hardships to get over, but I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world, because it set me up for this. Like, it gave me a ridiculous amount of opportunities, and I am so, so grateful for that. Growing up, I think I had two pretty important trailblazers. One would probably be Shirley Chisholm, who was the first Black female to join the U.S. Congress. It was monumental, especially at that time, because you didn't see a lot of strong Black females in positions like those. And also, Madam C.J. Walker, she's the first Black millionaire in America. She started her own hair care line for Black natural hair. And I think that is also incredible. Those are probably the two biggest trailblazers I had growing up. Just kind of let me know that if they can do it, I can do it, no matter what it is. I am a representation of you can do it. You set your mind to it and you can do it. Absolutely, do not hesitate, do it, because you can. So I say for people who are kind of struggling with that, or like struggling with the confidence of not being able to do something, I say just do it. Just do it, because you're only hurting yourself by not doing it. So just put yourself out there. You never know what's gonna happen.
Campbell Park is a beautiful community. It is rich with culture.
All right, Campbell Park is located right across the street from Tropicana Field, where the Tampa Bay Rays play. Right across the highway, you got an overpass right here that you can walk over. It's right down the street from the local skate shop, Anchor. It's in a pretty dope location, honestly.
What I think is unique about Campbell Park is you can have a yard, you can have green space, you have this beautiful park across the street, and then you just go a little further and now you're into the density of downtown, which is really exciting to have an actual residential corridor with yards so close to a really booming downtown area.
We are one of the more accessible communities when it comes to traveling, as far as going downtown, interstate travel, any of our shopping centers. This is the perfect place to be when it comes to all of those things.
You can skate anywhere in St. Pete just using the trail, and you can just hop off the trail, walk across the Trop, and then hop right over the highway and you're here, and you can just shred. It's a dope park.
I love taking my dog for walks into the skate park. I love going there and seeing all the energy of everyone using the skate park.
The skate park has brought an environment for diversity, and so our children are able to attend the skate park and have a safe place to skate without being on our roadways.
I definitely think that the skate park is going to help change some kids' lives out here, for sure.
I live right across the street, so I just come right across the street, come skate, blow off some steam, have some fun. That's what it's all about, having fun. That's what I say skateboarding.
Back in the day, growing up skateboarding, skateboarders and BMX bikers never got along. To see BMX bikers and skateboarders getting along so well together in a skate park is really transformative, because if BMXers and skateboarders can be in harmony, then everyone can be in harmony together.
Nobody's gonna be like, oh, you're too short to do this, you're too tall to do this, It's more of a, you just come here and you get to do what you do, self-express yourself through the park. Definitely, since the skate park's been built, there's been a lot of more little kids on their sidewalk, practicing how to skate. You see kids riding down the street on the way to the skate park. Since I've lived here, a lot of the areas have been cleaning up, moving towards a more positive direction.
Everyone has kind of come together and worked hand in hand in improving things for everybody. Something where you create positive activity throughout the day has such a spillover effect on pushing out crime, which has been amazing.
All walks of life can come here. Skateboarding is one of those things that's just it doesn't care what color you are or how much money you have. If you have some wheels, a board, and some shoes, you're part of the crew, you can shred. Everybody's welcome.
The neighborhood has changed over the years. It was beautiful when I was a child, but it's beautiful now that I'm an adult. I'm blessed to have been able to see all of those changes over my 46 years here in the neighborhood.
Well, today was a groundbreaking for a really exciting project. It's 10 affordable townhomes right here in the shadow of Tropicana Field on 16th Street that will be affordable to folks making 80% AMI, which is about $19 or $20 an hour. And it's a great partnership. It's an example of what can happen when we're intentional about affordable housing, when we partner with the private sector like Habitat for Humanity, who's a part of this project, and other projects not too far from here. And there's more to come, so it's an exciting day for us. You're looking at 10 families who have the opportunity of home ownership and that generational wealth building that creates. Folks would not have had that opportunity but for this partnership and for the great work of our St. Petersburg team, including Rob Gertis and so many other folks on our team. It's an exciting day. Everyone knows the price of housing has escalated quickly, not only in St. Petersburg, but throughout the nation. And one of the things that's important to us is that our progress is inclusive, that folks aren't left behind by the progress that we're seeing. We can all move forward together, and that's our priority. And there will be many more of these kinds of projects coming forward. All right.
Everybody wants to know what the future holds for 620. And I'd have to say, first and foremost, my job and my duty is to make sure that we continue to reflect the entire community. I think that what I am introducing to the world is how I see art and the stories in which I want to celebrate in the community. And so what we do will probably remain the same. How we do it is the thing that shifts a little bit, right? And the stories that we choose to tell. I want when people leave here, they're like, wow, that was a great story. Or continue to, what's going on at the studio? Because, you know, it's Friday night and I want to do something. Let me go check it out. I really want that to be the thing. The studio becomes the place.
I think the validation is, the answer is yes. Yes, we can. Yes, we will. And yes, we did.
The future is bright.
Why not? I'm inluminated that you have accepted this assignment.
I'm excited about the assignment. I don't take it for granted. I don't think it's gonna be super easy, but I know it's going to be challenging in the way I like to be challenged.
Yes, and if it wasn't, you wouldn't have taken it.
I wouldn't have taken it.
So, I think it's one of those things, and this is what fortune looks like, or good fortune smells like and tastes like. You know, you're coming in, and you meet right at that point where it's got, this makes complete sense.
When you look at the top concern for residents in an urban city or even our rural communities, a growing number of Americans list affordable housing at the top of the list. Here in St. Pete, it's no different. I'm standing here at the Shores in South St. Pete with 51 new affordable units made possible by a county-wide collaboration. Understanding the relationship between our quality of life and housing is critical. That's why I'm launching the Housing Opportunities for All plan, an intentional expansion to our existing housing plan that addresses the current state of our city. The plan aims to produce new affordable housing units, preserve existing affordable housing, and protect tenants. Housing Opportunities for All is more than a priority in our administration. It's a foundational part of our mission, a pillar for progress. This year, we've designated more than $40 million to build new affordable housing units and plan to help thousands of residents preserve their current homes over the next several years. We've also implemented powerful protections for renters with our Tenants' Bill of Rights. There is nothing more important to me and our City Council than improving the quality of life for the people of St. Petersburg. And these are just a few examples of the impactful work that's underway right now. I will continue to keep you updated on progress made as we help more families settle into their new homes and stay in their current homes. So working together and listening to each other with our eyes on inclusive progress, we will continue to move the needle on affordable housing. To learn more about the Housing Opportunities for All plan, visit www.stpete.org/affordable housing. We are St. Pete.
Hey St. Pete, and welcome to the definitive guide for how to be the best resident you can be. A little tip from our Good Neighbor Guide. On this special edition, we will also help you be the most prepared resident you can be. Welcome to our special edition Good Neighbor Guide. Coming to you from the City of St. Pete's production studio to talk about something super serious, hurricane season. Here's one thing we can't control, where and when a tropical system will make landfall. but here's what we can control: being prepared. So let's talk about what you should be ready for before, during, and after a tropical system. Let's start at the beginning. What to do before the storm. Can we roll that before the storm animation? I love that. Right now, even before a storm is approaching, you should sign up for Alert St. Pete. If you haven't heard about it, it's pretty amazing. Also, it's free. You can receive notifications including mandatory evacuations, hurricane information, flooding, and other local emergencies. When it comes to a storm, you've got to have a plan. Prepare your home to weather the storm, know your evacuation zone, and make sure you have an evacuation plan. Stay with family or friends in a non-evacuation zone, in a hotel in a non-evacuation zone, or in one of Pinellas County's public shelters. A disaster supply kit is highly recommended. To learn more about what to include in your supply kit, let's toss it out to our field reporter, Ava.
Thanks, Bianca. When you're in a hurricane's path, a disaster supply kit can make a huge difference. So let's talk a little bit about what items you should consider including in your supply kit.
Wait, Ava, what's happening there? Where are you?
What do you mean?
Well, it's clearly sunny where you are, but it also looks windy and rainy. How is that possible?
Guys, take five. Sorry about that, Bianca. Let's get back to the disaster supply kit. In the event you have to evacuate, a prepared supply kit can make a huge difference. Experts say basic. Emergency supply kit can include the following items. You should have enough water and food packed to last you at least 7 days. Additional suggested items include a battery-powered or hand-crank radio, flashlight, first aid kit, extra batteries, and chargers for all your electronics. Cash if possible, and any important documents you may need, and some items to help pass the time. Prescription medications, glasses, infant formula, and diapers, any pet food, and extra water are also good things to consider. Being prepared will keep you one step ahead of the game. Back to you, Bianca.
Good tips to be ready before the storm arrives. Thanks, Ava. Now let's talk about what to do during the storm. You'll hear a lot of talk about tropical storm and hurricane watches and warnings. Being familiar with the difference is important. A watch means the potential exists for severe weather and you should stay informed. Remain ready to move quickly as conditions can change rapidly. But a warning means that severe and disruptive weather is imminent and you should take action immediately. Safety is critical during a storm. Do not walk, swim, or drive through flood waters. If you did not evacuate in time, stay away from windows and take shelter in a small interior room until the storm passes. After the storm, if you did evacuate, do not return home until officials give the all clear. Damage, road closures, and power outages are all possibilities after a storm. So check news reports over the radio or on social media to stay informed. If you encounter an intersection with an inoperable traffic signal, treat it as a four-way stop. Stay clear of any down-powered lines. Report outages to the Mayor's Action Center or your energy provider. And remember, the city has some low-lying areas, so if you see standing water, do not attempt to drive through it. Check the info at the bottom of the screen for ways to contact the Mayor's Action Center. This guide is not all-inclusive. For more thorough information, like checklist, a flood zone map, and other resources, visit stpeteprepares.com and our county's partners website, pinellascounty.org/emergency. A tropical storm or hurricane is a serious matter. If you're prepared, this stuff is so easy, a kid could do it. We all love our city, including our homes, businesses, pets, and neighbors. When a storm approaches, look out for each other. Rescue efforts are most successful when we all keep an eye out for each other. We can all do our part and take care of St. Pete the best we can and follow St. Pete's Good Neighbor Guide.
First of all, it is totally free, so there are no upfront costs. The money that you receive is a grant, so you don't have to pay it back.
Besides money is access to Greenhouse St. Pete, which is great. I have a business mentor now. I have access to all of their resources, and I now have a social network that can support my business grow.
Partnering with the city actually is a big help. They provide the educational piece, mentorship.
It will grow their business, it will add stability to the business, they will learn things about advertising, about networking.
Living in the state of Florida, I previously had single panel windows, so I purchased hurricane impact windows, which is around the perimeter of my business.
For the co-op, we use the grant to help us with our marketing and solidify our brand and just get us out there so that more people could be aware of the co-op.
I invested in tech. I wanted to make sure I had another machine available for another designer to come on board, but a lot of my investing went into software.
We did some outside advertising and upgrading. We also did some inside upgrading. You can fix a need that's at your business now. Something that maybe you were saving for, you can do now with the help of the grant money.
One, it's free. Two, it is accessible. It's not one of these programs where it's an extremely long application.
You have opportunity to get assistance, and it allows you a stepping stone to grow into what it is you want your business to be.
It's always good to have someone that has the experience. It makes life a lot easier because they can tell you what to do and what not to do.
I think that it's a great plan for anybody with a small business to become part of the business community. There's no need for someone to miss out on something. If you grow your business, it grows our business, and then it grows St. Pete.
It feels like my whole career, I've just found a job, but never the job. Finding the perfect job that suits my life has always been challenging. I've always sort of just felt like a number at the places where I worked, so I think that I'm ready to find a job that will give me the benefits that I deserve. They always say that you're only as strong as your own network, so I'm expanding that. Beginning today, I'm asking anyone and everyone I meet if they know where I should work. Hey, don't you wish that you had a job that would contribute to your retirement fund without having to contribute your own money?
You should work where I work then.
It probably makes sense that I can't find the perfect job situation. I mean, who would ever leave if you had it so good? Hey, wouldn't you freak out if you could find a job that would provide you with a doctor that you could see anytime, without a copay even?
Yeah, and how about most common prescriptions too?
Yeah. Wait, is that a thing?
Yeah, you should work where I work.
Everyone always says, find a job you love and you'll never work a day in your life. But I feel like a job like that doesn't actually exist. It's just a thing that people say. Hey. You know what I want? I want a job that carries over my sick and vacation leave, instead of it just going away if I don't use it.
Well, you should work where I work.
Maybe my expectations are too high.
Maybe a job is just a job. I mean, who really works somewhere that has the perfect package? Hey, little guy. You have a maid, don't you? You should take a page out of your book. Get a job without a desk.
I don't have a desk.
Wish I could find that job.
Well, you should work where I work.
I'm starting to think that there is a place that has the benefits that matter to me. A place where I can find a solid work-life balance, but there's no way there's any job possibilities, right?
You really should work where we work.
Wait, you guys too?
Yeah, man, there's plenty of job opportunities at the city of St. Pete.
Where would I even begin?
Easy. Just go to stpete.org/jobs and then go from there.
Oh, I have to go.
Okay, wait. He's got our mic.
I need to work where they work.
Cut.
Did it!
My name is Jeremiah Daniels, and I am the first African-American male salutatorian for the Boca Ciega High School. My definition of a trailblazer is somebody who breaks away from the norm to create their own path. They're not a trend follower, but they set their own trends. And the big thing about it is that not only do they do something new, but what they do is something that allows more people behind them to follow in their steps. Growing up, I would say the trailblazers in my life, I would say Jackie Robinson. When I was growing up, I played baseball, so that was a big part of my life. And knowing the role that Jackie Robinson played, that was obviously a big trailblazer to me. Throughout my 12 years of school, I've had pretty impactful mentors. My Algebra 1 honor teacher, her name was Miss McAlpine. She gave me advice that would be greatly used during my high school career, even when I was back in middle school. And even now, I still keep in touch with her. I would definitely say there probably are some who see me and are inspired. I hope that by me doing just what I do, that I do inspire others. So that way not only they accomplish what I did, but do greater things above what I did. It's a phenomenal opportunity to be able to give the last few words to our graduating class and those in the stands.
Please welcome the first African American male salutatorian in Boca Ciega history, Jeremiah Daniels.
It was a great experience. A little nerve-wracking being on the stage and seeing everybody, but once I did start talking, it all came out pretty smooth, and I'm just glad for the opportunity.
No matter where we go from this point, we must be tenacious.
Obstacles are in your life for you to overcome it. It's down to you to overcome it. There's support everywhere. You just gotta know where to look, and they can help you overcome the obstacles so you can do it. It's when you say you can't that you won't.
Like Moneybagg Yo said, hope for the best, prepare for the worst. However it comes, just know that I'm ready. Thank you. Have a great holiday.
Welcome to the City of St. Petersburg City Council meeting. Your elected officials are Mayor Ken Welch, District 1 and Council Vice Chair Copley Gertis, District 2, Brandy Gabbard, District 3, Ed Montanari, District 4, Lisette Hanowitz, District 5 and Council Chair Deborah Fig Sanders. District 6, Gina Driscoll. District 7, John Muhammad. And District 8, Richie Floyd.
Good morning, everyone. I want to officially call our October 3rd, 2024 St. Petersburg Council meeting to order, beginning with the roll call.
Gabbard.
Here.
Montaneri.
Here.
Hanowitz.
Here.
Big Sanders.
Here.
Driscoll.
Here.
Muhammad.
Here.
Lloyd. Curtis.
Here. Thank you for that. First of all, first official business is, how is everyone? We're here.
Yeah.
We're here. Thank God we're here. Glad to see you. Glad to see you. We will have our invocation given today by Pastor Brent Brown of Rebirth Empowerment Ministries, which will be followed by a moment of silence to honor our fallen first responders and those impacted by Hurricane Helene, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Will you please stand and join me? Pastor Brown.
Let us pray. Eternal God, our Father, we come to say thank you. We say thank you because we know it was you and not ourselves who have brought us this far. We come praying for those affected this morning by the storm, and we pray that you will continue blessing those families, God, and provide them with the necessities to recover from this devastating storm. We pray for the fallen of this nation and around the globe, our service members and our police officers and firefighters. We pray, God, that you will continue to bless us and forgive us of our shortcomings, and please continue to bless us. Now, Master, we pray that everything today will be done decent and in order, and that these proceedings, God, will go without any foul language or animosity. God, just bless those families that are represented here on this day. Bless everything that is done in your name. We give you praise. We give you glory. In Jesus the Christ's name, let every heart say amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. Please join me for a moment of silence as we honor our fallen first responders. Firefighter William K. Walker, last alarm, October 10th, 1948. Police Officer James W. Thornton, end of watch, October 16th, 1937. Police Officer William G. Newberry, end of watch, October 17th, 1937. Police Officer Eugene W. Minor, end of watch, October 25th, 1929. And those in all who've been impacted by Hurricane Helene. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Pastor Brown. So appropriate, and I appreciate all of that. And thank you again, and welcome to those that are here. Council members, we have an agenda before us with the addition of F6, the We Are St. Pete Fund Resolution. If there are no changes, I'll entertain a motion.
Move for approval. Second.
Thank you. Now that we have a motion, it's been properly seconded. Can you please open the machine for voting? Now that all present council members have voted, can you please tally and announce the votes?
Madam Chair, motion to approve the agenda passes unanimously with Councilmember Floyd being absent.
Thank you. Council members, we have a consent agenda before us. Do we have any public comment on the consent agenda?
No cards, Madam Chair.
No cards. I'll entertain a motion for approval of the consent agenda.
Move approval.
Second.
Now that we have a motion been properly seconded, can you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please cast your votes. Now that all present council members have voted, can you please tally and announce the votes?
Madam Chair, motion to approve the consent agenda passes unanimously with Councilmember Floyd being absent.
Thank you. So now we will move on into open forum. Clerk, can you please read the rules?
Yes, ma'am. If you wish to address City Council on subjects other than public hearing or quasi-judicial items listed on the agenda, please sign up with the clerk. Only the individual wishing to speak may sign the open forum sheet. Only city residents, owners of property, business owners in the city, or their employees may speak. All issues discussed under open forum must be limited to issues related to the City of St. Petersburg government. If you are speaking to an item on the agenda, you may only speak once during the open forum or when the item comes up on the agenda. In order to provide an opportunity for all citizens to address council, each individual will be given 3 minutes to speak, and after which the microphone will be muted. If you wish to address City Council through the Zoom meeting, you must use the raise hand feature button in the Zoom app or enter *9 on your phone at the time the agenda item is addressed. When it's your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and asked to state your name and address. At the conclusion of your comments or when you reach the 3-minute time limit, you will be muted. All raised hands will be lowered after each agenda item. Regardless of the method of participation used, normal rules apply, including the 3-minute time limit on comments, the requirement that any presentation materials must be submitted in advance of the meeting, and the rules of decorum. If live public comment is disrupted by violations of the rules of decorum, the chair is authorized to accept public comment by alternate means, including by email only, and we do have some speakers, Madam Chair. I'm going to call them 2 at a time, and they can go to either podium. The first 2 speakers, Robert Vincent and Matt Widener, please go to either podium, state your name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Good morning. My name is Robert Vincent. I'm here this morning on behalf. I'm sorry.
Address, please.
Address 2631 37th Street South. Once again, good morning, and it's 5 feet of water in our neighborhood. I was in a position of literally removing the screen from my bedroom, jumping out of the window to rescue my family. Literally, it was that much water. We've never, ever seen that before. We were rescued. It was a failed rescue for my family, but the family behind me, they were able to be rescued, but we had to kind of walk through water with alligators and snakes and whatever else was in that water. So it was different for us. We cannot control the act of God. But I want to ask you to do 3 things. The Clam Bayou was a beautiful revitalization project. Beautiful. But something has changed. And I think this storm has exposed something. And I believe that now that there's an open access to Gulfport, to the Gulf, due to that Clam Bayou revitalization project, which is beautiful, I think it needs to be reassessed to see what else needs to be added, because that much water to come just on our street was beyond scary. Second thing I'll say in a minute, there's 30 seconds that I have left. We did not receive adequate coverage in our neighborhood. We understand that other areas were impacted, but we did not receive adequate protection. For 3 days, it was almost like we were left alone. We did not have police coverage. And right now, as I speak, we have individuals who are not only going through our belongings, they're opening up bags, putting shopping carts in our backyard. So ma'am?
Yeah, we got 3 minutes. Thank you.
3 minutes, okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Members of Council, Matthew Widener, 250 Mirror Lake. I know you all understand the tragedy and the pain that the people you represent are suffering. I also know that you don't understand how your historic preservation ordinance is magnifying that pain and suffering. Just yesterday, I watched as your historic preservation staff is right down the corner looking at the Studebaker building right near y'all's districts. These people need help. What we don't need is historic preservation. I hope you watched that email that I sent that talked about that Westminster project in your district. I hope you watch it carefully. where staff is arguing with the developer about putting plaster on there that was generated over 100 years. And CPPC staff says you can't just rip it off. We got to get contractors from up in north and something. We don't have it. I know that you don't understand how much this historic preservation fanaticism has cost the members of this community already and is costing right now, because we have housing units that could have been online, that are not online, that are not contributing to affordable housing because of the hundreds of millions of dollars worth of costs that historic preservation and the CPPC and the DRC process charges. The engineers, the developers, back and forth in that Westminster project, I beg of you, watch when the application was submitted, October 23, and then hearing was just held a couple months ago, and then staff bombards them with a 100-page long analysis days before the hearing. I've been asking you for years to audit the process to see when they are responding to the engineers and the consultants and the professionals to get these projects done. Look at that Westminster one, because that is merely an example of what happens to people over and over again. Did you know, as an example, that historic preservation staff have jumped in front of the line of the building officials and inspectors, and you can't get building inspectors to check out windows until historic preservation staff comes in and checks them out? So if you're suffering right now in a district and you don't have windows and you don't have roofs and you don't understand why the building official can't sign off on it, it's because historic preservation staff have interfered with that project. You got 3 full-time employees that are doing nothing but doing that are doing historic preservation. That's not where the priority is right now. The priority has to be to allow density and allow building and development that supports what is the most urgent need that this community faces, and that is housing. And when you get the dense, rich housing downtown, that money gets kicked off so that we can put affordable housing in opportunity zones. But you folks haven't taken ownership of the DRC and the CPCC project, and you haven't audited what's going on in there, so you don't understand why housing units are so expensive, why things aren't moving along, why we got 10 stories instead of 17 that we need. I beg of you. I've been doing this for years. Do it. Please audit it and understand it. Thank you all for your service.
Thank you so much.
Next 2 speakers, Madam Chair. We have one in Zoom and one more in the chair. I'm going to call the final one in the chamber. Joe Farrell, please go to either podium, state your name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Good morning, Joe Farrell, 4590 Almerton Road. Good morning. Like Mr. Vincent, I'm here to speak about the storm and the aftermath of it, and something that we've noticed over the last...
St. Petersburg resident, business owner, property owner?
Business.
In St. Petersburg?
Mm-hmm.
Address of the business.
Address of the business?
We have business in this county. Yeah.
County or city?
City, county, lots of them.
The address.
The address. Because we have your...
I'll sit down. Never mind.
Next speaker in Zoom.
Jay Tolberg, once you're into the meeting's place, please state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council. Jay Tolberg, are you there? Jay Tolberg, can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes, please state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
My name is Jeremy Tolberg. I live at 417 Lido Way in St. Petersburg, Florida. I just want to say I'm keeping my promise. All those on council who are here who voted for the stadium, I've lost count of how many houses I've gone through, unloading people's lives into cardboard boxes, demolishing furniture, beds, evacuating children. All of you on this council who voted a couple months ago to hand almost $2 billion to a developer and a rich billionaire. Ed, I'm living in your district. I can't keep track of how many homes I've seen that are destroyed. It's an embarrassment. Everyone who voted up on that council without a single demand for getting money back to the people of this state and city who are living in absolute poverty now, who don't even have places to stay. We're hosting families on our floor, feeding our neighbors and helping everyone who's too old or sick or just overwhelmed, don't know a thing to do as they're rebuilding their lives. Everyone on that council, we told you this. We asked you guys to think of the future, think of the disasters that the future could hold. Every single one of you who voted for the stadium gave zero interest in protecting the rights and duties and safeguarding our citizens. And here we are looking sad and holding prayers and acting contrite. Not a single one of you took the warnings. You guys should be out there apologizing door to door. Does anybody know how Stu Sternberg's mansions are doing today? Is anybody worried about him? Because he's going to be taking the money, every single penny that this city could be using for the next 30 years. People are going to be dealing with this disaster for decades. Families, entire generations who don't know where they're going to stay tomorrow. You guys did an embarrassing disservice to the city for the next 30 years by greenlighting a corporate welfare for a billionaire who does not need it. Does anybody care about going to baseball games while they're living out of a cardboard box? It's an embarrassment. Absolutely. You guys all derelicted every single shred of duty you hold to this city and the people living in it. I want to thank Councilman Torres, and Councilwoman Hanowitz, and Councilman Montanari for standing up to this. I mean, you all should be embarrassed to sit up there and hold prayers and act like you're concerned now suddenly. It's an embarrassment. Thank you. I hope this city deserves better than you all.
No more speakers.
That's it? Okay, I was trying to get clarification from legal on that address.
Sure, Madam Chair. For open forum, there just has to be a connection to St. Petersburg itself. It can be a residence in St. Pete, business, organization address, even if the organization is also in other areas. I think that's what the inquiry was from the clerk, just trying to identify that St. Pete address. For other agenda items, unlike open forum, that's not required. But your rules for open forum are more specific regarding city residency.
Left. I think he's left. I'm sorry. I think he's left. Okay. All right. We will move on now to our reports. Item F5, our Hurricane Helene After Action Report. And joining us is our Fire Emergency Management Manager, Ms. Amber Bolin, who I wish for everyone to please give Ms. Amber Bolin a round of applause. When I tell you, I have to. Come up, Amber. When I think about all that we went through as elected officials, and she's also going to be joined by our mayor, but Amber, you all might not know, and she suffered a great loss herself, but she was there every moment. She has children, and you did not miss a beat, and you are to be thanked for that. Mayor, we know you were there too, but I'm going to tell you that, Miss Amber, every time we have a storm or anything like that, you have stepped up. And so, Mayor, I'm going to commend you for having such an awesome staff, and we want to welcome you on for this report, and we want to thank you for what you did for our city during Hurricane Helene. Thank you, Amber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am on the same page with you. Before I turn it over to Amber, I just wanted to first, and she's really the tip of the spear as we go into these battles, but I wanted to recognize teams under every administration, under Administrator Gertis, Police Chief Holloway, Fire Chief Watts, our Chief of Staff, and legal as well. They all did extraordinary work in preparing us for the storm, during the storm, and now as we are in recovery. And so, Madam Chair, I know Council joins me in thanking all of our team members
yes,
for their extraordinary work during the storm. And as you said, many of them were working knowing that they were suffering losses at the same time they were trying to protect our community. Just wanted to also note that it was a week before the storm that Council had your resiliency, CAL. And Councilmember Gabbard, as we said then, our work has to adapt to the rapid pace that we're seeing with storm sea level rise and the impact of intense weather. And Hurricane Helene, unfortunately, was evidence of that. And so I know that we have the resources and the innovation to handle this challenge going forward, and we look forward to that work as we go forward. Our community is resilient, and I want to thank all the members of the community, the organizations out there for pitching in and helping us move through this event. So thank you for your partnership, and now I'll turn it over to Amber. Amber.
All right, good morning. Thank you, Chair, for kind words. To reiterate what Mayor said, though, it's such a team effort, and I am blown away and blessed and fortunate by the support, not only from the city team, but just the hard work everybody puts in. I really believe there's no better team than the city team that truly cares about the community that we serve, and will do anything to make sure that we protect and help our city be resilient and get back to that normal and be even better for it. So with that, I will jump in. It's always a pleasure to be here to present to you. Unfortunately, it's for another disaster that we're dealing with. So today, we're still very much active in the response and in the recovery. It's impossible, I think, to cover everything that we're done and everything we're working on. So my goal is to provide that 1,000-foot overview on behalf of the team, and then open it up for your questions to allow for more discussion or to get more specifics on any one point that you have. So again, just my disclaimer, it's very broad. I wish I could cover it all. But there's so much going on, and this team has done so much work that I want to give them an opportunity to answer your questions and talk about some of those things. All right, so today I'm just going to go through each phase of the storm. We'll go through ahead of the storm, kind of the response operations during, and how we're doing with recovery and what we're some of those actions we're currently taking. So before any storm, there are certain citywide department preparedness protocols that are activated, and we try to, some are standard and some are tailored more towards the disaster that we're looking at. So we were always looking at 5 to 8 feet of storm surge, which is a lot of storm surge. It's more than the city had ever seen. So we ramped up a little bit more looking for that to address that flood scenario. Stormwater teams handed out 91,000 sandbags over a 3-day period. Utilities, generators, and vehicles were prepped by the public works teams. Portable stormwater pumps were deployed to those vulnerable areas, as well as high water vehicles staged in those storm surge vulnerable areas. We had police officers out there. Again, our first responders are really our eyes and our ears to this operation. They let us know what's going on, where the gaps are, what we can do before that water starts coming in. We deployed the variable message boards. This time, not only to warn of high water, but to warn of how much high water, to keep people out of those streets for when, that water came in. Pinellas County ordered a mandatory evacuation for all level A that was issued on September 25th, which was Wednesday. Because of that mandatory evacuation, we conducted our special needs evacuations with the fire department. So our folks went and they called over 400 people to see if they, to let them know they were in an evacuation area and if they needed a ride to go to the special needs shelter. Fire ended up transporting 35 people and 2 pets to the special needs shelter. And then in addition, Pinellas County opened up all the general population shelters, pet-friendly shelters, and the special needs shelters in the county. We worked hard on public messaging. We set a battle rhythm with those daily, if not twice daily, press conferences. Updating social media, Everbridge alerts. So if you got on your phone where it said Alert Pinellas, the county was pushing out messaging, the city was pushing out messaging. And then once we went into the warning, so tropical storm warning, storm surge warning, when those get issued, we get the wireless emergency alerts that get pushed out through the National Weather Service. So everybody's phones should have been beeping. We were trying to make sure everyone was informed and they knew what those risks were that we were looking at. EOC activation timeline, the Emergency Operations Center. We began our partial activation on September 24th ahead of the storm, when we really started getting those briefings from the National Weather Service to talk about, what were we looking at. And from day one, storm surge was always that primary impact. We moved to a full EOC activation on September 26th. This was 24-hour operations over at Police Department headquarters in the EOC. We had about 30 to 35 folks there at any given time, monitoring what was going on and creating that strategy to implement out into the field level. And then we have been in a partial EOC activation since September 29th, so that's still very active. We still meet every day going over, what the status of the city is, what's going on, what gaps do we need to fill, deploying resources as quick as we can. So again, all very much an active situation. In addition to the Emergency Operations Center, we have additional department EOC sub-centers that activate. Of those that are activated, just a quick list: fire, police, water resources, sanitation, stormwater pavement traffic ops, DOTS, Parks and Rec, engineering, fleet, housing, city development. I may have missed a couple, but I want you to know that it's not just the city EOC, it's every department in the city that has these critical functions. are working, and they're still working. Some are still open and active to help solve problems and create solutions. Storm impacts. Hurricane Helene passed about 100 miles west of St. Pete, and I feel like I say that a lot for these storms lately, 100 miles west of St. Pete. And it shows that no two storms are the same. This one passed 100 miles west of St. Pete, just like, Idalia did last year. And we saw vastly different impacts from it. So we had about 7.1 feet of storm surge NAVD and 6.31 feet MHHW. So I want to say a quick word on the datums here, because even on social media, sometimes, people were posting 14 feet of storm surge because it used a different datum. So to be consistent, I want to talk about MHHW. When we hear on the news and the National Weather Service, when they give us a storm surge prediction, those are generally an MHHW. So when we were told 5 to 8 feet of storm surge, we got 5 to 8 feet of storm surge. It was 6.31. NAVD is a datum, so when we look at elevation certificates or how high a house is, that's reported in NAVD. So at the city level and planning, that's the datum that they use because it allows us to take a look at city infrastructure and where that sits with relation to the water envelope coming in. So the graph that you see here is depicted in NAVD. As you can see, this storm was more water than we've ever seen in St. Pete. Before this storm, we all talked about Hurricane Elena in 1985, and that was, the big surge event that we saw. And we received 3.97 feet. Let's see, St. Pete set a new record of 6.31 feet above MHHW, surpassing the previous record of 3.97 feet during Hurricane Elena in 1985. Significant amount more. Because of that, we had lots of impacts. Some of them are listed here. Widespread power outages. I'm happy to say that those have, I checked the outage map this morning, and those are significantly better, just small pockets here and there. I would say under 1,500 homes without power right now. And I forgot to introduce our partners from Duke Energy are here as well if you have any questions. Traffic light outages were widespread. I'm also happy to report, as of this morning, we were down to only 2 intersections left to get back online, so that's a big win. In response to the storm, the Northeast Water Reclamation Facility was de-energized and personnel evacuated to protect from the storm surge. That occurred Thursday night during the surge event. Damage to public infrastructure. We sent our damage assessment teams to look at all the city facilities, roads, all of our infrastructure. That current estimate is $17 million. Very fluid. There's still more things to check. So that number is by no means finalized. It's just, that's our initial damage assessment, and as we work through, that number will change. And then I think most importantly is the significant damage to private property. We've already heard the stories this morning, and that's widespread. Throughout our city, it's not any one neighborhood. With this surge, we saw it in every area of the city, just about. So we have numbers in the thousands that received major flooding, and I do have a slide that will show those current damage assessment numbers. Initial response, life safety, is always priority in any disaster. So as soon as conditions allow, it's those life safety, is the primary mission. So fire rescue was operating 6 high water vehicle teams and 9 boat teams to get out there and help get people, out of harm's way and onto dry ground and to a shelter if needed. We also requested mutual aid, so we had search and rescue teams and other fire department teams that came in from out of the area just to help us run our normal 911 calls so that our folks could go out and do what they do, and help rescue people in the more vulnerable areas that they were familiar with. Access to flooded areas was closed by the police department to a few different neighborhoods, again, for safety. It keeps people out of the roads, so their cars aren't stalling and floating away, but also to help protect the homes out there so we're not creating those traffic or the wakes that push even more water in. We deployed the damage assessment teams at first light, to most areas of the city that they could access. It took an extra day or so to get to some of the more impacted neighborhoods to get the damage assessment done. That has wrapped up for the most part, and I'll share those numbers with you in just a moment. We had portable generators delivered to sewer lift stations lacking power, and the Northeast Water Reclamation Facility was brought back online Friday evening. So it was just under 24 hours from de-energizing to having it back online for residents. Recovery operations. I wish I could list everything and all the work that's been done. This is, I think, for me, a moment of pride. You know, when you look at recovery, it's really hard because it's hard to plan for recovery because you don't know what's going to happen, and it's hard to prepare for any scenario. But I would say this team is, second to none on, identifying issues and using as much resources as we can get to get pushed out to the community that needs it. Some of those are comfort stations, so areas that are set up, Azalea, Enoch Davis, and Roberts Rec, set up as comfort stations, as well as the remote permit sites, to help people that want a place of normalcy. They can come, they can cool down if they don't have power, they can charge their phones, they can get information. We have some recovery resources, cleanup resources for people, and it gets them back on their feet a little faster with those remote permitting sites. Community feeding, we've partnered with multiple partners around the Bay Area to try to get as much resources, especially feeding resources, out into the community. We've sent food trucks out, to deliver meals to people, and it's been a great program with great feedback, and we're really happy that we could, again, kind of create that little bit of normalcy for people, with the food trucks and getting those meals. Mobile restrooms and laundry facilities deployed. Part of this storm with, people's homes being inundated with water and them having to pull everything out is sometimes you lose those vital facilities. So we've deployed those bathroom trailers and laundry facilities so people can help get back on their feet or just have those basic needs that they have somewhere to go. Disaster housing support, we're still working on this. We're working with the county, we're working with the state, we're working with the federal government to get as many resources as we can down here to the local level to help with that housing. We were declared for a FEMA individual, or for a presidential declaration, so we now have FEMA individual assistance, and we're encouraging residents to apply for that assistance, and we should be launching a disaster recovery center here in the next few days with FEMA. So we're working to get that online, and that'll be that one-stop shop to apply for FEMA or SBA or get insurance information or just long-term recovery information. Debris pickup, planning is happening. We're anticipating it to begin next week. Debris Pickup 101 was a great video that the city put together and put on social media to help guide people through that process. It's by no means a simple process. So we tried to make it as straightforward as possible in that video on what people can expect and how to plan ahead. And then the street teams and damage assessment teams, these folks, we talk about people affected by the storm, and it wasn't just, we had lots of employees affected by the storm, and these included people on the street teams and damage assessment teams and throughout the city, and they're still going out and they're still, performing to make sure that we understand what the need is at the neighborhood level, and we're trying to get those resources there. And they've been out there since day one to, canvass the city and find out what we can do to better serve them. This is our damage assessment page. So when we have our damage assessors go out, they're collecting that data on their tablet, and then it's sent up into county GIS to compile these maps for us. So as you can see, there's nearly 11,000 homes that have been assessed for damage. So they received some type of damage. Of those, 146 are a total loss, destroyed properties. 5,190 are majorly damaged. That's over 18 inches of water. 3,725 are minor damage. So that's flooding up to 18 inches. And then another 1,793 are affected. And this is just for the city of St. Petersburg. All right. With that, I will turn it over if you have any questions. Again, the whole team is here.
Okay, Councilmember Montanari.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Mayor, for the update. Thank you, Amber, for the briefing. This has been, as long as I've lived here in St. Petersburg, my family moved here in 1976. I've never seen anything like this before, and just my knowledge of the history of the city. On your slide, Amber, you had a lot of other storms, and just my history of the city. I'm thinking the hurricane of 1921 is probably the closest that we had, and in that hurricane, it destroyed a good part of St. Petersburg, including all the piers downtown and our waterfront. Coming out of that storm, that's when the city decided to build $1 million pier. But if you look at the pictures after that storm, the city was almost destroyed by that storm. So I want to start off by thanking the administration. Nobody walks in your shoes, and nobody's ever going to know everything that you all worked on, and the hours that you put in, the heartache that you saw, while your own homes, your own families, your own friends have been affected, and it takes a certain amount of dedication to do these jobs, and I want to thank our whole city team for everything you did. We also had a lot of heroes in our city. I know there's going to be a lot of questions about what happened at the Northeast Water Treatment Facility, but I also know there's people that are out there that put themselves in harm's way to protect that plant and do everything they can to keep that plant up and running. And Craven Askew is a plant operator out there. He's been out there for years. He's a Navy veteran, and he just cares. He cares about our city, and he cares about that plant. And I wanted to recognize him. So I wanted to start off and say thank you. The other message I want to get out before I get to my questions is this is a very tough time, but this is where leadership and leaders stand up. And we as leaders need to be optimistic. Back in 1921, our city was destroyed, but people didn't give up on St. Petersburg. They rebuilt our city. They built it stronger and better and more resilient and moved our city forward. And we're going to do the same thing. And that's what we need to do. Can I just start off and ask some for just a little review of the Northeast Water Treatment Facility? Do we have Claude? Can you just walk us through what happened there? Because I know a lot of us had a lot of questions about that facility.
Thank you, Councilmember. We have 3 wastewater treatment facilities in the city. 2 of them are located in Zone A evacuation zones. Sewer plants are historically and continue to be located in low areas of the city because sewer systems run by gravity. The sewage flows downhill through gravity pipes to the sewage treatment plant. That's the case throughout the United States, throughout the world. Of those 3 plants, like I mentioned, 2 of them are located in Zone A evacuation zones, and that is the Southwest and the Northeast plant. But the Northeast plant is the lowest plant in the city. We had not experienced a storm surge like this before, but we knew that that plant was vulnerable, as is the Southwest plant. To prepare for that vulnerability, we've done several things. One of them is a large project that we have undergoing right now that was planned, it came out of our St. Pete water plan in 2019. And the planning was done, the design was done, it was approved in 2022, and construction began in 2023. It's a $70 million project, very large project. And part of that project is to lift some of the critical components of that Northeast plant higher than they currently are. But that project hasn't been completed. It's not completed. So as we prepared for this event, we were able to bring in what's called tiger dams to protect the more critical portions of the plant up to a 7-foot elevation. As was mentioned, the projection was this was to be a 5 to 8 event. So our protection was up to 7 feet. But we knew there was a chance that it was going to exceed that 7 feet. And when it exceeds that 7 feet, in order to protect that equipment, we had to de-energize the plant. The equipment that we had to protect is electrical equipment, motor control systems and electrical units that, if they had been impacted by the salt water while they were on, would have caused arc flashing, possibly caused fires on the plant, would have definitely put those units out of commission. And based off of what we've seen at other facilities that have gone through storm surge damage, it could have been anywhere from 3 weeks to 6 weeks to get that plant back online if it had not been de-energized. So we made the difficult choice to go ahead and de-energize the plant to protect it. And we had to evacuate our team. I'm really grateful, council member, that you brought up Craven Askew and his team members. I do want to bring them to council at some point so y'all can see them face to face. But Craven and his team were in danger. We had 2 feet of water across the plant site. In some areas, those 3 feet of water, because nothing's perfectly flat. They were in an evac A zone. And we had to evacuate them to make them safe. So the team worked tirelessly to make sure that we kept the plant running for as long as we possibly could, and knowing that it takes time to shut the plant down. It's not just a single switch that you just switch and then the plant's done. You have to go around and de-energize the different systems. When it became clear that it was very likely that the surge was going to be higher than the 7 feet, that we felt comfortable with the protection, we had to make the very difficult decision to go ahead and de-energize the plant, which we did at approximately 10:20 on Thursday night. After the plant was de-energized, the plant staff evacuated, unfortunately, because the floodwaters were so deep, particularly as they got out to 62nd Avenue Northeast. Their truck stalled out, so they were stranded in 3 to 4 feet of water. And we had to get a high rescue vehicle out there to recover them. They were out there for 2 hours without any lights, in the dark, in the water. When we were able to recover them, we brought them back, gave them showers to decontaminate them, clean them off. And they got a couple of hours of sleep. Next morning at 7 a.m., they were up. They were back on site at the plant at 9 a.m. I have my timeline here, forgive me. So 10 hours, it was 10 hours after they evacuated, 9 a.m., they were able to return to the site and to begin the re-energization. By 1 p.m., they had the plant pump stations brought back online and water began moving through the plant. So 14 hours after de-energizing the plant, we had water moving back through the plant. However, we did not call for a resumption of sewer service at the time because we had to test to make sure that the plant was going to work. We had it back up online, we had water moving through the plant, but we still had to do the investigations and the inspections to make sure it was going to stay online and not go back offline. So we spent the rest of that day making sure that we felt comfortable that it could stay online. And so at 3:30 in the afternoon, 17 hours after evacuation, we were able to announce that service was going to resume at midnight that night. Now, frankly and honestly, since the water was moving through the plant, if people were using their facilities during that period, it would have been moving through the system. But we did want to, just buy ourselves that comfort, that delay. We firmly believe, And based off of studies of other facilities that have not de-energized before a storm like this, we firmly believe that not only would it have been weeks before we would have gotten the plant back online, but the damages would have been probably 10 times more than what we think we're going to be experiencing on this. So while it was a very difficult decision, something that none of us in our careers have ever had to do, none of us in our careers have ever had to do this, although we knew it was a possibility, we felt it was the right decision to make. We will continue to work towards resiliency of that plant, making sure that it's strong. We are looking at the plans not only for that plant, but the Southwest plant to see what more we could do other than what is currently underway. And there's a lot of lessons learned under this first-time event in all of our careers.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you. I know my colleagues are going to have some questions on this also. I do have one other question. The new facilities that we're building, the new MCCs, what's the elevation going to be of those facilities?
Those will be at an elevation of 11 feet in AVD.
Okay.
So since the site itself, the ground there is roughly 5 feet, 4 to 5 feet,
Mm-hmm.
then if you're standing next to it, it looks like it's probably about 6 to 7 feet taller than the ground elevation. But when you're looking at it in terms of mean sea level, it's 11 feet above mean sea level.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Claude. My next question is about debris removal, and I'm getting a lot of inquiries from people about the solid waste facility and why individuals can't move some of their debris themselves to the solid waste facility. Can somebody kind of explain what the county is thinking? Because I'm getting a lot of information that in other counties in the Tampa Bay area that they're allowing this to happen. So Mike, can you just kind of talk about debris removal in general, and then maybe talk specifically about why Pinellas County is different than the other counties in the area?
Sure. I'm Mike Jeffries, Community Enrichment Administrator, and I'm not comfortable speaking for the county. I can tell you what I have learned. I can tell you that we have shared our frustration with the county as well. I can tell you that what we are hearing is that there is a concern for capacity, both at the landfill and at the processing plant proper. I can tell you also that debris cleanup is completely and thoroughly regulated by FEMA. And every step of what would appear to be a very simple process has a lot of regulations and a lot of guidance that must be followed. I can tell you that when we look at the city of St. Petersburg's past storm experiences, we have been extremely successful for our taxpayers as far as getting full reimbursement for the debris process that we've taken on. And that's something that we're very serious about. And I know I've talked to almost all of you about why are we doing X, Y, and Z, and we wish we could do it a different way. I am assuming that some of the challenges that the county has faced is FEMA regulation and what debris FEMA really wants to know at a very detailed, granular level what is being picked up, where it came from, what it is, and where it's ultimately going to reach its final destination. So again, those questions are better asked of the county, but that is the information that I've gained on some phone calls and emails. I know that at all levels of our administration, we've reached out to the county and we've made the same requests that the citizens are making as well. So that truly is a question that's better answered by the county. I will take an opportunity. You did want me to talk a little bit about debris, and I'm happy to do that. I will tell you that Amber said that we are planning to start rolling on Monday, on the 7th. I'm happy to report that as of 7 o'clock this morning, we have trucks in some of our most damaged neighborhoods. Again, that process is very cumbersome and has a lot of a lot of FEMA regulations that are involved. We have been responding to issues immediately after the storm. As most of you are aware, we are responsible for the first push. So we had staff that was out pushing, clearing streets for first responders and working with our fantastic partners, Duke. We actually, this storm, we were able to have a Duke truck that ran with our forestry division. So we were able to do first push faster than we've ever done any other storm as far as first push. We were able to have our forestry trucks there. We were able to have Duke de-energize, work on the wiring that might be entangled, and it allowed us to move forward. So I really do see that as a huge success, and I'd like to thank our Duke partners for their help with that. As far as debris, and I don't want to get into the weeds, but you know, we are we're looking at a very serious, a very large task at removing all this debris, a task in which this city has not participated in anything of this size. I will tell you that the first homes that we pick up, they're going to think we did a fantastic job. The homes that we pick up last are going to think that we did a terrible job. Somebody has to be first, and somebody has to be last. What I'm here to commit to each and every one of you, we are making sure that we're clearing this city as a whole. We are not working on certain areas first. Our goal right now, today, is to hit the areas that were flooded the worst and start to get some positive impact there. As we start to get our entire fleet certified, FEMA certified, and on the road, we will have trucks working in each and every one of your districts until we're able to clear those districts and then again continue to work and kind of spread out. So we're looking at this as a holistic approach, and we're making sure that we're covering the entire city. I will tell you that we've had some challenges as far as our DMS, and that is our debris management site. We typically have used the Maximo property that is owned by FDOT. We were surprised. We've used that location the last couple of storms. We were surprised that FDOT decided to mobilize and use that property. So we are working on several other plans as far as the DMS. Our goal is to have several debris management sites throughout the city so that, again, anytime that I can limit the number of miles or the travel time that's involved in debris pickup, the more responsive and the faster that we can be out in the community. I know that there are some things, and it's the same things that we hear over and over again. I think I should just address them now. We've got concerns about bags. You know, why aren't we allowed to use bags? I'm happy to share that that's, again, a FEMA regulation that is, it's important when you step back and you think about it. FEMA does not know what type of equipment will be arriving to your disaster. Bags can absolutely damage hauling equipment, processing equipment. It can wrap around, it can tangle up, it can really shut down your operation. But most importantly, each category of debris is reimbursed by FEMA at a different rate, and the haulers need to know what they're picking up. It's very common that we would have a hauler that is more equipped to pick up vegetative debris versus C&D, which is your construction debris, or white goods, which are your appliances. There's electronics. There's also household chemicals that will be picked up as well. The haulers need to know what they're picking up. If it's in a bag, they don't know what they're picking up. So again, that is going to be a consistent message in every city, every county, every storm that we face. That is a FEMA guideline. The other item that we hear a lot about is, you know, why do I need to sort my trash? And let me just pause and say, as Mayor indicated, many of us have been personally impacted. You know, without going into details, we have suffered a lot, and fully understand the trauma and the pain that seeing all of your belongings and your mementos on your front yard means. Totally get it, totally understand. Wish that we could clear it all, you know, as quickly as possible, but it's a big task. We do need to have that debris sorted. Obviously, We will do our best to navigate and to pick up the debris as best we can in the fastest scenario possible. We understand what everybody's going through.
Okay. Thank you, Mike. My last question, then I'll give it the floor. Sure, go ahead, Mayor.
So just on the county landfill issue, just wanted to add a little bit to that. Several of our team members have been in contact with the county on this. I was on a call yesterday with Chief of Staff and the Administrator, Barry Burton. It is a FEMA issue that they're trying to deal with to try to maximize that FEMA reimbursement. And I can tell you also, as Chairman of the Council of Mayors for the counties, other cities are contacting the county as well. They have that same exact issue. So we're working with the county on that. They understand it's an issue, and they're trying to resolve it.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Thank you. My last question, and this, Amber, this may be for you. I was in a Shore Acres meeting last night, and it was a 2-hour meeting on Q&A on both real estate issues and insurance issues. A lot of when we have almost 11,000 homes that have been flooded in the city of St. Petersburg, a lot of people have questions on dealing with, especially with flood insurance claims. This disaster recovery center that you addressed on slide 6. Can you give us a little more detail? When's it going to open? Where is it going to be? How long is it going to be open? Because there are a lot of questions about this topic.
The site we're looking at will be the Enoch Davis
Okay.
Center. We're ready to go. We have to wait on the process to work. So FEMA's coming in the next day or so to do a walkthrough of the facility to identify the different areas they're going to use. Once we get approval from FEMA to use that facility, then fairly quickly they'll be able to get up and running. I don't have a timeline on it. It could be as quickly as this weekend, but I don't want to hold us to that because, again, we're kind of at the mercy of when FEMA is able to come in and activate it. We're ready to go as soon as they are. But that will be the one-stop shop for assistance, especially federal assistance. So FEMA will be there. Different non-government organizations will be there to help provide wraparound support as needed. SBA will be there, with their services because they can fill gaps, from between the insurance and what FEMA assistance can provide. So it's going to be a great resource center. In addition, the county, I spoke to them yesterday, and they're looking to also mobilize some mobile DRCs that will be able, again, they'll hit the road, so they'll be able to come in and hit some of our harder hit neighborhoods and provide on-site DRC services. So I'm working on that now. We'll hopefully be able to announce that operation soon as well.
Okay. One of the things, and this will be the last thing I have, that came up last night was people that have been affected by flooding that have a NFIP program. They have 60 days from the date that the hurricane came through here to put in a sworn statement of loss in an inventory of their property. Apparently FEMA does extend that, and so I'd like to have our lobbying team, and I'm sure, statewide, everybody's working on this, but that needs to be communicated also. 60 days is a short amount of time. Trying to get an adjuster to your home and then going through and inventorying everything. You don't want to miss out on a deadline and then lose any sort of insurance that you have. So I'll leave it right there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Excuse me, Chair. At your discretion, I think we'd really like to do a short report from Duke Energy, and then Tom Green has a very short report on some expenditures, emergency expenditures over $100,000. Council members might have questions on both of those, so at your discretion, if we could do that briefly and just give that full information to council for further questions.
So actually, I'm conversing with legal now. I have, and thank you so much for that, I have 3 council members that are willing to speak. And because I've already let Councilmember Montanari speak, I need to entertain their questions as well. So I'm going to ask if Councilmember Hanowitz, Councilmember Gabbard, and Councilmember Driscoll see any issues with moving the agenda versus you having your comments now, because just for full disclosure, there will also be I'm going to, if it gets too long, I'm going to move further discussion to our October 10th council member, if we need to be. As I said, as chair, I will have that discretion of moving it to October 10th, if I choose to do so. But if we have, Councilmember Hanowitz, do you have any issues of letting them make their reports now and coming back to this?
Actually, I don't think I have any questions regarding what Administrator Gertis mentioned, my comments, and unless they want to hear from Councilmember Driscoll and Councilmember Gabbard want to hear from them, frankly, my issues, we don't need additional information. I don't.
Okay. So your request is to have them speak, and since they're not requested to speak, have a report?
Yeah.
We will keep it moving.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Chair, I was talking to Mr. Green. Just so you know, at some point, maybe after the questions, if Mr. Green could just provide the information. I think we have a legal requirement to provide the expenditures over
Sounds good.
$100,000.
That's fine.
Thank you. Councilmember Hanowitz.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair. I want to echo Councilmember Montanari's comments, thanking administration, all our city employees, all our residents for coming together to start rebuilding our city and our lives, frankly. As Floridians, every year from June 1st through November 30th, we face hurricane season. I'm in my 50s. There are people that have done it for many more seasons than I have, but it only takes one hurricane to change a community. I saw it happen when I was in my 20s in Miami in Hurricane Andrew, and it changed not only the landscape of that city and how people viewed hurricanes and took them seriously, because there was life before Andrew where, oh, hurricane's coming, it's okay, and then there was life after that, and everybody understood what it meant to evacuate. And the damage, not only during the storm, but post-storm, which is not days and you have electricity. It's weeks and months, and it goes on, and the debris, it's unreal to get the debris out of a city and get the city to some sense of semblance, to get back to some normalcy. And so we're going to have that. And we're not the only ones, by the way, as we see horrible images from North Carolina and see those communities, how they've been affected like we have. But you do learn that we all come together and we try to find a way forward. And it also makes you stronger and better prepared for the next storm. Because I will tell you, we will learn from this and we will get better in responding to it. Look, we are even lucky we have electricity and all those homes that are flooded. Imagine without electricity and being able to air out and dry out all those homes, where we would be. If there was wind and it would have knocked out power through the city and we would have had more of a direct hit, you probably would not have electricity, because I saw that happen. And so we are actually, in many ways, fortunate to have some of the things that some other communities don't even still have, including electricity in areas that were flooded. So I do want to look in the future and how do we better prepare and learn from this. I have just a few comments and questions. I do want to mention the Northeast Water Reclamation Facility. I know, Claude, if you can come, I know you're working on some solutions, and I would like to bring something to PSI to discuss what we're looking for, not only for the Northeast, but all the other plants, so we know where we are, because I think one of the biggest issues for everyone is having information so they can prepare, okay? And I don't want to put our employees in danger. I don't want to hear that they were there last. I want to make sure that we know if that's going to happen, what can we do to mitigate as much as possible that situation. If we have to get the word out there to people that this is what's going to come, then we do what we got to do, because there are acts of God, and we are not going to be able to always keep the plant open. So we'll have that discussion, because I would like to have that sooner rather than later. And I do want to give appropriate notice to residents. I will tell you, a lot of people were affected. They were in areas that were evacuated. In my district, a lot of neighborhoods were not in evacuation zone and were going to be affected, and were affected. by that shutdown. So that means people that may have special needs in the community. And I'm talking about, from Five Points, Magnolia Heights, all the way to Meadowlawn, all those neighborhoods that people thought, okay, it's fine. We don't have, there's only flooding. But if they would have found out about it, they may have made different decisions about leaving because of that and how it may affect their lives. So I hope we can do that soon. Okay. And then the other thing I just want to talk about in terms of our first responders, I can't thank enough our first responders, our police, our firefighters, our paramedics that go out there and treat people. I will tell you, I want, and I'm telling City Council now, we're going to have a budget meeting, but I want to have that discussion. Look, our first responders are our eyes and ears, and they're the first stop of knowing what's happening in the ground. I know that, and I went to the station to check on them, to take them food. If you have the opportunity, go thank your first responders, do that. However you can, just thank them. I went over there, I sat down with them just because I wanted to hear what it was like for them. And we need equipment, and we need some specialized vehicles to respond to the storm for our first responders. And I want to make sure that we do that because we do live in an area. This was one storm, by the way, there was a lot of flooding. It's not even November 30th yet. And it's every year. And there are flooding situations that happen in our city without a hurricane, that in these low-lying neighborhoods that they have to take out these boats. So we have to talk about the amphibious search and rescue boats that they need and all these other things. They had to use personal waders. This is our first responders saving people. I know there's somebody in the hospital because they were in the water and got some infection, and one of our first responders. People, by the way, the water is not to play in. You see pictures and people, this is not playtime to go in that water. There's lots of stuff in there, and you don't want to end up in the hospital with some infection that they can't find a way to treat somehow. So do not do that. That's the one public service message that I want to say. So with that being said, I want to have that discussion later on. I just wanted City Council to know, because I know there is some money that maybe we can move and kind of address some of those needs. Because again, we're not done with hurricane season. Be safe, everyone, and we will get through this. Thank you so much for all the employees and all the work you do. It's truly appreciated. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Councilmember Gabbard, do you want an update from Duke and Mr. Green first, or do you want to go?
No, not necessary. Thank you.
Councilmember Gabbard, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so I was saying to Rob and some others that I think this is the last place we all want to be today, because we all want to be out still helping our residents. There is so much what feels today and over the last week like unsurmountable grief and misery across our city. But we know that every day away from the tragedy is a day that's a little bit better than the one before. And so, we all come here together. We're glad to be able to come together because we're here to do what we need to do today to represent our residents and to talk about what we need to do to not only further respond, but to also make sure that this evening that we pass a budget that will help us be able to continue to bring those services to our residents. So hard to be here today, but very, very glad and grateful that all of us are safe and able to be here. On Friday, myself and my legislative aide, Kim Amos, we were out in District 2 as quickly as we could be, as soon as it was safe to be. And I will just say, from moment one, when those streets cleared and response started, we started communicating with our city team, and you guys are the most incredible people to be able to lead our city through this, to be able to respond. I cannot say enough thanks personally, but also on behalf of the residents that I serve. They can feel how much you all love them, how much you all want them to be whole, and the work that you're doing. And so from me, from Kim, and from the residents we serve, I just want to thank every single one of you. Many of you, Amber, are doing this work. Many of you, I know, were impacted personally, yet you still have put in, gosh, I mean, probably 2 weeks worth of work at least into one, while dealing with your own personal situations. And that's really something that I want to lift up today, is the number of residents who have been impacted but are still helping others. In Riviera Bay is the largest neighborhood in District 2. We don't have a ton of neighborhoods because we have a very large business community, but Riviera Bay is the largest neighborhood. Almost every neighborhood, because that surge did go as far into the district as 16th Street. We are 95% coastal high hazard area. So almost every single neighborhood had some level of impact, my own included. But in Riviera Bay, it's every single home. Every single home. There is no one who is not affected. When you drive down those streets now, a week after the storm, if you don't see debris in front of someone's house, it's because they have no one to help them. Or it's because they are stuck in a trauma response and they cannot help themselves, and they cannot even take the help from others. It is a traumatic experience for these residents. And so I just want to lift up the ones who are doing the work, not just our city team, but the people who are out there every single day, the people who were affected and not affected, who are bringing supplies, who are mucking out houses. If you've never mucked out a flooded out house, you don't know what personal trauma and tragedy is for people. It is horrible. Me and my son, my 13-year-old son, was helping a lady clean out a house on Saturday. And she picked up a stack of items off of the ground, and it was her 30-some-year-old child's footprints. Gone, destroyed. They disintegrated in her hands. And to some people, they might say, oh, it's just things. It's their whole life, and it's gone. So what I'm asking is, if you can help, if you can do anything for someone else, please do. Because those of us who were not personally affected, we have so much more to give, and we have to continue to do this. We cannot expect the city team to do this on their own. It's going to take every single person in this city to build our city back. While I'm giving a moment of thanks, I do want to say a thanks to our state delegation. We know many of them were also impacted. Senator DeSigley, for instance, living out on Indian Rocks Beach, who was greatly impacted. I want to say a very special thanks to Representative Lindsay Cross, once again, personally out there mucking out houses with her over the weekend. She helped organize a group of volunteers with Representative Hillary Cassell from Hollywood, Florida. She came over. She brought a team from Hollywood, Florida yesterday. They're out again this morning. I'm getting text messages from them. Who else can we go help? I want to thank them for that work. They did over 50 homes yesterday. They'll probably do another 50 today. The heroes are everywhere in this story. And so if you see someone, our first responders, or anyone who's out there helping, even a cooler of Gatorade and water that you can go pass out to volunteers, that will help, because those people are out there. There's still a lot of need across our city. And one of the greatest needs I think that we need to talk about very seriously today is the temporary housing situation. We already had an affordable housing crisis, and now we have entire neighborhoods that overnight are basically homeless. A lot of people are still staying in these homes, even though they should not be, for their own health and their own safety. So I wanted to ask the administration, because I've been speaking with a lot of friends that I have across the state who are trying to kind of come up with some state solutions regarding short-term rentals, regarding like bed tax that needs to be charged for short-term rentals, things like that. Looking at DBPR with the licensure for some of our apartment buildings, things like that. Can we talk a little bit about the temporary housing issues, what we have been able to do, but then also what we're kind of trying to do to be able to bring additional options for people?
Sure, Councilmember Gabbard. So the Housing EOC Subcenter is active. 100% of my housing employees as well as our social service employees are working on that, which is why other programs, I know some of you have gotten requests about why isn't down payment assistance working or other things. There's not a special storm crew that comes in and supplements us whenever this happens. So the Housing Subcenter is active. The social services team is supplementing them, as well as HR, as well as legal administrative staff. So when the street teams are out on the street and they are knocking every door in affected areas and passing out materials, they fill out a JOT form with what people need. Do they need immediate housing? Do they need longer term housing? Do they have some other need? That comes into the sub-center, and then that team starts calling down that list after triaging them. So we have a prioritization schema because we can't help everybody. And so the schema really has to do with, do you have medical needs? We're actively working diversion. So do you have family and friends you can go to? Do you have other resources? Are there babies in the home, right? So infants are prioritized. And then after the diversion conversation takes place, if people just need groceries in order to be able to go and stay with a friend, we are using our credit cards, going out and buying groceries. If it's transportation, we are getting an Uber account set up, putting money on that, taking care of that. If there is no housing available, we are putting them in hotels on the city credit card. And so right now we have more than 30 people in hotels. We have another team that all day, every day is calling every single hotel in our community and reserving every room that we can find in order to do that. And so people can't be picky. We have hotels that won't accept pets, some that normally don't accept pets that are accepting them right now. Many of those hotels are not in the Pinellas County area because most of our hotels are in evacuation zone A. And so it is very unfortunate that we're lucky that we're able to place people. A couple of days I would have told you we had 0 hotels. Right now we have about 30 we're working with, 30 rooms on hold that every day we're filling up. We're giving people a week in that hotel, and then we will reevaluate where they are and what their needs are. There's a subcommittee that includes the Bay Area Apartment Association and lots of other industry groups that is meeting. We get vacancy lists from that association daily that we can push out to folks who maybe have means but just need to know where those vacancies are. Many of our apartment communities have waived fees, waived that they normally require 12-month rentals, things of that nature. We are also helping employees at the same time. So as of yesterday, I believe 164 employees who need housing have also been called and triaged. I think we have 9 in hotel. And then again, many employees are helping each other. So that is being worked right now. It's one of the reasons we set up the We Are St. Pete Fund, so that we have some flexible dollars to assist people. We've talked to other communities and have been told the biggest need is midterm and long-term, right? And so we can't spend all of our resources right now because we're going to have to help people once they get denied from FEMA, once they get denied from their insurance, once they have no other solutions. We do plan on using those staff in the DRC and having that housing sub-center there. We did try, and the team did create a plan to have the housing EOC split up at a variety of locations, I don't think I can staff that. And so we're trying to adjust our plans depending on what the hours are for the Enoch Davis Center and figure out how we embed there, and then what we would do to have, you know, a smaller team and a mobile DRC, and we still have to handle employees too. So a small team of housing people who are going to, you know, muster areas of our employees and helping them as well. I will tell you, well, you've all received the emails, so I don't need to tell you that we have citizens who are upset that we've had to tell them that we are not actively enforcing codes right now, which includes if they are sending us information on short-term rentals, 100% of the codes team, they are not out doing codes right now. They are doing street teams. They are going into our mobile home parks, helping those folks. They are mucking out homes themselves. They are moving furniture. We have people who have been in the hospital from heat exhaustion. We have people who are resigning. And so I think that folks really don't understand that there's not some special team that comes and supplements our work. And so the day-to-day work is stopped while we are doing the things that are needed most for our most vulnerable at this time. And that changes every single day.
Yeah, I mean, the codes issue, I certainly, I've received those same emails, and I have no interest in us enforcing anything regarding short-term rental right now. I think that that is just such a slap in the face to the residents who need this housing. They need a roof over their heads. They need a dry place to sleep at night. I am not interested in that being what our code enforcement team is doing. I know residents that I went and knocked on their doors to ask them for help and turned it over, and you guys were there the next day helping them get those wet things out of their homes so that that mold would not start growing. I mean, I know what you guys are doing for our residents, and so I completely support you in that, and think that, quite frankly, it's just an insult for people to even bring that up right now. So thank you, Amy. A lot of what you said there, I think, just kind of shows the kind of downward spiral of this event and how widespread the impact really is. You know, today's my first day leaving the district. I'll be back in it tomorrow. Don't plan on leaving it again until I have to come back here again next Thursday. But I just want to share a message from Riviera Bay and from District 2, because we talk a lot about resiliency. We talk a lot about planning for the future. Well, the future that we've been trying to plan for is now. And these residents, while they may feel hopeless and overwhelmed today, I can tell you that they are strong, that they are resilient, and that they will build back. They will recreate their neighborhood, but it's going to be so much better for the future of our city and what we're facing. We talked in our resiliency cow about the impact of what a storm like this could do, and then a week later, here we are. So I just want everyone to know that my district, we will continue to be strong. We will continue to be here for many, many generations to come. And this is just the beginning of what it looks like to rebuild. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. And I do, before I call Councilmember Driscoll, you wanted to hear from Duke, correct? Duke and Tom?
Yeah, if we could have those quickly, please.
So if we can have Duke and Tom, whichever order you guys want to make your presentation, but I do want to say, we're going to have this conversation, but what I discussed, I don't know if it was with you, Rob, is if council members still have additional questions, if we can't, because there's some information that you all still need to gather and assess and put together for us that you cannot do for us today, I am entertaining having a further conversation on this October 10th, because I think this was too important not for us to continue that conversation and to get the information that you still have yet to provide for us beyond this point. So let me calm people down, go ahead and clarify that, which is where that statement came from. So we're going to have the conversation today, but I do know in having conversations that you all still don't have all the information that you would like to present today, and we will have additional talks on that. So welcome, Mr. Green. How are you?
I'm well. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Council. I can be super brief on this, but in our procurement code and in the event of a declared a local disaster, if we exercise certain authorities under those provisions, we are required to report those. And we've quite candidly, we've had conversations about this, so it can be very brief. But with respect to the Northeast Water Reclamation Facility, the mayor did authorize us to enter into a not-to-exceed agreement with Wharton Smith, a contractor, to ensure that when we re-energized that plant, we had done all the proper procedures and everything was good. So that is the first item that that the mayor authorized. And I believe that during the weekend, we reported to you via email that decision had been made, but this is the official announcement of that. And then with respect to the Crowder Golf contract for debris removal, we did have to make an amendment to that underlying agreement. Because of the nature of this disaster, we're going to have a lot more C&D construction and development materials that we're going to have to haul and move. The agreement did not fully address that, so we did make a change in that agreement, so I wanted to make council aware of that. And then finally, there were an agreement that was executed with Puro Clean to assist in cleaning up Mahaffey Theater and Al Lang Stadium. Total amount of not to exceed about $400,000 on that agreement. So those were the three items that I wanted to share with City Council, as the mayor did authorize the execution of our emergency procurement provisions.
Good morning, Madam Chair, council members, Mayor. Melissa Seixas, State President for Duke Energy Florida. First and foremost, I want to thank you for inviting us and including Duke Energy in all of the emergency management preparations and allowing us to be with you during press conferences, EOC meetings, and certainly to fire rescue and law enforcement, who worked so closely with our line crews when we were restoring in particularly sensitive areas that had storm surge. So this morning I'm going to give you kind of two updates, one on where we stand at this moment as of this morning, and then our work plan moving forward. So I think you know, recently we had the opportunity to come and speak to you, give you an update on undergrounding overall in the city. City of St. Petersburg has about 40% of the facilities that are underground. Certainly the storm surge just created havoc with those types of facilities, and I'll talk a little bit about that. I am happy to report that all the overhead-related outages from the storm have been restored. Now, we'll continue to always get new outages that come in, but those outages have been restored. But because our infrastructure was so heavily compromised by the storm surge, most of the outages, the remaining outages that we have within the city of St. Petersburg are underground related. As of this morning, we have 9 that are currently off, 9 outages that are currently off. That affects about 400 customers. All of those customers have received a revised estimated time of restoration for midnight tomorrow night. And I'll give you a little reference on the location, the geography of these locations. 4 of those 9 are located in the area of about 42nd Street to 49th Street South, from 40th Avenue South to 62nd Avenue South. These are customers who are served out of our Maximo substation. In the northeast section, customers fed out of our Pillsbury sub, which is over there near Shorecrest. We have areas like Pinewood Mobile Home Park that are impacted, customers on Michigan Avenue Northeast, and also some in the Calle Costa area. The remaining one is actually an underground service that feeds a toll plaza at the Skyway Bridge. So to address these issues moving forward, so we're going to restore these customers, estimated time of restoration tomorrow night. They've all received customized text messages explaining the extended outage and the cause. But recognizing that these pieces of equipment could continue to experience interruptions because of the corrosion, and the corrosion happens almost immediately on impact and continues to develop. And so we have developed a very detailed, dedicated plan to proactively replacing impacted pad-mounted transformers mostly. And we have used GIS mapping to help us identify where those places are. I'm sure that we'll also get data from city staff that can help us with this. But we will begin replacing these pieces of equipment proactively over the next several weeks. And as I said, some of the condition, these transformers could be operating now, but customers may end up seeing flickering lights or ultimately an outage because the corrosion has just gotten to the point that it's caused the piece of equipment to fail. So this team we brought in a dedicated set of resources that will work on this. And that team is already actively, will put those that action into place. So to give you kind of some perspective on that, just for the city of St. Pete, that could be up to 500 transformers, 500 pad-mounted transformers located within the city of St. Petersburg. And we don't want to wait for them to fail, which is why we're being proactive in identifying those and going out to replace those. And of course, we will communicate with our customers when we go out there for the outage as well. We really do want to thank our customers for this patience. All of you have so eloquently spoken about the impact. Everywhere that I've been, from North Florida in the Big Bend area where the storm came through, to parts of St. Petersburg, parts of Clearwater, and the Barrier Islands. Not in my lifetime of the 40-plus years I've lived here in the state of Florida and here in Pinellas County have I seen such destruction. So we will, with our customers also moving forward, if they have been impacted by the storm, then we ask them if they're facing any kind of financial hardship that's has to do with their Duke Energy bill. We really encourage them to call us. We will work with them. And each customer will have a different set of requests. Some customers are deciding that they just need to have their service disconnected, close the account. They intend to move. Others who are going to disconnect it temporarily because a home they believe needs to be demolished. A lot of different sets of circumstances, and we recognize that we need to meet our customers where they are. And so that's why we want them to call us so that we can work with them individually. And of course, your impact or your feedback is always critical to us. We always conduct an after-action review of everything. We try to be very, very self-critical, but the feedback from all of our municipal partners is absolutely critical. Operationally, on the operational side and the communication side. The communication side can always be challenging because people receive information differently, they interpret it differently. So we try to use a variety of diverse communication channels, text messages, outbound calls, emails. We're even in some places doing door hangers. We'll continue to do that outreach, but we really do welcome your feedback. I want to thank you all again for everything that you have done to keep the city of St. Petersburg the vibrant city that it is, helping your citizens, which are our customers. We will stand by you in helping to revitalize those areas and the spirit of people who have really endured so much and will continue to work through this process. So we thank you. We're always happy to take any questions, but thank you for the time this morning.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you, and thank you, Melissa, for that briefing. That's very good information. I'll have a couple of questions, but I kind of want to start at the top and share in my colleagues' gratitude for all that our administration and city staff have been doing, and in particular our first responders who are out there helping others while they're dealing with their own losses. A lot of people are out helping others while dealing with their own. It's hard. I have not been affected by by a storm before. I've been very fortunate in the past. This time I was affected, and trying to manage your own stuff while trying to be there for others, getting the communication in and then out, and checking on friends and neighbors. And there are times when it just gets hard to keep it together, and you just have to keep trying to convince yourself that you were built for this. So many of our residents are doing the same thing, and they're doing it without all of the resources that we have. Most of the time I can get information through a text, through a phone call, so quickly. But others can't, and there are many who are dealing with this alone. Or, it can be a single mom with young children just trying to figure all of this out. And I know that, that we're not the first community for this to happen to, but for many people, it's their first time having to deal with it. And so one of the things I want to ask about, we've got a lot of resources out there, and on Monday I was working on a special newsletter to send out with resources for people. And the one thing that I was not able to get any response on to add to my newsletter was an easy way for people to get some mental health assistance and just someone to talk to. And I'm like, oh my gosh, is 988 really the only option that we have right now?
Councilmember Driscoll, we have a
Thank
number
you.
of resources that have been added to the website. It takes a few minutes for everything to get activated, but let me give you a few things. 988 is one of the resources. Florida Department of Children and Families has also stood up resources. That information is on our Helene Assistance webpage. The Disaster Distress Hotline is also open 24/7. That number is 1-800-985-5990. I'm going to say it again, 1-800-985-5990. Additionally, the county's Care About Me program, which can help people get appointments with a mental health professional immediately, is open. That website is careaboutme.org. They also have a phone number, and there are a number of other mental health resources that have been added to the website. So I think most of those got stood up yesterday. We got that out on the web, and then we will work to get that information out to people. We'll create some kind of rat card that we add to our street team stuff and get out to neighborhoods as well. If folks that were in our South St. Pete zip codes, around the hub is also a resource and has been taking calls and doing street teams and assisting people. But I knew that the mental health piece was important to you, and so we were able to get those up yesterday.
That's great, thank you. And I would make a strong suggestion that planning for this be pushed further to the top of the list so that we've got an action plan that can be triggered right away. Will there be assistance available at the 3 disaster recovery centers? Do we have, folks, our partners with Gulf Coast or anyone? So Amber, I'm gonna ask you about this specifically because you guys have Dr. Benson. At a time like this, I wish everyone had a Dr. Benson. Sometimes I'm like, I wish I could call Dr. Benson. She's amazing. We need that outreach, and I honestly don't think phone numbers are enough, which is why we have Dr. Benson, right? Because it's been shown. At least it's something, but it's not a person saying, "How are you?" and really wanting to know the answer. We've got to have that out there. Councilmember Gabbard was just talking about the woman who was holding her mementos of her child, and it was just falling apart, like she probably was on the inside. We've done, as a city, Big C city, we've done a lot to push mental health forward in the conversation. And I think we have been making some great strides in eliminating the stigma, or at least trying to. But it's still there. But at a time like this, I feel like we really need to prioritize it. I do worry about that just as much as I worry about, more than I worry about debris, power, all of that stuff. So I'll get back to a question, because I said a lot. And that's about, what are we going to have in the Disaster Recovery Center?
So first, you know, when we talk about eyes and ears and that first touch point, you know, with the street teams and Amy's teams, you know, they kind of are that first, how are you, right? And so that helps inform us on what services we can provide to meet that need, whether it's a physical need or a mental health need. So I think that's a work in progress, but like you said, there's more, you know, we can do, that can be done. I don't have a comprehensive list of services that will be available yet at the DRC. I will work to secure that today, and we'll send out to you, and I'll try to advocate, you know, the mental health services for that site and what could be there or what the plans are.
Yeah, anything that we can do to have an actual trained person in person there at those 3 locations. We just have 3. It's not a lot to ask for, and it's worth every penny if we have to go out and find it. But we do have a great partner with Gulf Coast. I feel like that could be a good first option for us at this moment, if that's possible. The damage assessment slide, how was the assessment done? Was it drive-by, eyeball?
It was, they were walking the neighborhood street by street.
Looking for water lines or looking for?
Good morning, James Corbett, City Development Administrator. Our damage assessment team spread out using the 9-1 grid, and generally what they had to do was walk door to door, looking for water lines. If they were able to make contact, they were also looking inside the home to determine the level of damage that was impacted inside the home as well when they were able to see that. But generally, if they were not able to see inside, they were looking for the water lines on the exterior of the home, as well as any other damage that may have been caused by trees or anything else.
Okay. And the city has been combed through at this point, so this number is the number. So there were, it says 10,854. So I mean, obviously there are more homes than that in our city.
Right.
Were those? It just looks like a lot of that was, you know, of course in the hardest hit areas, but this map is, and the numbers, I'm just trying to figure out, like, how do you decide what's major? I don't know where my house would have fit in, you know, and then you've got other people who, I mean, was this by flooding only?
It was by flooding only. It's a FEMA category, and Amber mentioned the major and minor is based on the number of inches that were received in a home versus effective if it was only, the water only reached the garage, for example, if it didn't reach the finished space. So it's a defined definition by FEMA as what we consider major, minor, but it is based on the level of water damage.
Okay. All right. Thank you. In addition to mental health resources, I would suggest now is the time to really, really amplify the importance of how to avoid scams. Please.
Councilmember Driscoll, just if I may, with the damage assessment, so the 10,854, that was the total number that was found to have damage, and that could include wind damage. We just didn't see so much wind damage with this storm. The ones that are destroyed could have been houses that caught fire and burned. So more houses were assessed than that 10,854, but those are the numbers that were found to be at a minimum affected.
Okay.
Storm. Yeah.
And Councilmember, thank you for the question about scams. The state has sent resources here. Erica Langens, our CFO, has been coordinating with them and others to ensure that folks are dealing with licensed and reputable contractors.
Yeah, I have seen some communications out there, not just from the city, but I'm very concerned, especially with the number of homes that we have damaged and the number of seniors and others who are particularly vulnerable to those despicable practices. Thank you. Did someone say that the county declined to have someone here with us today?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
We don't have anyone from the county here.
No, we don't have anyone from the county. I did not personally reach out to the county and ask for somebody. I don't know if another staff member did, but.
Okay, I had mentioned it a couple days ago. It's unfortunate that they are not here. The offer of for parking in the South Core garage ahead of time was fantastic. I don't know if anybody has an idea. Did that fill up?
I don't have that information, whether it filled up or not. I know that's something that's utilized quite often when we make it available for storms. So I will get that information and share it with all city council.
Yeah.
But I do know it was utilized. I'm not sure if it filled up.
We had a large number of people who did lose their cars. Offering something like that, I think was a great idea. Whoever thought of it is to be commended. And I'd love to look for whatever that capacity is, make sure that we have that and then some, whatever else we can do in the future.
Absolutely.
We had a lot of people who lost their cars. I want to talk about, one good news item regarding the housing. I did get an email this morning from the CEO of Stoneveg US, the builder of the Lake McGorry Apartments, and they have reached out to 3 of our area schools in neighborhoods that were affected, and have made arrangements for, I think it's 10 now, teachers and their teachers who were affected to be able to stay there for, I think, 6 months that they've given them. So I think they've set a wonderful standard, and I wanted to publicly share that and also thank them, because that's what good members of our community to do in the business community. So there are 10 teachers and their families who don't have to worry about a roof over their head for a while, so they can figure out what their next steps are. I want to talk about, and I'm almost done, in general, and I'm going to get to debris pickup, so whoever wants to come up and talk about that, and then Duke as well, I'll have questions. Mother Nature doesn't pick winners and losers, not really. You know, it's an equal opportunity offender, right? But we have to make sure that in our communications and in what we talk about, where we're helping and who we're helping, we need to make sure that all of our city is seen, heard, and attended to. We have I think it's Mr. Vincent, who spoke earlier during open forum today, who lives in the Clam Bayou area. And his words sounded very similar to the words of many of the people of my district in the Coquina Key, in the Coquina Key area, south of there, Harbordale. What about us? What about us? It was hard for me because, before the storm even got here, I said to PD, tell me when Coquina Key gets cut off. Tell me when it opens back up. We have other council members who have neighborhoods accessible only by bridge. I have this one. Why is it so hard to get that information? Why? When we've got thousands of people who live on that island, I mean, it doesn't take much, but I see the announcements and I have to keep looking and looking for when are the streets in the southern part of my district going to be recognized and seen and as told, yes, these are passable now. No, if you're on the island after the storm, you just have to get in your car, if it still works, if you still have one, and go and find out on your own. Because we don't have the communication at the level that it needs to be still, unless you live in certain neighborhoods. We need to be seen, everyone. And I don't want someone who lives in the Clam Bayou area to feel like they don't matter, that they saved themselves, and that we're going to get to them eventually after the hardest hit areas with the debris pickup. It was said the hardest hit areas will be first. So please, could someone turn to this gentleman and tell him that he will be last? I don't want to say that. I'm really tired of this. And it's not that I don't know what's happening, and it's not that my heart doesn't break for everyone who is dealing with this. Yes, we have entire neighborhoods that are repetitively dealing with this stuff. But we also have we have someone in every neighborhood who is affected by this, and I want them all to be seen. It has been really a struggle to get the information I need and the resources I need for people who are not in certain areas of our city. I don't want anyone to feel like they are last. Because you know what? I have people who had no flood damage, no water intrusion at all. The only thing was that they lost power. And on Sunday, one person telling me, all I need is my power back. The food is gone, the food is run. All they needed was their power back so that they could just start to kind of get things back together. And they're miserable because it's hotter inside than it is outside. You can't sleep outside here. I mean, the calls I was getting and the texts that I was getting, it was just stressful. And that made me think even more about the mental health of some of the people who I had to talk to, because it really does make you crazy. My power didn't come on till Saturday afternoon. I thought I was going to cut somebody by then, So you talk about Sunday night, Tuesday, that gets tough, especially when that's the only thing you're missing. So, and this could be something, power-wise, I don't know what the answer is. And Melissa, if there's a rhyme or reason, if there is a procedure that's followed, I just feel like there's something I don't know about how Duke decides who to help first. I'm not placing blame because I know that there are things that I don't know. I also know that we've got to make sure that every single person in our city feels seen.
Chair, if I could, I think this is a very important issue. Equitable response is a very important issue, and thank you for bringing it up. And I'd like to hear from Chief Kavasif and some of the administrators. We did do some directed patrols on 26th Avenue South and tried to get out there. We sent the street teams back out to Harbordale because we were not seeing the type of material brought to the curb that we thought we would. We tried to be very equitable in the distribution of resources in the recovery. So if you don't mind, Chair, I think, unless, Mayor, you want to say something, I'd like to hear from Chief Kay and from Administrator Foster on some of the things we've done related to equitable recovery, because it is very important.
No, I don't mind at all.
Before Chief Kavasif comes forward, we take your comments to heart, Councilmember Driscoll. As we looked at allocation of resources, whether it's the meal trucks or laundry facilities or bathrooms, we were intentionally looking at making sure it was equitable across the whole city. I live in South St. Pete. You know, I did go to Coquina Key. I went to Bartlett Park personally on the Harley. Folks saw me and were waving. And so we want to make sure everybody is included. I know Pastor Vincent, I didn't hear your comments, but he's got my phone number. We can chat. No one's going to be left behind. And I don't want anybody to think that the city is only going to certain neighborhoods. We went north, south, east, and west. Out on Saturday, we went out to Causeway Isles with Councilmember Gerdes, went to Riviera Bay. I personally went to Coquina Key, all the way down to Palos Point, Lakewood, Bartlett Park, all across this city. No one will be left behind. We're trying to over-communicate. I've gotten really good response to what our marketing team and communications team have done in getting things out on social media so folks know what we're doing. But we can always get better. And so if there's something you see that we can do to better communicate, we will do that. But I want you to know we are responding to needs across this entire city going forward.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to touch on one item. So traditionally, up until a few years ago, obviously we know where the flooding areas traditionally were, but we did not shut down those areas up until a few years ago. It was collective discussion amongst the command staff, myself and Chief Holloway, on when the flood waters were to rise in neighborhoods, what to do to allow access, ingress, and egress. About 2-3 years ago, we decided that we would take a more proactive approach from the police department. Ultimately, I ran a number of the items this weekend, and we decided some of the areas were going to be closed down. And those are tough decisions to make. People obviously want to be able to get rescued. We try to do the best we can, but when we shut down Shore Acres, Snell Isle, Yacht Club Estates, Coquina Key, and some of the other areas, we also found challenges that our officers couldn't make it out there, which goes back to some of the challenges related to vehicles. We lost 14 vehicles this weekend. Some of them were related to being at officers' residences, but multiple related to some of the recovery efforts that we did as well. So those are tough decisions that we make. We try to take everything into consideration, and then ultimately I get calls throughout the day, when are you opening up, when are you opening up? Because we also have to make sure people are not victimized twice by people that are irresponsible going back into those areas, looking for opportunities for looting, looking for opportunities to push more flood water into their residences. That is one of the key things. I could tell you, pushing out information, if people wanted to walk back in, which is a horrible thing to do, by the way, we didn't stop anybody. But we limited vehicle traffic going back into those hard-hit areas because it just becomes another person we have to go out and save. One thing that Chief Watts and I worked extensively on is I've never seen this before in the 30 years I've been in law enforcement. They were holding hundreds of calls, mainly in Evacuation A, for people that didn't leave. And one thing that we've never done in the past, we shipped a squad of officers over to assist with lower priority calls to make sure that we didn't forget about anybody as well. So it is a balance. We can always do better. We can always learn. Some of the areas we've never seen flooding like we've ever seen before, and it gets difficult to be able to kind of message that out. But as Mayor said, we're here to learn, and if we can do things better next time, we definitely would take the opportunity to do so. And reference Clam Bayou, I've already spoken to Chief Gilliam. One of the areas, I made sure that officers were sent out there today if they weren't out there as quickly as they should have been, but we try to find that balance on where we need to go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Driscoll, I'm going to have Mr. Wall come up and talk a little bit about the work of the street teams, but I want to just give everybody a little bit of context of what it looks like after a storm. So my days are running together at this point, but whatever the day after the storm was, which there was still flooding in areas, we had street teams activated first thing that morning. They were here so early, actually, that they couldn't get to the flooded areas, and so we had to prioritize in different ways. And one of the things we did this storm that was a little bit different from previous storms, knowing how bad the storm surge was we were able to take the list from the fire department of people who have asked for special need evacuations who did not get picked up, to go to their homes and assess whether they were alive or first. And so that was our first outreach for street teams. We did push out resources as we were able to secure them. So I know we heard a lot of feedback about Allendale receiving laundry first, but that was done. And while that was being done, we also started working with the South St. Pete laundromat, and then a West St. Pete, and then a North Gandy laundromat. Unfortunately, our South St. Pete laundromat, and just to be clear for the public, these are not owners of laundromats doing this, donating their services. We are putting money on an account as the city so that people can go there and wash their clothes. Unfortunately, the South St. Pete laundromat had to close yesterday because of challenges that the customers were causing. And so we are actively looking for another South St. Pete laundromat right now. We are also having to change some of the hours at the Allendale laundry mat because of things that are happening in the overnight hours. And so, this is active operations happening in real time. We could have waited until things were perfect and rolled everything out at once, but we felt like it was important to roll out resources as we secured them to help folks. I want to give a real big thank you to Shelley Luz and David Thompson. They don't have a DOP that they are required to operate, and when many of us as administrators are operating 5 disaster operation plans at a time, they raised their hands and said, how could we help? So we've never had somebody specific to coordinate feeding. They are coordinating feeding across our city and have thought about doing that in equitable ways. Bathrooms have been deployed in Bartlett Park and Coquina Key, Shore Acres Rec Center, Riviera Bay Park, and Sunset Park, based on feedback that we've heard. And then I just want to make clear, as Joe tells you a little bit about what street teams are doing, street teams is not a one and done thing. And so we have just recently completed our first push of street teams. In that first push, people received information on, after the flood, what to do with your debris. We know people they don't have power, they're not watching TV, they're struggling to locate things on social media. They also received things about the mobile permitting site and about scams, to your point earlier. The next push will include all of the resource type things. How do you get unemployment assistance? How do you get SBA loans? What's the FEMA information? We are also going to directed areas as people lift them up. So folks continue to raise Harbordale as an issue. We've hit Harbordale 3 times and knocked every door to make sure we know what is going on there and can activate the N team if needed. We've had the tenants union let us know about a particular apartment complex. We've gone out there. So as needs are lifted up, we make additional rounds. I anticipate that there could be 5 rounds of pushing out information. But I just wanted to let folks know this is not a one and done. After we've knocked the door, you don't see us again. As issues and new resources deploy, we're going back out to get that information out to folks. Yesterday and today, some of the work the street teams are doing is letting folks know, as we knew the debris contractor would be coming online, to say, hey, this is what we're seeing, help us get this organized. And so that messaging is going to change based on the issues we're seeing on the ground. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Joe Waugh, who is with Codes Compliance and Assistance.
Thank you. Good morning, council members. I just wanted to give some more information about our efforts with the street teams. So as Ms. Foster mentioned, we deployed first thing on Friday morning, and we had 40 employees, so we had them in 20 teams. And that comprised staff from our codes compliance department, not just my investigators, but my administrative staff, our housing staff, and our social services staff. So it was really, truly a team effort. And some of the first areas that we deployed to were Coquina Key, Clam Bayou, out west in those areas. I planned on talking to the pastor after this because, unfortunately, and these things are going to happen, we had hit the area just north of the canal going towards 22nd, but we failed to cover the area to the south of that. I think that was brought to our attention on either Saturday or Sunday. And as soon as we realized that, we had 2 additional teams deployed to that area that day to make sure they were getting those resources. So one thing that I think was unique in this situation was the impact to our renters. There were multiple apartment complexes where the first floor flooded out, and we are now getting numerous emails because they are all receiving notices that they have to vacate within 7 days. So not only did we target our single-family neighborhoods, but we had teams that were going directly to these apartment complexes to make sure that they had the resources that were available to them as well. And we are meeting with community law this afternoon just to get some more information. We've shared some information with Mr. Kilgore and the tenants union for things that they can push out to tenants that may reach out to them. But it's really been, as everybody knows, it's a much different storm than what we've dealt with. So that's just a little background on what we did as street teams. Happy to answer questions if you have any.
Thank you. And I actually did have one of the street team members knock on my door on Friday afternoon as I was just trying to figure out what happened and what I needed to do. And I was really excited to see them and then really mortified because I had to tell them who I was and I wasn't wearing makeup and my hair was awful and it was very sweaty because I had no power. And I'm like, no pictures, please. I mean, but I could not thank them enough for being out there. And it was just, I knew from our communications that they were out there, but to have one of them, and they didn't know they were knocking on my door either. So seeing that was really, really helpful. And they were able to tell me some of what they were seeing at other areas of the island because I hadn't had an opportunity to go in and see everything yet. So that was good. Another round is good because some people left, some people didn't. Some people didn't know the extent of the damage. They may not have thought they needed resources on Friday, and now they do. So we've got that. So I'm glad that you're doing more. Like some frequency on that, and especially in places like Harbordale too.
Yeah, and we will continue to do that. As Ms. Foster mentioned earlier, we are not wearing our normal codes compliance hat right now. We are out there fully focused on recovery. My staff knows that this is the mission for the foreseeable future, and we're going to make sure that as issues get elevated to us, we're back in the impacted areas. We're continuing to circle back because we know some people may just be coming back to their homes and they didn't get the information before. We haven't been able to have that conversation. So this is going to be an ongoing effort for our team.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, thank you for all that you're doing, and please extend my gratitude to your team. The last thing I'll say is just simply with the Northeast plant, we're all learning lessons through this storm. We learn a lesson with every storm, and this one is no exception. And I'm pretty sure we can all agree that when they say storm surge will be 5 to 8 feet, your max is 7. If it's 5 to 8 feet, you probably have to plan for 10. We got to get this fixed. We got to get a solution going here on that. So that's all I'm going to say. Lesson learned, right? And then if Duke would like to give any input, I'll be finished with that.
Well, Councilwoman Driscoll, you bring up an excellent question. What's the process that utilities use to restore service? This is probably fairly standard across all electric industries, but I'll talk to you about what we do here at Duke Energy Florida. And that is, first and foremost, we work with all of our municipalities, both at the county and city levels, to understand they're critical facilities. And we revise that every single year, and we take that with us to our operational centers and also to our EOCs, our employees that we embed in the EOCs. The critical customer list typically includes facilities that are hospitals, nursing homes, lift stations. Those are the facilities that we attempt to get on first. Those are the critical customer lists that we start with. But we can do things, and we do things concurrently. So while we're getting those critical customers on, we're also doing damage assessment. And then we're also, the process works by, we try to repair or replace equipment that allows us to get the most customers on first. So for example, that could be a primary major feeder line that serves about 2,000 people. If we can make those repairs, that gets a large number of customers on, but it also, the way that the system is configured, allows us to fix everything that's upstream. Because if we go to a neighborhood that maybe has one transformer off with 12 customers, there's like, if the main line isn't working, the power is not going to flow to that customer on that transformer. So there's that sequence from kind of larger infrastructure to smaller. And I'd also add that often things that we have to repair aren't necessarily in front of the customer's home. The fuse that we may have to fix or transformer may be 3 blocks away. So we recognize that if people don't see us, they think that we're absent. But what I would offer to any members of council and to any staff, where we welcome the opportunity to sit down and really go through in detail how that process works. But it is a very well thought out process for restoration that allows us to get the most customers on first and allows us to repair the system in a way that when we are in neighborhoods with smaller pockets of outages, everything else upstream is fixed so that when we change out that transformer, those customers get back on. But if you don't work for an electric utility, you wouldn't really know that. So it's on us to ensure that our customers know that process. But again, we welcome the opportunity to sit down and talk in more detail with anyone from the city. So thank you.
Do you have a list of special needs customers?
We have what we call our medical needs customers. Those customers proactively reach out to us, and they have to have physicians' kind of certification on their needs for electricity. The reality is we always communicate with them, and we always encourage them to make sure they have alternative plans, because there is no way to guarantee 100% service. So we do have a separate notification for those customers pre-storm to ensure that they've got, as I said, those alternative plans in place to ensure that their health is not compromised.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Muhammad.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right. A lot of what I had has been said, questions have been answered, but I just want to add my voice to the chorus of my colleagues who are thanking the city team, city staff, emergency response, first responders, as well as the countless number of community organizations and volunteers and, you know, unsung heroes, or, you know, people who've stepped in and pitched in to really provide support, not only, you know, in the recovery phase, but in the response and also in some of the preparation work to prepare our residents for the storm. So can't say thank you enough. I'm going to try and be quick with some of these questions. So around the preparation and the evacuation, I know there was the evacuation of Zone A, and when we talk about the evacuations, I heard it come up with Chief K. Two things. Can you maybe just walk us through the evacuation, like the communication strategy for evacuations? And then how do we address those who chose not to leave? And what type of conversations we can begin to have now around evacuation and post, Helene?
So we'll start with the ordering of the evacuation. So evacuations are ordered by county. So Pinellas County has jurisdiction to order the mandatory evacuations, and then we as the city work to help enforce and to amplify that message. So their messaging that began, I believe, the morning they ordered it. Sorry, I'm looking at my notes. Of Wednesday, September 25th, is when they started pushing out that messaging. So they did it through Alert Pinellas. So that's the system that we encourage everyone to be signed up for. So it blasts it out to the phone. And then the media picked it up. So news stations. So we were trying to get that message out through everybody, and then we announced it at our press conferences. To your point that we had a large, I think, we don't have exact numbers of who evacuated and who did not, but we had a large population in the evac level A that did not evacuate. I think that's evidence. Search and rescue that we did, and the different calls, the sheer load of calls that we received to 911 about floodwaters. So I certainly think there's opportunity for conversations internally and with the community for education touch points and public education on what evacuation is and why we do it. And it's not easy for people. I talked to my own grandmother who lives in an evacuation level A, and she told me she was not going to go because they've told her before she's going to flood, and it's never happened before, so she's fine. And I told her she wasn't, and she was not fine. She flooded and lost both of her cars. And so it's a frustration point, for me on my side, because, if I can't get my own grandmother, to understand, what the threat is, and it's just a real challenge. It's a challenge for people because a forecast is just that. It's somebody's best guess, right, at what's going to happen. And we operate in the worst case scenario. So, it's possible we could get 5 to 8 feet of water, and that's the general worst case scenario. And so we all like to think that it's going to be a better case. And we haven't ever flooded like that before. And I think that's, in people's minds. But after these disasters, you always hear, I'll always evacuate for the next one. We heard that during Ian. People didn't evacuate, and I'll never stay again, So I think just like we learn, at the city level, and we get better and we do our after action report and we work to make sure that certain things don't happen again because we've learned from it. We hope that residents also had that conversation, with their own families and, with their neighbors and with their loved ones that says, hey, we're being told by somebody's best guess who's, way smarter than, what I am, the best information I have is what the scientists are telling me, and if they're telling me that it could flood this way, then, I have to protect my family. So I think it's conversations on several levels, starting at the residential level, up through the city, county. How do we change that messaging to make it more effective and make people truly understand what their individual risks are?
Gotcha. And in that same vein,
If we could just add to that, Councilmember, do we want to talk a little bit how we had the police department out making announcements related to the evacuation? And
Before Chief K comes up, I just wanted to say, Councilmember Mohammed, that is one of the issues that definitely keeps me up at night. I know we're going to talk about 80-plus high water rescues, all in the evac zone. The issue that it's not just the surge, but what the surge can do to public services like the Northeast plant is important. And so I think all the deaths in our county were in evac zones. But again, it gets to the ability of folks to move.
Yeah, that's where I was going next.
And so we've got to look at that holistically, but that is one of the things I'm really worried about, is how we get folks to evacuate if we've got a storm, God forbid, actually coming towards us.
Right.
It could be much more impactful. Chief?
Yeah, and touch on 2 points to close the loop. We deploy officers out to those areas and all mobile home parks in the city. There's not many left, but they go around and they'll do the speakers. So everybody will hear it. Whether it falls on deaf ears, We actually pushed that out this time to make sure to put it on social media. We hit a number of the different neighborhoods. We probably didn't hit all of them because it's difficult to hit every little nook, but it's just one more way to try to make sure that they see the presence out there. They're over the loudspeakers trying to say this is evacuation level A. I did receive a number of calls, and can we make people leave? We can't. We've talked a lot about property destruction. Our city was very lucky. Unfortunately, we had one death. We had a second death that was attributed to a suicide during the storm. But for the most part, most of the damage and loss of death was on the barrier beaches. So, but we try to find different ways to be able to kind of message that. Traditionally, the old school way of having the officers go back out to those neighborhoods, hit as many of those roadways as possible, saying it over, you are an evacuation level A, you need to leave. We don't really say, like, we give them a whole script and saying that you need to leave. It's not like giving them a choice, but unfortunately with the number of the rescue calls, a number of people just didn't listen.
Thank you, Chief. And then the other question that I have is, after the order is given to evacuate, are there resources available for those who don't have the ability to evacuate? Transportation, like if you tell me, I got to move a family of 4 in 24 hours, if I don't have a place to go, if I don't have a car, if I don't have, adequate supplies, like what type of support or resources do we have as a city or as a county for those who say, you know what, I'm willing to go, but I just don't know where I'm going, how I'm going to get there, and just support for those who are ordered to evacuate?
So I think there's a couple different approaches to your answer. One is we work very closely with the county to make sure there's no barriers so that you can evacuate. So whether it's, shelters are open across the county, and we tell people, it's your lifeboat, not the cruise ship, right? A shelter shouldn't be plan A necessarily, but it is your safe haven. So there's always shelters available, that provide food, water for folks. So if there's no other option, there's public shelters, there's pet-friendly shelters, there's special needs shelters. If you need a ride to a shelter, and we can work on the communication better, but there's numbers that were listed for the County Information Center to help people connect to rides. PSTA was running for free. Fire department was picking up special needs folks and bringing them on a bus. Not having transportation is in itself considered a special need, so folks are registered or encouraged to register for a special needs program, and we can also transport people to general shelters if they don't have a special need other than they lack transportation. I think it's really important, when people get that evacuation order and, they don't know how, where they're going to go or how they're going to get there. That's a conversation that we really want people to have blue sky, before June 1st starts. We've made a really big push in my office to try to get out to the neighborhood associations, to the senior centers, to, different condo associations, to talk about that. What is your risk and what is your plan going to be so that if and when it happens and evac A is told to go, you're not starting at square one to say, well, I don't know how I'm going to go. I don't have any supplies. So it's really easy to, Monday morning quarterback it all day long. But again, it's those lessons learned that we can all take now. And what are we going to do to make sure next time, I think it was Councilmember Hanowitz said, it's not over yet. It's November 30th. We still have, the blobs, right, that we're watching now. Typically, September, October is a busy time for the Gulf of Mexico. It's not over. So, for those who got caught and didn't have a plan and didn't feel prepared to leave their home, now's the time to look at that. And what do you know now that you wish you would have known then that's going to help you be more successful next time? So I think it's a learning opportunity, but again, for everyone, and even us at the local government level, is how we can better facilitate that decision to go and kind of remove those barriers for people who feel that they can't go because kids or pets or whatever the case might be.
If I could just add one thing, that I believe the county opened 6 shelters. We had 2 in the city, John Hopkins and Gibbs. They have a capacity of 3,200. I think the max we hit was about 850. So there's plenty of capacity at those areas. Obviously, there's going to be challenges for people, and then maybe they don't want to go there. But we did have substantial capacity that was open for those 2 locations.
Thank you. Shifting gears a little bit, So you have neighborhoods that were ordered to evacuate, and then we have neighborhoods that, like, Mr. Vincent and those in like Clam Bayou and Twin Brooks, who just haven't seen this type of flooding. What's the message now to people who felt comfortable that, I'm not in a flood area and I don't have to, pack up and, I'm going to hunker down? How should we be thinking about that now as areas that have never experienced this before? And we're seeing this happen. That's been a common theme when I talk to people. It's like, I've never had this. We never, but we can't say that again now. So what's the message to people who haven't experienced this before?
Changing, right?
Yeah.
Our risk is a changing risk. We're seeing storms more often, stronger, flooding in places that haven't typically flooded. We've had, I feel like a couple different 100-year events already this year. So we're going to have to look at it and adapt. It's adapting our planning and our messaging, and I don't know that there's an easy answer for it. I don't know if anyone.
No, I hear that. I guess maybe one of the things is like, do we have newly identified areas now where we have, okay, we know that these areas flood. Now, with the series of recent events, are we seeing other areas that are consistently flooding in these events, and then what type of communication are we having with the residents in those areas?
Got it. Do you want to?
Councilmember Claude Tankersley, Public Works Administrator. I can speak briefly to that. The areas that we've seen flooded during the 3 storms we've had this summer all match up with areas that our stormwater master plan suggests would flood in a 100-year storm. So while we all acknowledge that these areas might not have flooded within the last 20, 30, 50 years, we have identified that they are at risk.
Gotcha. Thank you for that, Claude. That's helpful. Going into like response and communication around response. So I know a lot of the updates were on social media, and that was great. It was really helpful. Power to watch TV or a phone service to be able to access it, internet or anything.
So street teams, like you mentioned, and street teams really came about, I think it was 2017 after Irma, when we had those large scale, Child's Park, had the large scale power outages, so we were really having trouble communicating with the residents. So that was, I think, when street teams really became, a more organized process. And I see Joe can speak to them, but it's also all of our city facilities. So I think, when in doubt, if you're not getting information, making your way to a rec center or a library, we tend to push as much information out to those centers as well as a communication point.
Thank you, Amber. Yeah, I would just say I think street teams is the main way we get that out there. The information that we're pushing out has the information for the cooling stations. That way, they can go there, and all the resources that we're handing out as a street team, we're stockpiling those there as well. So if residents come in, they can get that same information.
Thank you, Joe. And is there an effort, I mean, this is all Thursday morning quarterbacking, to have that information in advance, so that, because that was a part of the work that we talked about in Child's Park, was getting this information beforehand so that you don't have to make your way to a rec center. Like, this is going to be a place, this will be a hub, this will be, these are things that will be identified in June as opposed to September.
Yes, it's also difficult because we don't know damage that could be available, and we don't want, it's hard to identify those places beforehand because you don't know what the damage is going to be, and you don't want to send people into damage. So I hear that. Yeah.
I hear that. And I'll go into access to resources now as just another one. I'm hearing from residents who are concerned about repairs, shiesty, people. So do we have a list of like vetted contractors or providers that we can give to residents like during these recovery periods, so that people know like this is a list of people, or this is how you qualify whether or not this person will be able to assist you with your recovery?
So Pinellas County has a list of contractors that are approved. I'll double check to see if we could mirror that list. We're going to be making an announcement coming shortly about permitting, that we're going to waive fees related to properties that need to be demolished or rehab due to hurricane damage. But part of the reason why we're doing that is we want to take away any barrier for someone to pull a permit. If somebody says, I can do this faster and I can do it cheaper, and you don't have to pull a permit, you should really avoid that. It's probably not going to end well. But I will work on that to see if we can push out a list for a list of all approved contracts.
To have it so people know, who they can contract with if they have resources to hire, particularly like electricians. I know that was one of the things people, wanting to go in and turn their electricity back on, but, not being comfortable without having an inspection done. So just like a list of, resources that are available for contractors would be helpful.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And then now talking about debris removal and restoration. Thank you for those updates from Duke and Mike as well. Just a simple request. Would you mind publishing the explanation of the process for how you prioritize neighborhoods? Because that is, a dominant narrative. And so just saying, okay, here's how we decide what neighborhoods. And I'm like really falling in love with these short videos, these 1-minute explainer videos. Just say, this is how we decide. So that thing that was just described, so people can really have the information and then, extrapolate from there however you want to do it. But
I just want to clear up some confusion. So our plan, we will be fully mobilized on the 7th, as we've said, from the day after the storm. Our vendor has been able to provide trucks sooner than we had anticipated. So again, we were happy to announce that they're rolling today. What I said was, we are hitting the areas that Joe and Amy saw the most damage. That's in every one of your districts, and that's how we manage the process. So what we do is we make sure that we have a response in each one of your districts. As those areas get closed out, we then relocate back to the areas that have more need. As you can imagine, being in areas where we have an opportunity to be more efficient and more effective, that's where we're able to kind of move the quickest. And then I get a report weekly, and I believe that I shared that with most of you during our last storms as to the amount of debris that's being picked up, just kind of give you an idea of what's going on out in the street. And so we would continue that process as well.
Awesome, thank you. And then the last thing that I have is around the community engagement and the volunteer efforts. And maybe I could just schedule some time with Administrator Foster, because I'd like to see how we can contribute to those efforts. But I wanted to know if there is a centralized space right now for people who want to volunteer or have resources. Like, how are we coordinating that? Because I've gotten several people who have said, I'm good, I want to help, and they're looking to be routed into areas of need. Is there some?
So, Councilmember Mohammed, we actually do not have a way to coordinate while we're still actively running all of our other emergency operations. As I mentioned previously, Shelley Luz and David Thompson have been taking point on that. There is a form on our website. They are connecting people as needed. Kristen Morey and I are working through ways that employees can help. Employees and average citizens. But the real answer, there is a VOAD call, and I always forget what VOAD stands for. The county is our emergency management team. And so they coordinate those volunteer efforts, and they have asked that people use Volunteer Florida. And so we are directing people there because they have the resources to do that. But again, at the neighborhood level, Susie's team is coordinating some, and then Shelley and David are working with folks that come in through the volunteer form on our website. But for large-scale efforts, I would really direct people to the resources that the county has stood up.
Absolutely, thank you. And just as a final note on that, as we do our Thursday morning quarterback, maybe looking at how we can put some of those things in place going forward, so that we can announce, after the storm, if you'd like to volunteer, here's a way that you can do that, so people know how they can tap in, because we do have an amazing city, lots of amazing people who are willing to just lay it all on the line and offer themselves up for service. And so we want to activate as many people as we can. I heard some other people who were willing to volunteer as part of like the street team. So if you're not getting the coverage with those 20 teams, there are people who are willing to help with that effort. And so it's just a lot of people who are willing to contribute in multiple ways. And so having some type of hub or centralized location would be helpful. And with that, I thank you again, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. I'm going to be brief. I'm sure everyone's eager to get back to work, doing everything we can for our city. First, I just want to say thank you so much to everyone who's been out helping, particularly all of the city employees. It's been a huge effort, and I've seen it firsthand how much everyone's putting in right now. I'm going to be brief. I really only had one question, which Councilmember Muhammad just covered. I am fortunate to live in an area that did not get as severely impacted, and I know a lot of people who are interested in volunteering. I had been directing them to Volunteer Florida. That's what had been given to me through other resources. I hear that that's probably the best place to keep directing people. I was going to ask that question, but I guess I have the information now. And then I'll say, like, I have a lot of things that have been communicated to me, feedback that I think would be really helpful to the administration and staff going forward. But I will hold all of that until a week or so goes by, because I know we're still in the midst of things right now. But just thank you so much, everyone, for everything you've been doing. I understand it's been a big, massive task, and it hasn't gone perfectly, obviously, but I really believe everyone here is doing the best they can in a way that you don't see all the time, or you don't necessarily feel all the time, and I can see it and I can feel it here. And so I really appreciate it. So I'll leave it there, and I look forward to a lot of discussions on this topic in the future. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Chair Gertis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll also be very brief. I would echo all the thank yous. I know how I feel, both physically and mentally, and then I think about our employees and the residents that are affected, and how I feel is probably pales in comparison. And to be honest with you, that breaks my heart. So just a big thank you to all the teams. I also want to thank administration and our staff here in the City Council office for the communication. I really think the communication has been phenomenal. It has been helpful. Mayor, you and your team coming over to the West Side on Saturday was greatly impactful. And so I'm just very thankful for, and I know, we all are going through it in our own ways, but just very, very, very thankful for all the work that our team has done and continues to do, and I know that that's going to last for a while. I also want to thank Duke's communication. Jeff, through your office, the communication has been great with some of the issues. We had a couple of schools that have boarding students needing power, and so I just appreciate the communication and being able to communicate with them. That means the world to them. And so I just, again, appreciate, it's not always going to be the answer they want, but communicating, I think, is the most important part. And then I just want to thank all my colleagues for, I know, all the work that they're doing. Again, going back to, I know how I feel. So, and the West Side is new to this, and I can't imagine what some of your districts go through multiple times a year, because I am beat right now. And so just very thankful for all the work that you guys are doing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. And again, and I know I singled out Amber because we don't have the luxury of, if we're stuck, we're stuck. But Amber and her staff don't have that option of being stuck. And there are some things that we have as council members. We're getting information and communication to us, but it has to come from somewhere. And that would be the mayor's staff that's giving us that information, which means you're still working, and you're working hard. So from the mayor on down, from our stormwater, all of our city staff, they still have the issues, and I recognize that, and I think all of my colleagues recognize that. So please know that the questions and the comments were for finding a way to do better. Again, as Pastor Vincent said, there's no way you plan for anything like this. There is absolutely no way you plan, which is why I really want us to continue this conversation, because in order for us to do better, we have to know better. And some of the questions that you've been asked, you don't have answers to right now. So for all of the staff, and one of the encouraging things throughout this entire storm for me as I drive neighborhoods is seeing our neighbors helping each other. That was phenomenal. What I would have liked to have seen as they're putting things out on the curb is for them knowing how to sort that stuff prior to, because now they have to go back and go through all of that they put on the curb and now separate them categorically that we heard this morning. So I think that's going to be a headache for those that had to get issues with help in the first place. So now they're going to have someone else to come back and help them put those things in order. Now that, we've been through this, some of the same questions that were asked about the dumpsters, why can't we have dumpsters? Those things I think need to be included in our information going forward. I would love to see, and I made a couple of notes, I would love to see how we plan, because this was new. So some of the areas that were hit for the first time, I would hate that they would be last because they never experienced this before. Because when I see whole streets, I went down whole streets in that Clam Bayou area, right behind Bethel Metropolitan, and I'm talking every neighborhood, piles of furniture and things that are out there. They've never experienced that before. So I would hate for them to be last. And I stated before, council members would love to help. Administrator Foster made it very clear that the staff she has, there's nobody else that's just going to jump up and help. We're utilizing existing staff. Number one, who's also gone through the same thing. Number two, we're expecting to try to address some of the same day-to-day issues. And number three, be responsive to our questions. I think that's a big pill to swallow, and I think that is a huge ask of that same staff. And I've asked over and over again, have your staff had the opportunity to take their own mental break in order to service our communities? Because if you don't take care of yourself, you can't take care of anybody else. That mental health check is real. It is real. And I want to make sure that our staff gets that same opportunity, and that we allow you to do that. What I would also like for administration to ponder, once you've gotten an opportunity to take a break, assess where we are, is to find out what resources you will need to deploy in case something like this happens, because that did strike home with me when Administrator Foster said these are the same people doing the same thing that we budgeted for, every year, and now all of a sudden we've had this once in a lifetime, well, I'm going to claim it, once in a lifetime occurrence. How could we better prepare for staffing? Because we had to contract out for this and contract out for that. How could we better prepare for staffing to bring in for such an occurrence as this? Because we're asking people to go door to door. These are the same people that come to work Monday through Friday to not only now go door to door to all of our homes. It's a big ask, and I realize that. And as council members, we realize that because we realize what our struggles were, personally, professionally, and trying to make sure that we serve our constituents. So, first request, that mental break. Assess your mental health, administration. I need you to do that. Council members, y'all do the same thing. You have to assess your mental health. And we will continue to have these conversations because it's too large and too important and too vital not to. So with that, I'm going to, unless I see no further requests to speak, any other questions? This conversation has gone quite a bit, and we do have some other, but I want to make sure everyone has the opportunity to speak on this. Yeah, because this has been going for, I have an hour and 45 minutes. So again, thank you, administration, for being prepared to answer those questions. Thank you for your thoroughness in this, and you were trying to handle day to day and prepare for today's meeting. So I want to appreciate you for that, and thank you, council members, for also taking the concerns of your constituents and bringing them here today to make sure that we address these questions early on. And I look forward to follow up with more details so that we can better, as I said, as a city, prepare ourselves for something that I'm praying is a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. I'm praying. Okay, seeing there are no further requests to speak, thank you so much. So we're going to now go ahead and move on to F6. We are St. Pete Fund Resolution that will be presented by Tom Green and Administrator Foster.
Good morning again, Chair and City Council. I think as much of City Council spoke this morning, Chair, you mentioned neighbors helping neighbors, and other members talked about how we're going to be resilient and we're going to recover. I know we're feeling down right now, but we are. I think all of us in this room are very bullish on our city going forward. And to that point, you have a resolution on your desk or on the dais this morning that would authorize a supplemental appropriation in the amount of $200,000 to create the We Are St. Pete Fund to be administered by our partner at the Pinellas Community Foundation. The goal of this, obviously, is to provide the seed resources to go and ask neighbors to help neighbors and raise additional resources to bring to bear to help with the recovery of our community and our residents, small businesses, as well as city employees. So it's the resolution is quite candidly very simple and straightforward. We're asking for $200,000 from the unappropriated fund balance of the general fund. That will be used to offset the cost of the administration, the administrative costs of Pinellas Community Foundation. And additionally, resources would be available as, like I said, the seed to start the real fundraising efforts throughout our community. A lot of the details, Administrator Foster and we're working through a lot of the details, and we will have an agreement in the not too distant future, but this is the resolution this morning that we seek for council to approve, and we certainly can respond to any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Councilmember Hanowitz.
Thank you, and thank you, Tom, for bringing this administration for going forward on this. I have a question because in terms of the 200,000, 100,000 is going for administration. How do you come to determine the amount that's necessary for that? I understand there'll be more money coming in, but there is typically a certain amount that you have to allocate, and how is that determined?
So, as I mentioned earlier, we're doing this in real time without all the details figured out. That's how emergency management works. So we do not know yet what the cost to take in those applications and push out resources will be. I believe it will be well under $100,000, but based on working on other projects with the Pinellas Community Foundation and knowing what staff and benefits cost, we felt like being able to say up to $100,000 to administer the fund would be needed. If you can remember COVID Cares, there were hundreds of people hired at 211 in the county and through Tetra Tech and others that helped process this assistance. And we felt like $100,000 was a reasonable cost in order to make sure there's somebody who can answer the phones, process the checks, look at the applications, understand what's needed. But we do not have that full cost yet, which is why you do not have a contract to review. We are very thankful to the Pinellas Community Foundation for saying, yes, we'll stand this up and start accepting funds, and we'll figure out the details with you later. Jess Rydell, who many of you know work on our ARPA, American Rescue Plan, Act investments, as well as our opioid settlement investments. She will be the one working directly with the Pinellas Community Foundation to help deploy these funds. We will also be working with our partners who put dollars into the fund. So Foundation for Healthy St. Pete may have specific ideas about how they want those resources deployed. We'll be working with them. And others, the Rays and Gary Hess and Trevor Burgess. So we're excited to be able to stand something up in less than 24 hours from the time we started having the conversation, but all of those details are yet to be worked out. We have a meeting this afternoon with the Pinellas Community Foundation to start to have some of those conversations.
And thank you, Amy. I appreciate that. You know, whenever there are funds like that, just like when we donate to a nonprofit, people are always looking where the money's going and whether or not it's being taken over in administrative costs versus out there in non-administrative costs. So it's kind of a transparency thing for people to understand where that money's going, and then hopefully we do have a report obviously later on in terms of what our actual costs and why, and I think just that's very important when you start a fund like this. So thank you for your information.
That's it?
Yep. Sorry.
Councilmember Montanari.
Thank you. Just a technical question, Tom. So we haven't approved the FY25 budget. So is this coming out of FY24, FY25? Why? And the other question is, why didn't we go to the contingency fund?
So, Councilmember, that is a really, really good question. So by virtue of the state of emergency that the governor issued for the state and included Pinellas County, we functionally were allowed to continue under that order, and the Department of Revenue gave us specific instructions. But to your point, to the question, it's kind of a strange time, right? We're spending resources and effectively amending the FY25 budget because we're in fiscal 25, and council hasn't even adopted it yet. So it is kind of a little bit of no man's land, so to speak. But with the disaster, I think I was kind of joking around offhandedly saying, the governor and the DOR waved their magic wand to allow us to continue to operate. But and I don't know if legal has any guidance on that, but it is a little bit of a strange time. To answer your question, we went to the general fund unappropriated fund balance because we have a fairly healthy fund balance, and because if we did the contingency, we would have gotten into the very question you're asking: are we using $24 or $25? And really, ultimately, at the end of the day, the expenditure from the unappropriated fund balance, it doesn't matter which fiscal period it happens in, and it's treated the same way, so to speak.
Okay, good. I just want to emphasize I'm supportive. Just had that technical question. Legal, do you want to try to tackle that?
Yeah, I think, council member, and I agree with Tom a lot, that this is when the budget is in flux like this and you haven't approved it. My interpretation, though, I think the way that the resolution is structured is that this will really kick in. You'll approve the resolution today. You approve, well, assuming that you approve the budget ordinances today, I view this as part of that budget. And then after that, obviously no funds are being actually dispersed until the agreement is in place. And by that point, you'll certainly be under the new budget.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Second.
Thank you. Having a motion and an approval of F6, can you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please cast your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, can you please tally and announce the vote?
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda item F6 passes unanimously with council members Driscoll and Floyd being absent.
Okay, thank you. And we are going to go ahead and move into our public hearing that was supposed to begin at 9:30 a.m. And just for my easy understanding, when colleagues, when you finish, please at least say thank you, Madam Chair, so I'll know, because I'm trying to guess whether or not you're done or not. And it's not a request of arrogance, but just helping me procedurally to know that you're done. Assistant Chief Attorney, City Attorney Janine Williams is going to present E1, E2, and E3. Can we vote on all three at the same time since they're being presented, or no?
We're going to vote on them separately.
Separately,
They can
okay.
be read all at the same time, Mr.
Okay.
Clerk. And if you don't have any questions, I don't have a presentation for you today.
I don't need a presentation.
I'm good.
Okay, well, motion?
I'm going to read the titles for all three.
Please do. Sorry about that.
Ordinance number 597H, an ordinance repealing Division 8 of Article 5, Section 2-268 through 2-270 of the City Code relating to major construction project requirements for employing disadvantaged workers and providing an effective date. Ordinance number 598H, an ordinance repealing Division 7 of Article 5, Sections 2-261 through 2-264 of the City Code relating to major construction project requirements for employing apprentices and providing an effective date. Ordinance number 599-8, an ordinance repealing Section 2-277 of Article 5, Division 9 of the City Code relating to responsible wage for certain construction contracts, amending Section 2-275 of Article 5, Division 9 of the City Code to remove provisions relating to responsible wage for certain construction contracts and providing an effective date. And we do not have any cards for either of these.
Move approval E1.
Second.
Okay, now that we have a motion and a second on the E1, can you please, clerk, open the machine for voting? Council members, cast your votes. Now that all present council members have voted, can you please tally and announce the votes for E1?
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda item E1 passes unanimously with council members Driscoll and Floyd being absent.
Move approval of E2.
Second.
Now that we have a motion and a second for E2, can you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please cast your votes. Now that all present council members have voted, can you please tally and announce the votes?
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda item E2 passes unanimously with council members Floyd and Driscoll being absent.
Thank you.
Move approval E3.
Second.
Now that we have a motion and a second for E3, can you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please cast your votes. Now that all present council members have voted, can you please tally and announce the votes?
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda item E3 passes unanimously with council members Driscoll and Floyd being absent.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to an ordinance approving the vacation of two partial right-of-ways on the north side of 3rd Avenue South for the property located at 3200 1st Avenue South. And joining us is our planner too, Ms. Cheryl Brigalio. How are you?
I'm going to read the title.
I'm well. Good
Yes,
morning.
It's going to read the title. Oh, thank you.
Ordinance number 1167V, an ordinance approving the vacation of two partial right-of-ways on the north side of 3rd Avenue South for the property generally located at 3200 1st Avenue South, setting forth conditions for the vacation to become effective and providing for an effective date, and we do not have any cards.
I have a presentation, should you want to.
E4.
I'm going to ask, do we need a presentation?
I'd like to see the presentation.
Okay, presentation.
The ordinance is for a vacation of right-of-way of two partial street right-of-way on the north side of 3rd Ave South, located at 3200 1st Ave South in the Corridor Commercial Suburban Zoning District. The rights-of-way to be vacated do not affect sidewalk or paved roadway and are 960 square feet each. The rights-of-way are remnants from vacated 32nd and 33rd Streets South, which previously extended northward into the property. In the 1960s, when those streets were still intact, 3 16-foot wide drainage easements were dedicated along the full length of the southern side of the block. You can see them in the dashed line on the image. The easements contain potable water and stormwater utilities. The easements did not include the then existing rights-of-way. When the north-south street rights-of-way were later vacated, The 16-foot portions of right-of-way in line with the utility easements were retained to reserve the city's access to utilities in that area. This was likely a simpler solution at the time than requiring the dedication of new easements in the vacated areas. The vacations are proposed to facilitate an approved site plan, including improvement of the YMCA and construction of a 5-story building with 330 dwelling units, multiple 1- and 3-story buildings with 32,000 square feet of commercial space and 50 dwelling units, and a 6-story, 600-space parking garage. The eastern segment of right-of-way conflicts with the location of a proposed building and transformers. The western segment conflicts with the location of a required 10-foot green yard between proposed parking spaces and the property line. In the eastern portion of the site, potable water and stormwater utilities are to be relocated, and the 16-foot easements in this area are proposed to be vacated administratively. This is just an enlarged view of the site plan and the areas to be vacated. This is a photo toward the eastern area to be vacated, and a view toward the western area to be vacated. So there were no objections from city departments. Engineering has no objection provided that utilities in the areas to be vacated are relocated or an easement is retained over those utilities if they are to remain. Water Resources has a similar qualification. The fire marshal has requested a 3-foot clear easement behind the fire hydrant located in front of the western right-of-way segment. And Duke Energy has objected because they have facilities in the right-of-way, and the applicant needs to obtain a no objection letter from Duke Energy as a condition of approval. There were no comments from the public. So the vacation request was heard by the DRC, and they recommended unanimously that the vacation ordinance be adopted. The related site plan application was approved by DRC, and there were no comments from the public at, after, or during the hearing. So city staff continues to recommend approval of the vacation with these conditions of approval. Again, dedication of an easement by the applicant for the utilities that are to remain in the area, and an easement around the fire hydrant, a letter of no objection from Duke, and the other are standard timing conditions. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further requests to speak for E4. Did we have a motion and a second?
Yes, we did.
Okay, can you read the, open the machine for voting, please. Council members, please cast your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, can you please tally and announce your votes?
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda item E4 passes unanimously with council members Driscoll and Floyd being absent.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead
Thank
and
you.
move into our reports before we take a 30-minute break. And I do think that this is Councilmember Montanari's item that he brought for USF St. Petersburg update. And joining us is Chancellor Christian Hardegree. But I'm going to turn the mic over to Councilmember Councilmember Montanari to introduce the presentation, please.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Well, when I put this new business item in, it was well before this storm, and just based on what we have going on in the city, I know Chancellor Hardegree is going to give us an update on the university. You know, being that we are the 5th largest city in the state, and USF is just such an important, USF St. Petersburg is such an important part to our city. I always want to have a update of what's going on with USF, current status, and where the university is going. So I'll turn it over to Chancellor Hardegree.
Thank you very much. I very much appreciate the opportunity to be here this afternoon. And especially given what happened with the hurricane, and I will say very much personally and professionally, I've been here, this is my 3rd year, this is our 5th hurricane. I think that my husband may be related to Amber's grandmother because he did not evacuate. I was out of state as we grew closer and returned. I was with our ride-out crew on the campus throughout, and even Thursday evening received a call from my middle son who said something to the effect of questioning his dad's competency for handling the emergency and fearing for his life. So, and Vice Chair, we're over in your district, over in the jungle. And so I know that this has been just horrific for our community. It's actually been very horrific for our campus. 85% of the campus was underwater at some point. We have 3 buildings that had significant intrusion. Piano Man, which of course was donated to the campus and has a long history here. Our Special Services building and the One building. The 2 of those, the Special Services building and the One building, are located on First Street. And there was a significant amount of flooding that occurred there. And so we're in the process of evaluating those facilities. Those buildings primarily house offices as opposed to classrooms. And so we've been able to relocate those. One of those units is our Family Study Center, which looks at brain health in children 0 to 5 and helps support families, particularly in vulnerable and marginalized populations, in terms of co-parenting and parenting for child development. And so we have currently moved those into the former USF credit union space that's adjacent to the bookstore. In the meantime, the credit union had moved to our student center to just better serve our students in terms of locale and connection with them. I do, similar to many of the accolades that I've heard you give for our city staff and all of the incredible teams that have pulled together, I want to give a shout out to the valiant efforts for our campus. Our University Police Department did an amazing job under Chief Hendry. Kevin Sheehy, who I recently recruited from Pittsburgh to come down here and be my Vice Chancellor for Administration and Finance, did an amazing job with a lot of golly gee shucks. We don't deal with this in Pittsburgh. We also had a new emergency manager, Kevin Sullivan. I've been joking that I'm only going to hire Kevins because the Kevins did an incredible job. And then I also want to commend Karen Neesmith, who is our Director of Community Relations. Once we had power restored and were able to safely return people to the campus, we opened the University Student Center for our communities as a cooling station, a place to charge phones, cool off, get some food, things like that. And she led that. We also opened our fitness centers for our faculty and staff. This was before we had full power restoration, but in a building that we could accommodate them just for being able to shower. Currently, we have about 20 faculty and staff who are essentially total losses in terms of their personal effects. And we're communicating with our students. We have about 10 students who are either under major or severe damage to their homes and their property. And so we're working to try to provide for them. To the concerns about mental health that were brought up earlier, we recently added a comfort dog to the campus, Snowbird. This was through the former Southeastern Guide Dogs, now Dogs Inc. And Snowbird was in our ride-out center to provide support. We even had some of the St. Pete officers come by. The most interesting call I heard of the evening was, there are alligators in my front lawn. Could you please come get them? And so just so you're aware that our police respond not just to the traditional evacuation elements, but to some very creative ones as well. We are working with Florida Institute of Oceanography. We have 3 research vessels that are on our campus, and we're looking to utilize those as temporary housing for some of our impacted faculty and staff where appropriate, just to try to be creative. As you discussed earlier, there's not a lot of hotel or other options that are available right now. And so I just, it reminds me particularly and very personally of the strength and the resiliency that defines this community. And you've heard me say before, I've lived in a number of different places and places that love their universities. This community is different. This community is special, and I'm really, really struck by that. Since the presentation's up, with your permission, I will go through that somewhat quickly. I realize this was prepared in advance of today's topic, and so if that is warranted, I'm happy to go forward. Yes, okay, nodding. So, all right, next slide, please.
You have a clicker.
Oh, I have a clicker?
Yay.
Goodness help us all. All right. So our embedded video does not appear to be working. So it's on this one. We're gonna skip the video then. So we'll start with just our AAU recognition, the American Association of Universities. And for context, folks, there are over 4,100 colleges and universities. 146 are Research 1 institutions, an R1. That's the type of innovation and discovery they engage in. We have been one of those. There's 71 members of AAU. And so when you think of those over 4,100 institutions, that really puts us in an amazing place. And AAU is really important because 63% of federal research dollars go to AAU institutions. So it allows us to bring in more resources to engage in that innovation and discovery for our community. When we look at our rankings, and folks, we don't chase rankings. Rankings really are indicative of somebody recognizing the incredible and hard work. This is our 6th year straight being a top 50 public institution, and what I was really proud of was number 22 nationally for social mobility. We have, this past year, crested over $692 million in total research funding expenditures. That makes us top 15 among public research institutions for new patents in the past 11 years. Again, that is incredibly impactful for our community. In particular for the St. Pete campus, our TIP lab, that is the Trafficking in Persons Risk to Resilience, that's there to help eradicate human trafficking. Our Family Studies Center, as I mentioned earlier, that does so much amazing work with our community for the brain and health development of 0 to 5-year-olds. And Bernali Dixon, actually, this is a faculty member in biology who's worked with students. She's developed an app that allows crowdsourcing information on flooding in the event of a disaster. And so we've been able to utilize that, which seems very timely given what we've been seeing. Everybody always asks about our enrollment, and this was one of our largest years. We actually were up 12% over last year. There was a little shift in how we enrolled for the campus. As you'll notice, the first column is one USF. That's all 3 of our campuses, or the first 3 rows. The next 3 rows are for the St. Pete campus in particular. And so we had a larger enrollment for summer. And this really was an opportunity to bring in students who may not have been in the same GPA or SAT, but are still members of our community who wanted to be able to get into USF. That doesn't count in some of those metrics that relates to our funding. And so we now know that this is a really great way to bring students in. If you look at the column on the right in 2023, you'll see there were 394 students in fall, whereas we only had 179 this fall. So that may seem a little wonky, but when you look at the summer, we had almost 3 times the number of students in our summer, which is really phenomenal. We had a 177% increase in our Black students, a 64% increase in our Hispanic students, and a 40% increase in our Asian students for the campus. And so we're really proud of the work that's being done. All of our admissions is done through our Tampa campus, and so we work hand in hand. We expect a similar influx for next year, that our summer will be a larger number of students than our fall offerings. When we think of our Office of Veteran Success, when I first came to USF St. Pete, we had about 400 students that had been identified as veteran or military connected. Right now, it's about 1,100. And so when you think about the number of students that we house at our campus, that's almost 1 in 4 students who is veteran or military connected. And this year we were incredibly fortunate through the legislature, the university as a whole, one USF, got $10 million to support that. $6 million is going to go to renovating new space for our Office of Veteran Success. Ironically, one of those buildings that got flooded was the building we had earmarked for that. And so now if we're going to have if the building is totaled, which we're still waiting to find out, then we're going to have to be determining how we can utilize these funds and how we can seek additional funds in order to build something that meets current code so we can avoid the flooding in the future. The historic gas plant. I don't know how many of you have ever seen the movie Draft Day. Kevin Costner, it's about the GM of the Cleveland Browns. I'm going to set it up in case you haven't seen it. It's the day of the draft. It starts off with him writing something on a Post-it and sticking it in his pocket. There's a lot of drama going on. It's a movie worth your weekend once things settle down. But at the end, when he pulls the Post-it out, it says, "No matter what," and has a name. I won't ruin it for you if you haven't seen it. But I do think about what is the no matter what. The historic gas plant for USF St. Pete is a no matter what. No matter what, we need to be a part. We need to have a presence in the historic gas plant. No matter what, it has to meet the commitment to our population, to our history. It has to have a connection. No matter what, it has to help fuel workforce development. And for me as a campus, I need more housing. We had 240 students on our wait list this year. We've had over 100 in the past 2 years. We had initiated a housing feasibility study. And so no matter what, we need more housing, and to be able to be connected in this space is really important. So we've been talking with the Raise Hines group about whether there's an opportunity to donate some parcel of land for us to build upon that in order to hit our no matter what. And we've talked about the combination of business and journalism, communication, our digital arts, hospitality, sport management, sport broadcasting, et cetera. So there are some really great opportunities here, and we're looking forward to seeing what we can develop as we keep moving forward. Our Department of Journalism and Digital Communication has a phenomenal connection with the Poynter Institute for Media Studies. And of course, the Poynter Institute has a global reputation for training some of the world's best journalists. We're producing a podcast together. It's called Florida in Depth. It's on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and Amazon, should you find you need something to listen to while you're driving to and from places. We're working together on our Neighborhood News Bureau, and this is really a unique opportunity for our students to get real life experience in the area of journalism. We have a new remote operated vehicle, the Taurus. There's no coincidence that the Taurus means bull, and we are bulls. So the Taurus actually has a 2.5-mile cable, and so it can be deployed through the center of the Western Flyer and deployed to depths that we have not explored. And this gives an opportunity to learn so much more about our oceans, the types of aquatic critters that are down there. We are the only university in the continental United States to have such advanced capabilities. And again, that's housed right here on our St. Pete campus. We have a garage mural, and this is one of the scenes. If you find that you need to get in some extra steps, I would encourage you to come over and walk through our 7 floors. But one of our visiting professors, along with his students, designed a mural that is a different scene on each of the floors. It escalates from stingrays and manatees to pelicans to our sunshine and plain here. But given the commitment that St. Pete has, the fact that there are 11 museums within a 1-mile radius of the St. Pete campus, we thought it was very fitting to continue this commitment to the arts. I mentioned Snowbird earlier. Snowbird was out on Wednesday, making sure the campus was safe. And so this is our first comfort dog. As has been indicated, we've got to normalize mental health and mental health support. And there's a crisis, particularly among college-age students. And so being able to have Snowbird on campus, we've actually, through the hurricane recovery, have been taking Snowbird to some of the students' homes to help them assimilate, as well as treating some of our first responders, because comfort dogs can reduce levels of anxiety, depression, loneliness, and they're really a great tool for de-stressing. We have our upcoming Bulls and Brews by the Bay, and so this is our annual event. We started it a year ago, so this would be the second annual opportunity. But all of the proceeds benefit USF St. Pete scholarships, and we increased our scholarship pot by 8-fold last year. And so it's a really great opportunity. Please mark your calendar if you are available and you can come out. We'd love to have you there. It is an October Fest. It will focus local breweries as well as our Brewing Arts Certificate program, where they actually literally will be serving homework, the good homework, not the bad homework, but the things that the students have brewed will actually be a focus of that. And so with that, that was the extent of it. I didn't know if there might be any questions about any of the other initiatives or things that are going on campus, so I submit.
Well, I do have Councilmember Montanari wanting to speak. Councilmember Montanari.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chancellor Hardigree, for the update of what's going on at USF St. Pete. And I do have just a few questions. So a few years ago, a priority for the city and the business community was the Center of Excellence for environmental and oceanographic services. And the three things that they were supposed to concentrate on was sea level rise, flooding, and flooding related to high tide. And it just seems like you're here at the right time. And I want to know where that project is, because the legislature a few years ago appropriated, I believe, $25 million for that project. It's an $80 million project. And where did the Board of Governors weigh in on their priority for the next legislative session for this?
Yeah, thank you for that. The EOS, this is an incredibly important project. It could not be more highlighted by what's just transpired, right? I know that President Law recognizes the need and the community's strong desire to continue forward. The project has taken a little time to get off the ground, but it's not for a lack of commitment, right? It's not that we aren't committed to it. It's that there was rising costs in construction when we first envisioned that project. It was actually 2020. And so there's some gaps in expected funding. One of the things that we were struggling with was the flooding that we do incur on the peninsula. When you're building an $80 million building, it's easy to start at 18 feet off the ground. When you only have $25 million for the building, that changes the parameter of that. And so we've been in a process of reevaluating that. And unfortunately, or fortunately, the impact not just of this hurricane, but that strange little storm that was just like an afternoon gully washer that turned into 2.5 hours of trying to go 3 miles, right? And so we're in the process. The provost, who is the spearhead of that project, along with Tom Frazier from the College of Marine Science, are pulling together a team to redefine what we're looking at and redefine perhaps where we put it, given the financial challenges. We also have to identify additional funds to be able to build out the support for that. At the time that we had originally been appropriated funds in 2022 by the legislature. Unfortunately, that was not supported through the final bill signing. But at that time, we had $14 million in deferred maintenance that needed to be done to the building. Because the university felt strongly that we were going to have that $80 million signed, the deferred maintenance was taken off the docket. And so we didn't get the deferred maintenance or the $80 million. And so trying to really define what are we going to do has been a challenge. But Provost Mohapatra has been working with Dean Frazier in terms of defining that.
Okay. All right. That, to me, we can't let our foot off the gas on that project. I mean, it's important, and just this discussion that you've witnessed today, and that our city and our state is going through, that needs to be a priority, and I want to keep it a priority. And I may have legal draw up a resolution to get City Council to weigh in on making that a priority. That maybe we can run it through the Lair Committee also. But I just want to emphasize that project, because to me that puts not just USF St. Petersburg on the map, but it puts the city of St. Petersburg on the map. And we need more projects like that. The other thing I wanted to talk about just briefly is after consolidation, there were supposed to be more doctoral programs at USF St. Petersburg. Can you tell us what has happened since consolidation? Have there been any new doctoral programs at USF St. Petersburg?
No, sir, there have not been any new doctoral programs. We did have an interim provost for a year, Eric Eisenberg, and And then Prasant Mohapatra was appointed in March of 23. So I know that he is going through an academic planning process, but at this juncture, we have not added any additional programs outside of an undergraduate program in hospitality.
Isn't that written into legislation that was passed with consolidation?
There were consolidation notebooks that were put together. My understanding is there were two legislative pieces, one of which expired and one of which is still current. The one that's current establishes our campus board and our name and that we should have a regional chancellor and whatnot. But I've not seen any legislation that indicated that specifically. I believe it was in the consolidation notebooks. And so, yeah.
Okay. Well, that's another thing that was promised under consolidation, and we just haven't seen anything. Again, we need to be advocates for USF St. Petersburg. You're our only university in the city. Can you tell me, and this will be my last question. I understand that the faculty on the campus does not report to you. They report to staff at USF in Tampa.
Yes, sir. They report to the provost.
Why is that? And did they used to report to you?
I used to have a role in evaluating faculty and staff through promotion and tenure. That's been a subject for discussion because it creates a level of review that the faculty at St. Pete do not go through in Tampa. So if you're in a history department, for example, you got a big history department in Tampa and we have a smaller history department here. That history department here would, through promotion and tenure, would go through a review level with me that the history department in Tampa did not. And so there was a question as to whether that was equitable. So all academics flow through the provost. I'm certainly here to help support his vision for our campus, but all of those, the reporting structures, the reviews, all of that do go through Provost Mohapatra. We do have a vice provost, Thomas Smith, who also has a dual role as the campus dean for arts and sciences, who is sort of the primary liaison for those purposes.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for the presentation. Timing wasn't the best based on the storm, but then again, it does kind of line up, especially with the Center of Excellence.
Absolutely, and that's
the
no
goals
matter what.
of that Center of Excellence. So, again, like I said before, I don't want to take our foot off the gas when it comes to that. That's a priority for the campus and for the city of St. Petersburg. So, thank you for the update.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Councilmember Montanari. So what I was most interested in is knowing that you were coming from USF St. Pete. And every time we have the presentation, mine always goes back to the enrollment and the numbers and that year when we went to preeminence as far as the GPA going to a 4.2. And I know that Chancellor Tadlock is no longer there, but I am still so very grateful for the Chancellor and Dr. Williams for wanting to be creative and increasing, and since you brought it up, it's the only reason why I'm saying something about it, is the enrollment of black students, which is now, less than 9% of your total enrollment. And the summer program, since you also brought that up, is one of those vessels that they use to incorporate black students or other students of color to join the USF family that could not meet that 4.2 GPA, which I think the requirement was 4.0, but USF chose 4.2, correct?
I don't know specifically if it was a target in advance. I know that the desire to increase the profile for the fall was a decision the provost made, and utilizing the summer was an opportunity to let in students who may not have hit that. I believe our average this year was a 4.3 with a 1306 SAT, and I humbly acknowledge I would not have been a student at USF. I see a couple of people kind of like, me too. The preeminence piece is the funding. I mean, the university received $96 million this year. And so trying to find the balance, I think, is what the admissions office in Tampa is really trying to do. They're also undergoing a strategic enrollment planning process. Apparently, there had not been one previously for all campuses. And so coming up with a comprehensive strategic enrollment program has been one of the priorities of Cindy DeLuca, who reports to the provost. So again, under that academic arm for One USF.
And I bring that up because, for years we tried to work on an educational ecosystem here for the city of St. Petersburg, because we are highly educated here in St. Petersburg. We have SBC, we have Eckerd, we have PTC, we have just over 49th Street, we have Stetson Law School, and we have USF St. Pete. And so we were really trying to address the needs of our residents here and trying to not only educate them here, but to keep those high-cost degrees here to benefit us here in the city of St. Petersburg. And one of the things that, came out of that 4.2 at the time was that if I had a 4.2 or a 4.3 and I'm from St. Petersburg, there's no way I'm staying home. If I can go somewhere else to college on a full scholarship out of my parents' home, that's where I'm going. I'm going somewhere else. And so I just wanted to say that I'm grateful that we're trying to find creative ways to actually keep our students here at home and wanting to stay here, because St. Petersburg is growing into an awesome place. The entertainment life, the art place, if we can just find housing for them to be able to stay here. And we want to continue to have that effort. And so that is always going to be a focus of mine, is how many students from here and how many students of color can actually be educated at USF. So with the programs that, Dr. Williams and Chancellor Tadlock started, I'm glad to see that they're continuing to kind of provide an additional opening to our students, that equitable piece of gaining a USF St. Pete education. So thank you for the presentation, and I see no further requests to speak. If there's no one else that we have,
thank you very much.
Thank you so much for coming. I appreciate you, and we're going to go ahead and recess the council meeting until 1:05, if I'm looking at that correctly. 30 minutes. See you 1:05.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, we're calling council meeting back to order, and we're going to immediately go into the next report item, which is F2, Sunlit Cove Boat Ramp Update, and joining us is Stormwater Pavement and Traffic Operations Director, Marshall Hampton.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You brought this one?
This was my item. It's okay. This was another that, like Councilmember Montanari said, this was put in prior to Hurricane Helene. Wanted to leave it on the agenda for today because this was an issue that occurred in Riviera Bay, not storm related, but wastewater or stormwater related and Bay specific related. And we wanted to make sure that we were bringing a after action report regarding what happened that day, letting the residents know, what protocols were taken, what exactly did happen, and just make sure that we're being very transparent about the issue. So that is the reason for bringing the report today, Madam Chair.
That's good. Thank you.
Marshall Hampton, the Stormwater Pavement and Traffic Operations Director. Just want to go over what did transpire and what led to the interaction that happened. On September 18th through the 20th, we were inspecting stormwater assets in the Sunlight Cove area. Part of the inspection requires us to de-water the stormwater assets, so for us to take a look at them. Since it is a low region, the outfalls are partially submerged during tides, and so we're getting water out. The water that we were collecting was a mix of groundwater, which is silty because you have soil in it. You have tidal water from Riviera Bay, which is salt water, and then you have the runoff water from the recent rain events. So when you see the water, I would like to go into like the clarity of the water. The water is going to be brown. Typically after a rain event or a storm event, your water's not as clear as if it had no storms at all, so it's a little more turbulent. The water that we collected was directly from the stormwater system itself. We know that there wouldn't be any sewage in it because there were no reports of a sewage leakage in that area, nor a report of illicit discharge. So everything we were collecting from the stormwater system was stormwater itself, to the best of our knowledge. So we collected it, excuse me, and then that was, 3 truckloads. So we did it 3 times. So 3 days in a row we dumped at the boat ramp, which is a total of 6,300 gallons, which is what we self-reported to DEP. From that moment, from the interaction, our team wasn't, we live in the community, so we're not purposely trying to harm a body of water. We were literally just trying to move water, which was around the street from where we were collecting it from, so we can get back and keep pumping water to investigate. So from there, once we self-reported the water on Monday, we took some steps to make sure that it wouldn't happen again. So just true transparency. Every time we collect water now, we're taking it to the same site that we empty out our loads at the street sweeper on the Water Resources campus. And really, so we self-reported at FTEP, and we are trying to make improvements to our total, I'll say, work methods.
And Madam Chair, if I can just add too, so for anyone who was not aware of what occurred, this was caught on recording by a resident at the boat ramp, made a video. They were not aware that it was stormwater. They believed because of that siltation and just kind of the murkiness of the water that it was sewage water. So there was a lot of concern from the neighbors, from the community around the boat ramp. Marshall and his team jumped right into action to investigate, to get that information back to me as the council member, to make sure that we were able to communicate that out to the residents through the neighborhood association. So there was a very concerted effort over the course of a couple of hours once it was made aware that we were able to respond accordingly. We were able to get correct information out. But then also on top of that, Marshall did go ahead and move forward into a day or two of testing of the water in Riviera Bay, because we wanted to make sure that anything that was put into that water was not going to mess with the safety of the water for the residents. We have a lot of fishermen, a lot of people that like to get in there and boat, and it was on the weekend as well. So Marshall, do you want to talk a little bit about the testing and how that came out? Because we went right into storm response and we weren't actually able to communicate the testing results to the residents.
So we did 3 rounds of testing in 3 different areas of the water. So it was also the source, the initial dump happened, and then 2 other areas kind of as controls to make sure to see how the overall health of the body of water was. So what we found that first and foremost, we don't have a baseline of the overall health, the condition of that body of water. So we don't know what's normal and what's not. So all we're reporting out to here is what we collected. So what we found in 2 of the 3 times that we tested during a high tide event, that the water was of good beach quality water. There was one instance where it didn't meet it. It was during a low tide event. So during a low tide event, it did not meet the good beach quality of water. That doesn't say that I wouldn't feel safe putting myself in the water itself, but it just didn't meet the good beach standards. So to be transparent, for whatever reason, how it flushes out, it's just sometimes we don't have enough information to say if that's normal or not, or what happened. But we did find two of the 3 times that it was good beach standards.
And I just want to add thank you to Claude. You took the call right away. Marshall, you were right on it. Rob, you took the calls. I really do appreciate the responsiveness to the neighborhood, to the residents. Being a waterfront community, very, very important, the health of our water and the ability to be able to use that recreationally and to access that. So I really personally appreciate your response, and am glad that we were able to bring the report today so that we could provide some transparency for the neighborhood.
Yes, ma'am, and I'll be happy to field any questions from residents as you get them.
Perfect, thank you.
Done. Councilmember Montanari.
Thank you. Thank you for the report, Marshall. So can you talk a little bit about, I've never seen one of these vacuum trucks doing this.
Yes.
Is this a standard procedure, or was this something that was a one-off that this happened, or?
To be fully transparent, it's one of our new line clearing teams that we built. I have not had any record of us, and to my knowledge, I haven't had any other record of us dumping, or I'll say dumping, but discharging water into an open body of water. Okay. So what the team thought that's when we knew the anticipated storm coming up the next week. We quickly were trying to inspect items, and the closest way to go return the water that the system was going to be outfalling to, was to Riviera Bay, and the quickest way was at that boat ramp, which is the closest piece. Okay. Since then, we have educated our team. We're always training. We always can do better. So we have an opportunity to let our team know, hey, we don't discharge to open bodies of water. We have places that we have to collect it at.
Okay, and then the other question I had was, you said you self-reported it to DEP.
Yes, sir.
Is that a state requirement, or is that just like a voluntary?
It was voluntary. We're very big on doing what's best for the city, and with the feedback that we're getting from the citizens, we wanted to show that we are being transparent and fully accountable by our actions. And so we wanted to self-report to the state agency and let them make the determination of what's tolerable and what's not.
Okay. Have we heard back from them after that report? Have they?
No, sir. And I don't know the statutory requirement or timeline goes, but they've been inundated with storm response now reportings.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Claude, did you have a comment?
Thank you. Claude Tankersley, Public Works Administrator. Just a little bit more clarification. So we do have a permit for our stormwater system, just like we do for other systems. And that permit recognizes that we have to periodically maintain and manage our system. We have to go in there, inspect pipes and so forth. And when you have pipes that are always buried underwater, it's hard to inspect it if it's buried. So the pipe does recognize, and we are authorized when we are doing those inspections to bypass the pipe, to push that water on down so that it'll go where it was going to naturally go in the first place, so that we can do that inspection. So we don't believe this was a violation of our permit. Okay. But just to be, as cautious and as transparent as possible, since the public was concerned about what we were doing, we did self-report. We have not heard back.
All right, very, very good. Thank you for the explanation.
Yes, I assume you're done as well. Claude, quick question.
Come back.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I'm so sorry.
Quick question. I did receive that same video, and I don't know if it went out there on social media before it got to us, and I know a lot of people saw it. How are we, other than this forum, are we actually sharing with those that have shared and shared and shared that video of what our standards are? Is that something that we can even consider? Or, because what I'll do, the people that send it to me, I'll just ask them to tune in to watch this. I'll send a link to this as the explanation. But is there anything that we...
So my understanding in talking to our comms team, communications team, the fact that it was shared in such a wide variety of places, it's really impossible for us to go to all the different Facebook posts and respond directly there. As Councilmember Gabbard mentioned, she has communicated directly with the Neighborhood Association. Administration has communicated directly with the Neighborhood Association. We've been invited to attend one of their meetings, but when it gets beyond that, we don't really know of a way for us to get the word out.
Okay, so I guess I'll just post something. When you say communicated, did you verbally, or was there something in writing?
Is it something in writing? We actually had a
so I can
statement.
post it?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Vice Chair Gertis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just quickly comment, just because one of the larger posters, I guess, I don't know what to call them. I don't do it. So, actually retracted their original post based on the information they had gotten from the comms team, reposted it with the correct information that it was stormwater and not wastewater. And I did see that on the two biggest shares, the people that have the most views, that really where it kind of blew up much larger than I think anybody had anticipated. Both of those outlets then corrected the information. So they did do that. So I just figured I'd share. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Henowitz.
Thank you. And just to further the conversation on the communications, I get it. I mean, Facebook, that's just a different world. But is there a way at some point maybe to think, when you have these situations, have something on the website, like a news release, to that way when people find out the information, they can go to a trusted source to get the true information? Because you just have it, people may find it and it's like, oh, it's on Facebook, but there should be an alternative where they can get the actual data, and like, this was sampled and all this, and it may be worthwhile in a situation like this. And it could be another situation that we have it somewhere where people can access that information in general, because you cannot control what is in the Facebook world, and I get it.
That's a good suggestion.
Yeah. Okay, you're welcome.
Sounds good. Thank you. And seeing no further request to speak, thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate that update. Thank you, Councilmember Gabbard, for bringing this forward for us. So now we're going to continue to our next report item 4F4, which is the Foot Locker Incentive Package. And we have an A and B resolution, and joining us is our Economic Development Director, Mr. Brian Caper. How are you?
Very well. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, City Council. We have two resolutions today related to Foot Locker, and we have a brief presentation to walk through those. I'll begin with just a very brief project overview, then we will talk about the Economic Development Incentive Package, and then finally the ad valorem tax exemption program. So Foot Locker Incorporated is proposing to relocate to St. Petersburg. They are the leading footwear and apparel retailer. They have approximately 2,500 retail stores in 26 countries. Their portfolio not only includes Foot Locker, but also Kids Foot Locker, Champs Sports, WSS, which is out of California, Texas, Arizona, and Nevada, as well as Atmos, which is targeted on their Asian markets. This would be the new global headquarters in St. Petersburg, and they are currently looking at two different locations within the city that are both up in the Gateway District 2 area. We are proposing an economic development incentive package totaling $475,000. Funds, that $475,000 funds have already been appropriated in the Economic and Workforce Development Department's operating budget that is set aside for corporate incentives, so there would be no impact to any other projects or programs. They are also asking for the ad valorem tax exemption program, and they've submitted a pre-application, and we'll go through both of those in just a moment. And finally, I want to acknowledge our project partners on this, the St. Petersburg Economic Development Corporation, Pinellas County, the state of Florida, of course, Administrator Corbett, as well as our Economic Development Manager, Andrea Falvey. So moving on to the economic development incentives, the $475,000 consists of two different items. One is what we're calling the base incentive, and the second is the hiring incentive. The base incentive is valid for $235,000 if all of these conditions are met. First, they must create at least 150 net new jobs with benefits within the City of St. Petersburg city limits. The average annual wage of these net new jobs must be at least $120,000 annually. They must lease or purchase 100,000 square feet of office space in the city, and I will tell you they are looking to lease at this point in time. Make a capital investment associated with the relocation of at least $20 million. Finally, work with the city's Office of Supplier Diversity to establish percentage goals to utilize small, minority, and women-owned businesses subject to good faith efforts. We did reach out to the company to get a little more clarity on the 150 net new jobs and the types of industries that would reflect. The company provided us with the following statement. We are growing our presence within St. Pete, which will include a wide range of entry-level analyst to senior leadership VP roles. These positions span across multiple functioning areas, including buying, planning, allocation, e-commerce, finance, HR, and others. The annual salaries for these positions includes a broad range from starting at $50,000 to over $300,000 a year. Once these conditions have been met, then Foot Locker would be able to submit the documentation to the city in order to receive the base incentive of $235,000. We ran a quick economic impact on this job creation and these wage levels, and the source of this was using the RIMS 2 economic multipliers from the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis. And in looking at the job creation, obviously the direct employment would be 150 jobs, but it would also create 80 indirect jobs for a total economic impact of 230 jobs being created by this relocation. Looking at the earnings, taking the 150 new jobs at $120,000 annually, that is a direct earnings impact of $18 million a year in our local economy, and an indirect impact of $5,040,000 for a total economic impact of $23,040,000 in earnings. And finally, looking at the capital expenditures, the direct and indirect economic impact of $20 million of a capital investment, which is assuming about a 40-60 split between construction and renovations, improvements to the facility, and 60% of that capital investment going to purchase equipment and tangible personal property, comes to about $14 million. The second part of this incentive is a hiring incentive up to $240,000, and it's broken across three different tiers. So the company would be eligible to receive $10,000 per hire for a job that pays 200% of Pinellas County average annual wage, which right now represents $122,000, $122,866. $7,500 per hire if that new job pays 150% of Pinellas County average annual wage, and $5,000 per hire if that new job pays 115% of Pinellas County average annual wage. The numbers you see there represent the Pinellas County average annual wage this year, but they would be required to match that percentage in the year that that job is created. So we expect that number would go up over time in order to be eligible. To receive that hiring incentive, not only do they have to be paid at that wage level, they must hire that employee from the boundaries of the South St. Petersburg CRA at the time that they're hired. They must be employed by Foot Locker at the global headquarters for a minimum of 6 months in order to receive that incentive. And once they have an employee that is eligible to receive the hiring incentive, they would submit documentation to the city that demonstrates that these conditions have been met in order to receive the incentive. The hiring incentive is good for up to 10 years once Foot Locker opens their global headquarters or the $240,000 is exhausted. Moving on to the second resolution, which is related to the ad valorem tax exemption program. On November 8th, 2022, City Council's authority to grant ad valorem tax exemptions to new and expanding businesses expected to create full-time jobs in the city was reauthorized, and this was via public referendum. City Council's approval of this resolution allows Foot Locker to make improvements and add tangible personal property while preserving their ability to apply for this exemption in the future. The way that this program works, ultimately, Just for illustrative purposes, let's say they move into a building that is assessed at $10 million. They make improvements to that property, and now, based on those improvements, it's reassessed at $15 million. City Council has the ability to exempt them from the increment on those ad valorem taxes based on those improvements made. So it would be up to City Council to approve an exemption of that $5 million increment that was created. The maximum annual abatement allowed is $100,000 annually for a period of 10 years, or a maximum total abatement of $1 million. As previously mentioned, Foot Locker is currently considering 2 buildings located within the city limits. They intend to lease for approximately 11 to 13 years and make a capital investment of $20 million, which would include renovations into the building as well as tangible personal property purchases. This resolution ultimately signifies support for them to return at a later date with a formal application for the ad valorem tax exemption program, which would need to be approved by City Council via an ordinance. There's nothing in this resolution that states City Council is obligated to approve that ordinance once it returns. Really just preserves the incentive, acknowledging the fact that they do intend to take advantage of it, and they will be coming back to City Council once those improvements have been made and we actually know the amount of that exemption that's being sought. Once Foot Locker completes the improvements and they desire the exemption to take effect, they will submit a formal application to the city for the exemption from these ad valorem taxes on the assessed value of the tax roll and the improvements associated with the project. And then that request will return to City Council to be voted on as an ordinance once those improvements are completed. That, I appreciate your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Do we have any cards on this?
One card, Madam Chair. William Kilgore, please go to either podium, state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Hi, everybody. Thank you, Chair. William Kilgore, as 2550 28th Avenue North, and I'm an organizer with the St. Pete Tenants Union. I just wanted to stick around. This is an important thing to me, to us, to our organization. When we're talking about corporate welfare, here's another example of that. Folks don't like seeing a Fortune 500 company get money, and we're talking about this amount, $475,000 that they're, eligible for. It's $500,000. This has no effect on their decision to move here. They're going to move here and do what they're doing anyway. All of those things listed are things that are going to do these jobs, high-paying jobs, Class A office space. This giving them this money has no effect on their decision. They're going to do it or they're not going to do it. This is just like just handing a lump of money to a $1 billion+ corporation. And the problem is when you have stuff like that happening, the city does a lot of good things, but when people see that kind of thing, especially when folks are coming in asking for it, this is like kind of on par with a lot of the money folks are asking for education programs and youth education, other things, right to counsel. We could use money for right to counsel. I understand that it's already budgeted in the economic development department, whatever. I know how that works. It doesn't matter. It's what it symbolizes, and while people are struggling and dealing with these issues and seeking more resources, pumping money into a huge, massive corporation is totally egregious. And this should be voted down. It should be rejected. But we're going to keep calling it out. I don't want to see the city, I make the city look bad. I don't get up here just to, be angry and obstinate about like everything that happens, but I think it's a detriment to the city because working people, everybody we talk to, whenever we see these things and we bring this to people's attention, people don't like it. People are pissed off, and the city needs to abandon this approach of just dumping money into giant corporations. Just stop doing it, please. So thank you all very much. I appreciate you listening.
Councilmember Hanowitz.
Thank you. And thank you, Brian, for the presentation. And though
I'm sorry, it just moved.
Got it.
Okay. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're fine. Thank you for the presentation and for the one-on-ones on this. Could you go over just a little bit? Some of us weren't here for the history of this, because this just didn't happen right now. It goes back to 2021. So why don't you tell us what happened in 2021, and then what was the original 2021 financial incentive program, and compare it to what we're seeing here today, and what happened with that one and how we got here?
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilmember Hanowitz. So this is not a brand new project. Foot Locker previously did come in front of City Council looking to relocate their corporate headquarters from Manhattan back in 2021. At that point in time, there were really two things that occurred that caused the project not to move forward. The first was that there was a confidentiality agreement with the company, and they had not had an opportunity to notify their employees in Manhattan. The information that was put together at that point in time protected that confidentiality agreement, but it also was pretty easy for someone to put in there based on the number of stores that they had, the number of countries that they operated in, and at that point in time, based on some council materials that were brought forward, the Tampa Bay Times was able to do their homework and figure out who it was, and they reported that Foot Locker was looking at St. Petersburg. That really upset the company. It upset their employees because they were hearing it through the media rather than hearing it from the company. So that was sort of the first issue at hand. The second was that it was still during COVID. They had not completely returned to work yet, and they were not sure what their office needs were going to be at that point in time. So the company decided to pause on their relocation. What they did do is they had back office operations in Manatee County at that point in time, and they did relocate those back office operations to St. Petersburg. So we do have a Foot Locker presence currently in our community, but they maintained their global headquarters up in Manhattan. They've remained interested in St. Petersburg, and we believe, based on the last year and a half of excitement, of development, of what's occurring in our community, that really sparked them to take another look at relocating their corporate headquarters down from Manhattan to St. Petersburg. As it relates to the incentive package, it was the same amount of money. It was $475,000 is what was being sought from City Council back in 2021. But it was, rather than a hiring incentive, it was more putting together a workforce program. So it also had a base incentive, which matched generally the same numbers that you see today. The second part, rather than a hiring incentive where it was based on the jobs created and the wage levels, it was working with St. Pete Works to put together a hiring plan. In meeting with the company, when they came back and started to renegotiate with us and with administration, we really felt as staff that would be difficult in order to determine if that had been satisfied and if those criteria had been met. Putting together a plan to justify over $200,000 we just did not feel was as significant to the community or to the company as actually going out and hiring residents especially of our community redevelopment agency area. So we did change that portion of the incentive related to actually hiring rather than putting together a workforce program.
Okay, so that allows you to do your due diligence better.
Correct.
Why is there a timing requirement here for the 150 jobs? Because I looked at the resolution and I don't see a timing requirement.
It would match the same time frame related to the hiring incentive, so they would have 10 years in order to take advantage of the overall $475,000 package.
So I'm wondering, and this is where I'm confused. So in their pre-application, it says the total number of new full-time jobs will be 150, and they actually put themselves by 12/31/2026. So why in our resolution does it say Foot Locker shall create at least 150 net new jobs by 2026, just like they have in their pre?
So the pre-application, it's not necessarily locked into, related to the ad valorem tax exemption program. The pre-application is something that we require in order to move forward with a resolution for the ad valorem tax exemption. But it isn't necessarily a formalized legal agreement such as what we will have for the hiring incentive in the 10 years in order to take advantage of the $475,000 incentive.
No, but you see what I'm saying?
Yes,
I mean,
absolutely.
it's not in there, so they'll create 150 net new jobs by when? And it's nothing in that resolution.
Correct. So the resolution allows the city ultimately to enter into an agreement, and the agreement will state similar to the hiring that's in the resolution. They'll have 10 years. Now, we fully expect they will do that much sooner. It's in their best interest to do it sooner, but they will have up to 10 years in order to satisfy the requirements of the base incentive in order to receive those funds.
The 10 years on the, that you're mentioning, is that standard and customary?
It really
Where did that number come from?
Negotiations with the company. Because every one of these projects ultimately is different, the needs of the company are different, the situation is different. This was a number that we worked with the company that we both felt comfortable.
Okay, I mean, for me, I would figure that these numbers would happen earlier than 10 years if they are moving their headquarters. Where in the resolution, you said that they are currently have a St. Pete presence already, right? And then the resolution, it says that they qualify as a new business, and you have found that we're finding they qualify as a new business under Florida Statute 196.012 subsection 14. Which part of subsection 14 are they going to qualify under? Because there's lots of parts, so I'm not even sure which one it is.
It would be related to the office category, and it would be a new business due to the corporate headquarters.
Okay, and legal, I mean, it would be nice to know the clarity in terms of which part, because we're saying that they qualify under that subsection, so I would like to know.
Sure.
What, we clearly made a determination.
I got to pull up the section, but I don't know if this helps to clarify it for you, but as Brian explained, there will need to be at some point an ordinance before they actually are able to get any sort of tax exemption.
Mm-hmm.
And so you'll get a lot more details at that point, because that's when we'll know more about what the exemption would be. The purpose of this resolution is basically just to allow Foot Locker to start doing whatever they need to do to move into the city and to lock in their ability to actually request the exemption later.
Okay.
Does
Well,
that help, or do you?
No, no, it's fine, and I know it's not, obviously it's a resolution at this time, and additionally we'll have additional information. It would be good to find out if we're doing this forward. I would assume we'd have this basic information in terms of that. And I know I did not give you this question before. I just noticed it so you can prepare for it in the resolution. And I apologize for that, but I think if we're going to say that they qualify under something, we should at least know how they actually qualify. And yeah, and in terms of the net new job, the full-time jobs, if they make I guess, a representation in their pre-application for the ad valorem tax exemption that they're going to do something by 2026, why wouldn't we want to kind of hold their feet to the fire on that?
We fully anticipate they will make those jobs by 2026, but the pre-application is not binding.
Right. No, that's I get it. I'm just saying if they're doing it, it's in there.
Just because they are still looking at two different locations, they have not signed a lease. They do not have an exact move-in date yet. Okay. And we also, at this point in time, do not exactly know who will accept relocation packages from New York to St. Petersburg. So their needs in terms of job hiring may be very different, just depending on the situation. So really the 10 years is just to give them ample runway to select a location, make those capital investments in the facility, and ultimately hire whatever needs they have based on the staff that opts not to relocate from Manhattan.
Where are they located now, their office? Here in St. Pete?
Their St. Petersburg presence is, they are up in the Gateway area off of Ullerton Road.
In terms of, are there other tax incentives that have been discussed? We've mentioned, obviously, the city ad valorem tax exemption, the county ad valorem tax exemption in your presentation. There's the state, which is, I guess, the capital investment tax credit.
That's correct.
Are there any other incentives besides these that would be applicable?
No, council member.
Okay. Okay, those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Couple of questions, Brian. So they are considering 2 buildings currently, both in District 2. Do you know how close they are to making a decision on those buildings? Are they actually under contract on one of them? Are they going to use that existing building, the 2 that they're looking at? Or are they looking at tearing down and rebuilding? Like, what do we know about the locations?
So we do expect they will have a decision by the end of this year on which of those 2 sites they want to move forward with. Because they would be leasing. They are existing office buildings. They would not be doing any demolition or new construction. It would be renovations of the current either of the current buildings in terms of space build out, potentially some reconfiguration of that existing office space, but it wouldn't be new construction.
Okay, and that kind of leads into my second question, which is this idea of the 10 years from the time, it says from the commencement of the date that it opens, and then to Councilmember Hanowitz's point, the pre-application saying end of 2026. I was just trying to kind of get an idea of that timing, right? Because if it's from when it opens, but they're not going to make a decision until now, I wanted to know, well, are they going to have to erect a brand new building? Because what's the likelihood that could be open by the end of 2026? So I was just kind of trying to understand the timing around that.
We expect that they will select a location by the end of this year, and they will start their relocation probably summer of 2025. We believe that their corporate headquarters will be open and operating in St. Petersburg by the fall of next year.
So they're obviously, by putting this timeline in their pre-application, they're feeling pretty bullish about the way that they're going to move forward, correct? Okay. I mean, obviously, I look at, first of all, it's my district, largest employment center, one of in the Tampa Bay area. Very, very vitally important to me that we are continuing to grow economic vibrancy in that district. And then I look at kind of the return on investment here. I mean, $475,000 investment for the job incentive package, but then a total of a $37 million, economic output of the job creation and the economic incentives. I mean, the math doesn't lie, right? And then when you first came to me and told me about this, before you could even tell me who it was, you just told me about the incentives and looking to hire from within St. Petersburg, but specifically from within the South St. Petersburg CRA. We are continuously looking for opportunities to help lift up the community, and economic development and job creation of this level of wage earning dramatically impacts our affordable housing. I mean, we've been talking about that as a piece of the bring more office space to St. Petersburg, right? Like, we sing that song all the time. Here we are. This is what it looks like. So for me, I'm about the return on investment in anything that we do, specifically when it comes to job creation and economic development. This, to me, hands down, gets it. So I'm very looking forward to hopefully this passing today, learning more, having more things come forward in the future, and really making this a reality, but then also having this as a way that we move forward with our economic development opportunities for companies coming, so that they aren't just bringing all their people here. We want more people, obviously, but we have an entire workforce here that we have to employ with higher paying jobs. And this is how we do it. So thank you for bringing this forward. I'm very excited. We have 2 resolutions in front of us. Can we vote on them together? Yeah. Then I would move approval.
Second.
All right. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I guess I'll just start with my questions and then talk about things overall in a minute. There's one thing I saw when we got the backup that I guess I hadn't worked out in my mind before, and it's about the base incentive. It talks about creating 150 net new qualified jobs in the city of St. Petersburg after relocating its headquarters. And then it goes on to say that a new job may include a current employee who relocates to work in Foot Locker's global headquarters. I hadn't keyed in on that before, and I'm wondering why consideration was given to employees moving here. I was under the impression it was about like net new. That sounds like a job that's created for, you know, someone who lives in the area or is able to apply and maybe move to the area, not actual relocation. So we hadn't had a chance to talk about that.
Absolutely. Thank you, Council Member. So when we look at, going back to Council Member Gabbard's comment on return on investment, although it may be someone currently employed by Foot Locker in New York, it is still new wages that are coming to our community. It is new investment coming to our community. So we still look at that as a net gain. While they may be employed with Foot Locker at this point in time, they're not located in St. Petersburg. They're not in our community, and we are not benefiting necessarily from their employment with the company. So in looking at these 150 net new jobs, although some of them will be relocations from New York, it is still someone that's coming here from New York that now has wages that they're spending in our community. It's buying a home or renting a home in our community, and that has an economic impact associated with it. So that's why we look at a qualified job, including those that may already be employed with the company, but not necessarily located in St. Petersburg or in our community, and therefore we are not benefiting from, at this point in time, their employment with Foot Locker.
Yeah, and you're right. I do think it has an economic impact, but I don't think that it's necessarily always positive. I mean, we're talking about paying a company to relocate jobs here that are high paying in a place where we already are struggling to have enough places to live for people who live here already. And so, you know, I think what we've seen in the city is a lot of turnover in who lives here because of the cost of living going up. We see every year when the area median income comes out from HUD, it's gone up significantly, while long-term members of our community haven't had their wages increased, and it's because of people moving here. And so there is a negative impact to this kind of thing as well. And I do question if it's a good idea for us to invest city money in something that could have a negative impact. And so I want to take a step back now and say I've expressed skepticism over economic incentive packages before, because I think my outlook on this kind of thing is people don't move to this city because we give them what is basically crumbs compared to what they're going to save on real estate costs in Manhattan. This is nothing. This doesn't factor in the projections hardly at all. They're going to save a ton of money moving here because our real estate's significantly less expensive, and economic incentive packages can often end up being a race to the bottom to see who, you know, a bidding war to see who can give away the most public wealth to a private corporation. And I want to step back and say I appreciate that you came up with something that it is relatively reasonable, although I do have quibbles with it. But I think that the reason why a company would relocate to the city is numerous, and I think there's other ways that we can be investing in our city to make it an attractive place for companies to come to that don't involve just giving money to the companies. And so I think people choose to move to St. Petersburg because of our quality of life, our natural resources, our entertainment, many things. And I think those are significantly more important. And, you know, in economic development, I think we could focus more on increasing our efforts to improve the quality of life here, which I think would be a major attractor for a lot of corporations. And so I have that perspective. I do think what you put together is relatively reasonable, although my hang-up is on the one jobs thing. Let me get a question about the hiring incentive, because I like the hiring incentive, but is it for people who live within the boundaries of the CRA right now? What if someone moved from New York, Manhattan, they work at Foot Locker, they move into the CRA? Does that hit the hiring incentive?
Councilmember, that technically would qualify, yes. Okay. So it's at the time, it would not, because they have to be, at the time they are hired by the company. They have to reside in the South St. Petersburg CRA. So if they are already hired by Foot Locker and they're relocating, that wouldn't be a new hire and it would not be eligible.
Okay.
So it does, but to your point, if they were hired from the South St. Petersburg CRA, and then at the course of those 6 months they move somewhere else within the city, they would still be eligible for this because at the time of hiring, they were located in the CRA.
No, that's fair. I just wanted to make sure that like someone moving into the CRA wouldn't trigger the hiring incentive. That's all I was going to ask. So I appreciate that clarification. I don't have anything else on the incentive package. Just want to say one thing about the I'm sorry, I can't remember exactly what you've called it. The tax abatement. I don't remember what the term.
Ad valorem tax exemption.
Ad valorem tax exemption. Thank you. When I was elected, the question as to whether or not we can use that was on the ballot. It failed. I did not agree with putting it back on the ballot because I just don't agree with us saying, oh, we didn't get the result we wanted. We go ask a different set of voters the next year. And so I am not a fan of ad valorem tax exemptions for this kind of thing, for corporations. There's great people that move to this city every day, and they don't get any money from the city to move here. They improve their property, doesn't make a difference. We don't provide anything to them, and so I just see it as a fairness thing, democratically and economically, and so I just figured I would throw that out there. I don't think it surprises anybody. I've talked about this the whole time I've been here. So, but I appreciate you and the work that you did on this. I have a slightly different philosophy, but I see where you're coming from, so I'll leave it there. Thank you very much, Chair.
Member Montanari.
Thank you for the presentation, Brian. I'm very supportive and excited about this, but I do have a question on the financial incentive resolution, and I think this is for legal. So Janine, back when we did a lot of the procurement committee of the whole meetings, when Mr. Malone was here, there was talk about this a case, the city of Richmond versus Croson, and setting goals. And on page 2 of the resolution, the second bullet, it says to establish a percentage goal for utilization of small minority and women-owned businesses. Are we allowed to do that?
Right. That's what we have established through our small business ordinance and minority and women-owned business ordinances. What Crozon says is you have to pass strict scrutiny to be able to do that. And we have, through our disparity study and through the analysis, made sure that we are, when we set that percentage goal, looking at each business category and what the disparity study showed as far as deficiencies in our contracting, to make sure that we're aligning our goals with what the disparity study showed. So we should be fine with that based on what we have done in the past.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that answer. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So Brian, thank you. So you know me about those incentives in South St. Pete CRA, and and thank you for the presentation, and thank you for getting back with me so that my colleagues know that the Foot Locker thing, I was on the fence, and definitely in regards to utilizing South St. Pete CRA dollars, because we know that everyone that lives now in the South St. Pete CRA are not with the initial mission.
Chair, may I just make a very quick clarification? So that the funds that are set aside for this are operating dollars from the general fund. There are no South St. Petersburg TIF funds going toward this.
Very good. Okay, so with that being said, the $200 job incentives to hire those living in the current CRA, Foot Locker can choose not to even take that $200,000 at all. They're not bound to.
That's correct.
Employ. Okay, so therefore, when we say 475, it's really 275 that we're looking at, because that 200 is reimbursable They would have to hire them. They would have to stay employed for 6 months in order to get that credit, that additional 200. Just clarify that for me.
That's correct. So the base incentive for $235,000 is if they do all of those different points. The $240,000 hiring incentive, think of it effectively as an escrow account. We set it aside, and as they have eligible hires, they will submit to the city, and we will draw down from that $240,000. Again, this is coming from our general fund operating that's been set aside for corporate incentives. It isn't using TIF dollars, but if they do not have any eligible hires, they effectively do not qualify then for that $240,000. If they don't make enough hires to draw that down within 10 years, then that's no longer eligible to them.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, because I was so stuck on that St. Pete CRA dollars. I really was, because on that. And then also I asked you for the job categories, because I love when they say we're going to provide 150 positions, but what did those positions look like when we were targeting South St. Pete CRA residents? So my biggest two things were what the job categories were and how they're going to get to work. Because if we're looking for South St. Pete CRA residents, but they're looking all the way in Gateway, if we're trying to help employ those to upskill them, how are they going to get to work? And I did hope that we would provide some type of transportation for them to ensure that they're successful, because I didn't want anyone not being able to get to work would not be successful. And then again, thank you so much for providing the information from Foot Locker in regards to what those positions are. And I do have to concur with my other colleagues about that 10-year timeline. I'm not understanding that. I'm truly, really not understanding, because when do they plan to open?
They plan to open next year, toward the end of next year.
So they would have gotten a return on their investment 5 times before we even saw anything with the hiring of those from the South St. Pete residents. So I don't know what we can do in order to have an additional conversation with them about that timeline, but that in itself causes me a little unease on that. But everything else I was okay with, and thank you for clarifying that South St. Pete CRA dollars will not be utilized or spent on this particular incentive, and I'm okay with that. Thank you. Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. I just wanted to take a moment while I have everyone here to share a piece of information that you all can look up yourselves later. But when I talk about my ideas behind economic development, I just want people to know, I'm not talking about anything that's unverified, crazy left-wing ideas. I'm literally using information from the Center for American Progress on local economic development. And this is a mainstream think tank, advises people in the current White House. They came out with a report November 1st, 2018. It's called The Realities of Economic Development Subsidies, and it's the Center for American Progress. I'd encourage everyone to look it up. It's got 4 key points and 4 key realities. And they reiterate exactly what I'm describing, which is the first one's economic development incentives are often not crucial to where firms locate. The second one is the benefits from incentive deals do not live up to the promises based off of wide ranges of studies. That one it calls economic development subsidies the trickle-down economics of the local level. The third one, subsidies may result in diminished services. And the last one is governments competing for businesses by providing incentives is often a zero-sum game. So I just want to note, there's hard science behind what I'm getting at right here. And you can look it up as the Center for American Progress, and they've been doing this work for a good amount of time. It does describe how to do economic development agreements that attract business in there as well. And I think some of those ideas would be really beneficial for us to look towards, because I just worry about using public wealth towards these private companies. I think there is another way to do it that can really be more beneficial for the companies and our local community. So while I had everybody, I'd offer that. You can go look that up yourselves later. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hanover.
Thank you. And just to touch a little bit about the referendum and where we are at this, and I understand Councilmember Floyd's frustration about when it first happened and there was a new referendum, but guess what? It passed, and that's where we are right now. we had a conversation about the marina at some point, right? And the voters had proved the marina to exist, right? And we were trying to make changes, even though at that point in time, the voters had already said, this is it. This is the status quo until you have another referendum on the marina. Then you change. I mean, not the marina. I'm sorry. I'm talking about the airport. Sorry. The airport. Everybody's looking at me. I'm like, why are they looking at me like that? And I'm like, keep saying marina. The airport, right? Because we had, the voters had voted on the airport, and then we went back and forth on the airport issue. But until you have another referendum on the airport and the voters have the final say on this, look, the voters back in 2022, they understand that we're granting ad valorem tax exemptions. And the first time the package came before us, which is the same amount, back in 2021, it was approved. So all that information is out there. So I feel comfortable in the sense that this is something not only besides the economic impact, and look, people are going to disagree what economic impact numbers are. I mean, we've spent months on this on another project. People could disagree with that, but I feel comfortable that the majority of our citizens, based on the referendum and what we've done in the past, are fine with this. So, with that being said, I think this is fine the way it is. But I do want, there has to be more clarification and making sure you're holding people's feet to the fire. And obviously, things are going to come back to us, so we can continue having those conversations. So. This allows conversations to go forward, right?
Correct.
Well, okay, so let's converse all. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Seeing no further requests to speak, we do have a motion and a second on both F4A and B. And Mr. Clerk, can you please open the machine? Council members, please cast your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, can you please tally and announce the vote?
Madam Chair, motion to approve agenda item F4, A, and B passes 6-2, with council members Floyd and Mohammed voting no, council members Driscoll, Fix Sanders, Gabbard, Gertis, Hanowitz, and Montanari voting yes.
Okay, thank you. So now we're going to go ahead and recess the city council and convene the CRA. And we're going to move to item CRA 2, which is the resolution recommending that the city's council approve the fiscal year 2025 budget plan for the South St. Pete CRA. And joining us is our Economic Development Manager, Mr. George Smith. How are you, Mr. Smith?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, council members. George Smith, Economic Development Manager for the South St. Petersburg CRA. Thank you for this opportunity to present the FY 2025 budget plan for, again, the South St. Petersburg CRA. The budget plan that we're presenting only reflects current year revenue. We will return in November after the budget cleanup to present a budget request that will include any uncommitted and unencumbered rollover funds. The administration is requesting that the agency recommend and City Council approves allocating an estimated $17.8 million for use in the FY 2025 South St. Petersburg CRA according to the following categories. Housing and neighborhood revitalization, $10.6 million. Business and commercial development, $4.8 million. Workforce development and education, $1.1 million. Personnel and operations, $1.2 million, for a total of $17.8 million. As previously stated, the revenue for FY 2025 is $17.8 million, with an estimated $10.7 million from the city, estimated $6.8 million from the county, and interest at an amount of $194,000. Again, for a total of $17,800,000. There's been a tremendous increase in property values over the years in the CRA, and subsequently, we have experienced an incredible growth in the revenue since the CRA's creation in 2016. In the first year, we received $468,000 in TIF revenue. 10 years later, in 2025, the annual revenue is over $17 million annually. We plan to invest $10.6 million in housing and neighborhood revitalization pillar, $6 million in the Affordable Housing Redevelopment Program, and specifically $500,000 for single-family development incentive, which supports developers and contractors by offering up to $10,000 per unit incentive that can be used to reduce the construction costs associated with building an affordable housing unit. The program will also allow for payment of up to one-half the cost of the lot that the home will be built on, up to a maximum of $40,000. Our goal is to complete 10 projects this year. The multifamily developer incentive offers financial incentives to affordable housing developments to leverage federal, state, and other funding sources. We budgeted $5.5 million. The goal is to initiate a minimum of 100 units this year. This program often supports multi-year projects such as Namaste Housing, Shell Dash, and Fairfield Avenue apartments. For the single-family residential program, we have proposed $4.6 million. In the Rehab Assistance Program, or RAP, is $400,000, and this is a zero-interest funding instrument to qualified applicants who own and occupy a residential dwelling unit. The funding provides resources for home repairs to address code violations, address deficiencies that could impair the health, welfare, and safety of the household occupants. The maximum assistance is $60,000 per project, and our goal is 7 rehab projects for this year. Our down payment assistance program, $2.3 million, which offers funding that can help pay for closing costs, down payment assistance, and rate buydowns to lower the principal of the home. Eligible applicants, or 140% AMI, may receive up to $75,000 for purchase assistance. Our goal is 30 new homeowners in the CRA for this year. Our Facade Improvement Grant Program provides grant funding for residential property owners to improve the exterior facade of their home. This is for homeowners whose income is less than 80% AMI. The goal is 25 new projects for this year. And our neighborhood planning program, $1.5 million, where we work in collaboration with the Neighborhood Relations Department. And this provides funding for the creation and updating of neighborhood plans, as well as the plan implementation. Those eligible neighborhoods for FY25 would include Bartlett Park, Childs Park, Harbordale, Campbell Park, Palmetto Park, as well as Melrose Mercy neighborhood. Campbell Park recently completed their neighborhood plan. Both Palmetto Park and Melrose Mercy will complete their plan this coming year. These 3 neighborhoods will begin to work on the implementation plan of their implementation portion of their plan. Our business and commercial development, where we set aside a budgeted $4.8 million, would include commercial corridors, where we provide funding to support the planning and project implementation of revitalization projects along our commercial corridors. This includes developing new and updating existing plans, and the commercial corridors that we'll be focusing on for this year will be 22nd Street, or the Deuces, Dr. Martin Luther King Street, 16th Street, 28th Street, 49th Street, and 18th Avenue South. We will have additional details in upcoming slides on several of these specific initiatives. Our commercial property acquisition of $1.5 million provides funding to acquire properties and to prepare sites for development. We have not yet identified any properties to invest in. Other properties, once properties have been selected, and it's been determined that in acquiring these properties, that it could strategically promote affordable housing economic development, or revitalization in the CRA. It will be important that these resources are in place to make those acquisitions. The acquisition of the Meriwether site on the Deuces is a prime example of this type of opportunity that we would need to have the resources available when that avails itself. Our site improvement grant of $500,000 provides funding for exterior improvement of commercial buildings along the corridors. Along 22nd Street, 1st Avenue to 18th Avenue, we've identified 3 specific projects that we will begin very soon. These include investing $1.7 million on 22nd Street to supplement an anticipated FDOT grant. This will include widening sidewalks, improving pedestrian crosswalks, roadway striping for bicyclists, improving street lighting, on-street parking modifications, and improving the gateway and identifying markers. This initiative is in collaboration with our Transportation Department. Along 49th Street, between 1st Avenue and 22nd Avenue, 49th Street Safe Streets for All study was just completed. The stakeholders from both sides of 49th Street, including the City of Gulfport, made several recommendations, some of which will require additional study and substantial investment. However, several suggestions can be addressed immediately, such as improved crosswalks with ADA ramps, raised medians, and lighting improvements. The City of Gulfport has committed $565,000 for these low-hanging fruit initiatives. We are matching their commitment and providing additional resources because we have a greater need on our side of 49th Street. Again, we have budgeted $750,000 for this initiative. The South St. Petersburg CRA planning enhancements, which includes the Connecting South St. Petersburg Mobility Study. We have previously invested $17,500. We have previously invested $10,000, my correction. We're requesting to invest $17,500 for a total investment of $27,500 for this study. Our workforce education and job readiness pillar, we've set aside $1.1 million, which includes an additional $600,000 for continued funding for our project with St. Pete College, known as St. Pete Works. This initiative will complete in October of 2025. We've also set aside $500,000 for continued investment in our youth workforce development initiative, known as St. Pete Youth Farm. The processing facility is currently under construction on the site and is expected to be completed this fall. And our final pillar is our salary benefits for CRA personnel. We budgeted $1.2 million for staff implementing our various programs in multiple departments. The staff is housed in economic and workforce development, housing and community development, codes compliance, and engineering. The staff supporting this work throughout the CRA includes 5 full-time and 1 part-time staff member in economic development, 1 full-time and 4 part-time staff in housing and community development, 1 FTE in engineering that supports the projects, all the projects in the CRA, as well as 4 full-time in-team members that are assigned to the Codes Compliance Department. These are several updates to projects that were initiated over the past couple of years, and I really would like to recognize our Housing and Community Development Department under the leadership of Administrator Foster, as well as Dr. Avery Slacker, because we could not carry out these projects if we did not have a relationship with them that we currently experience. As you can see there, Citrus Grove, which was completed in July of 2024, where we were able to invest in 84 units. Our Namaste development on Dr. Martin Luther King, which was completed in January, 11 new units of construction, of which all that were available to be sold have been. As Shell Dash, currently under construction as we speak, 10 new units of affordable housing. Burlington Post, which is 75 new units. We invested $656,000 in that initiative. The project has closed in August of this year, and construction should begin very shortly. And Fairfield Apartments, which is an investment of $9.7 million into 264 affordable rental units. The financing is being finalized, and we hope to close on that very soon. Total investment of $13.9 million, which with 444 units, with an average investment of $31,000 per unit. In addition, we have individual housing units that have been developed in collaboration, again, with Housing and Community Development. This past year, we completed 47 units, and I think we have some updated figures that have been brought to me this morning. I did not update the slide. But we invested $3.7 million for 47 units for DPA. We had a goal of 9 units, so we far exceeded that number. Our rehab assistance, our RAP program, we completed 9 units and invested $500,000. In our residential facade improvement grant program, completed 6 units, $118,000 investment, and our rebates for residential rehab of $65,000 with 3 units completed. Again, $4 million worth of investment and 87 units that were completed. Continuing investment in CRA even goes to our microfund program, where you've seen that we are now at the stage in the midst of our final cohort, the 4th cohort, which was launched in September. Once we complete the program in December, we would have invested in 198 businesses and invested up to $1.4 million. This is a recap of what I have brought for you. One thing I, again, would like to emphasize is that we will be coming back to you all in November with a budget plan that would include any rollover funds that have not been expended. It is our intention to reallocate those funds to those areas that have been previously allocated, as well as any emerging needs. So, in closing, the administration is requesting that the agency recommends and the City Council approves the FY25 budget plan, which allows for the appropriate use of 2025 tax increment revenue and to allocate it in those areas that I've previously outlined. Do you have any particular questions that you'd ask me at this time?
Thank you. Councilmember Hanowitz.
Thank you, Sharon. Thank you, George, for also the one-on-one, keeping us apprised on this. I don't know who can answer this question. In terms of the resolution, the interlocal agreement that we entered originally with the CRA back in 2015, I was just curious why the difference between 95% for us versus 85% for the county in terms of their contribution. Who knows that answer? And I didn't give you guys a heads up, but I was noticing that. I wasn't here when it happened. I'm just curious why it's not equal.
Thank you, Councilmember. Effectively, it was negotiations with the county.
Right. Okay. So basically, and for those who don't understand the CRA, because it can be complicated, you have the CRA is an economic statutory tool that you're allowed to have as a community to take care of blight in areas. And what happens is whatever is within those boundaries of the CRA, those tax dollars, the increment of the value of the real estate, that money goes back and stays in that community. It doesn't go out to the rest of the city. It doesn't go anywhere else, and it stays within that community. For this one, it's going to be for 30 years till 2045. There is a max that is contributed. For us is 95%. For the county's 85%. That can be changed to less.
That's correct.
But it's not going to be more. But it can go down. So I was just curious as to why it wasn't equal. I'm curious in terms of the projects, as we've had many conversations with the in-town CRA recently with historic gas plant. We have city assets there that need a lot of investment, and I think of MSC, and nothing has happened, and other city assets. So I want to understand, and I asked about Enoch Davis, because I want to make sure while we're doing all this, there are things also that are in that area. Later on, it's not going to be like, well, nothing has happened. And MSC is one of the things I think about. There are other things like the marina and that are in the in-town CRA. So I want to understand, what are some big projects in the future in there that you see that have not been covered that would fall within these budget categories? And I think what I'm talking about falls like Enoch Davis. Where do you see it fit in the future in terms of budget?
Thank you, Councilmember. So going back just a little on the history of the South St. Petersburg CRA and a different philosophy that was taken at the time it was created versus in-town and in-town west. Generally, those are project-driven CRAs, things like the historic gas plant, infrastructure, seawalls. It goes to kind of these tangible projects. We had 3 smaller CRA areas in South St. Petersburg at that point in time that really were not generating any incremental tax values. At that point in time, the Kreisman administration decided to take a different approach toward community redevelopment areas, investing more in people and programs as opposed to projects. We are now at a point where we have wildly, and it's a wonderful position to be in, but we've wildly exceeded our initial projections for what that incremental value was going to be. And we feel, and the administration feels, that we're in a position where we can now do both. We can continue to do our programs, but we also can start to do some of these big projects. And so you've already started to see that with some of these housing projects. For instance, the investment in Fairfield, that represents about $9 million of TIF funding going to support the construction of that project. Similarly, the Manhattan casino renovations, which, as Mr. Smith mentioned, will be part of the budgetary cleanup for the South St. Petersburg TIF coming back to City Council in November. We anticipate, with Council's approval, using some TIF funding for those renovations. Similarly, the reconstruction of Enoch Davis, that will be a very large project, and it's going to require multiple sources of funds in order to complete that. We see the South St. Petersburg TIF being one of those pieces to help bring that forward. So we are now at a point where we do feel some of these larger projects, it is time to start making that investment similar to what you see in in-town and in-town west.
And I understand that. And to be clear, like MSC, that could fall under in-town CRA too, because I've had this conversation with legal, and it falls within whatever legal requirements, depending on what the plan says, you can fit these projects in. And part of the community redevelopment to me is a recreation center, Enoch Davis, right? And the Manhattan and all these city assets that add to the community. So that falls well within these plans that we're talking about. I just want to make sure that when we're approving these budgets, these things, it's not going to be later on, I want to understand what are the choices we're making now and what are the things that maybe are being put off. So later on, I'm not surprised. This wasn't included. That's kind of where I'm trying to get at. So I have a kind of a broad picture. So Enoch Davis is in the pipeline. The Manhattan obviously is in the pipeline. And those are the most, and at some point, I guess we'll talk what you see more in the future. Okay? Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief today, but I just wanted to ask a question about the workforce development for youth on the St. Pete Youth Farm.
Yes.
Big surprise that I would ask you about this, right? So in the backup, it talks about the $503,000 specifically for staffing and stipends.
Correct.
But I thought I heard you say about the site plan improvement.
Correct.
So can you talk about the totality